Our society. If we talk about public politics and political analysis, in 50 years has gone from idolatry before Stalin to the censoring of everything that he achieved, both as a man who lived among his own kind and as a statesman from whose thoughts, words and signatures the fate of millions of people in different countries of the world depended over several generations. But Stalin was not forgotten, as was the desire of many. He was not forgotten due to the fact that the entire political reality of the USSR and the CIS compels us to remember both the man himself and the cause he served. Under Stalin, could anyone try to withhold timely payment of pensions or salaries? Could anyone buy a limousine or build a mansion on money stolen from the state? Could anyone attempt to sow enmity and kindle war between the nations and peoples of the USSR? Could anyone pursue a policy in the USSR for the interests of foreign governments and international mafias? Could anyone blackmail the USSR with offers of credit or weapons of other kinds? Under Stalin, could anyone even try? Who was Joseph Stalin, and why is he still with us today? We live in a time when the concepts and ideas on many events, facts and historical figures are distorted. In 1983, Edgar Morin's book, The Totalitarian Complex of the USSR, about the nature of the USSR, was published. And this book is preceded by the following epigraph, quoting Charles de Gaulle. Stalin did not walk away into the past, he dissolved into the future, no matter how this may sadden many. Why is this quote significant? Today, more and more politicians, historians and writers are turning towards the personality of Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin. Although in the period leading up to Perestroika, the stagnation period, Stalin's name was hardly mentioned. After he was accused of a personality cult in the period known as Khrushchev's thaw, Stalin's name somehow dropped out of conversation. However, towards the middle of the period of Perestroika, Stalin's name began to rise again. Books like Stalin, Life and Death by Edward Radzinsky, The Great Pseudonym by William Pochlebkin, and other works regarding Stalin appeared. In fact, Stalin's reign starkly differs from the rest of the period of building socialism in the USSR. Prices fell, wages rose, the country won the Second World War, the well-being of the people grew, the national economic complex was built and developed. All this, like many other things, was not in tune with the people's ideas on how social development should unfold. After the reign of Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin came to power in a country which was in disaster, an impoverished peasant state. And by the end of Stalin's governance, the USSR had become a superpower. Under the leadership of Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin, the USSR achieved successes, thanks to which Russia still exists today. In order to form a full understanding of who Joseph Stalin was, one needs to have answers to the questions: what is communism? What is Marxism? What is Bolshevism? Marxism and communism, contrary to popular belief, are not in fact the same concepts. These concepts became synonymous due to the specifics of the short epoch from the middle of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century. The word communism is derived precisely from the words community and communication. That means connections, including informational ones, between people. True communism, however, is a community which functions on the basis of sovest, the innate sense of the supramundane reality intrinsic to the psyche of every person. True communism is a system of social life in which the parasitism of a minority on the majority disappears. All needs are guaranteed and free of charge, according to the principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, on the basis of the rule of previousness in society. Commitment to true communism implies acceptance of the fact that not everything in human life and society may exist as the undividedly personal, private property of the individual. Much can be collective property and exist as the property of every human. A human, in this sense, is a willpower functioning under the strict dictatorship of sovest. In other words, the ideals of true communism are as follows. Humanness in the mentioned sense is recognized as the only norm for all people, regardless of gender, nationality, race, professional specialization, kinship, friendship, and so on. The culture is such that humanness, as the basis of life and personal development of any individual, is achieved by the overwhelming majority. Humanness is reproduced steadily in the continuity of generations, so that its carriers in society constitute the bulk of the statistical mass. Communism, as an ideal towards which humanity should strive in its development, has been promoted since ancient times, and history knows attempts to implement it both on the principles of organizing social life by the state, for example the Incas, and in the community of like-minded people who lead life in accordance with the principles of communism in society, where the state supports the right of private property to everything without exception. Marxism, in its turn, was presented as a scientific theory of building a communist society based on the use of the laws of social and historical development allegedly discovered by its founders, a fact which led to the association of communism and Marxism in the minds of many. At the same time, for some reason, not all communists are called Marxists, but all Marxists are called communists, which is essentially wrong, even if we proceed from the essence of the scientific theories of Marxism, which can only be a screen for covering far-reaching political swindling and hypocrisy, but not the scientific basis of a policy of building a communist society as well as any other policy. Bolshevism, from the Russian bolshinstvo, meaning majority, is not a Russian variety of Marxism or a party affiliation, but a manifestation of the spirit of Russian civilization. Bolshevism existed before Marxism, existed in Russian Marxism, somehow it exists today, and it will continue to exist into the future. Regardless of how infallible the Bolsheviks are in expressing the strategic needs of the labor majority, how much this majority itself realizes its strategic interests and is true to them in life, the essence of Bolshevism is not in the numerical superiority of adherents of certain ideas over adherents of other ideas and a thoughtless crowd, but namely in the sincere desire to express and implement the long-term strategic interests of the laboring majority, who want no one to parasitize on their work and life. In other words, historically, in every epoch, the essence of Bolshevism is real, and it exists in active support of the transition process from the historically established crowd elitism to humanness. In contrast to Bolshevism, Menshevism, from the Russian menshинство, meaning minority, is in its essence the power of the minority over the majority. Menshevism contradicts the essence of both true communism and Bolshevism, which reject the parasitism of a minority on the majority. Not everyone who called himself a communist was actually a communist. Not everyone who called himself a Marxist was actually a Marxist. Not everyone who called himself a Bolshevist was actually a Bolshevist. The political goals of Bolshevism, J.V. Stalin himself expressed directly and clearly at the beginning of the century. Here is a quote of an excerpt where in the title he mentions the essence of the matter: the autocracy of the cadets or the sovereignty of the people. Who should take power during the revolution? Which classes should take the helm of social and political life? The people, the proletariat and peasantry, the Bolsheviks answered, and thus they answer now. In their opinion, the victory of the revolution means the establishment of the dictatorship, sovereignty, of the proletariat and peasantry, with the object of winning an 8-hour day, of confiscating all the landlord's land, and of setting up a democratic regime. The Mensheviks reject the sovereignty of the people, and, until lately, did not give a straight answer to the question as to who should take power. Of course, from the works of J.V. Stalin, one could extract many quotes containing such words as "we are Marxists" and the like, testifying to his alleged loyalty to Marxism in one of its many modifications. But references to such quotations in his works and oral speeches do not give an answer to this question, since, due to the prevailing historical circumstances from the middle of the 19th century to the present time, in fact, Marxism is not only a worldview and philosophical system, but in addition, lexicon, terminology. This language was spoken by most of the supporters on the topic of reorganization of public life according to one or another communist model, since they really associated communism and Marxism. The statement, "I am a communist but not a Marxist," would not have been understood whether it came from the mouth of one of the leaders or a simple party member. In order to answer the question, was J.V. Stalin ever a Marxist? And if so, did he cease to be one towards the end of his life? It is necessary to consider how he himself expressed his understanding of various statements of Marxism. It is likely that as a young man interested in the problems of the life of society and the historical development of mankind, J.V. Stalin found for himself the answers to some significant questions in Marxism. All the haters of J.V. Stalin, however, prefer to bypass the question. At the age of 17, 18, what concerned the young man named Joseph Jugashvili? He himself provided the answer. From house to house he wandered, knocking at silent doors, his ancient oaken panduri voicing a motive pure. Within the melody's roulades, shining as pure sunstream, dwelled the unvarnished wisdom, truth, and a holy dream. Roused by the lonely chanting were hearts from a stone-cold sleep. Lingering in the shadows, flame flew above the trees. People who cherished darkness turned from the godly trail, poured no mere wine but poison into his holy grail. Strange are thy words and thy chanting, truth of yours foreign in sound. Drink till your cup is empty. Curse you, exclaimed the crowds. Due to a lack of correspondence in the meanings of the lexical forms of the Georgian and Russian languages, and the need to observe the poetics of the original verse, there may be some deviation from the meaning intended by the author, due to the subjectivity of translators, editors, and translation customers. But, even with the correction for this circumstance, the underlying philosophical and conceptual essence is largely unmistakable. It is also clear that at the age of 17, 18, the overwhelming majority of people do not turn to thoughts that the hearts of their contemporaries and descendants arose from a stone-cold sleep and began again to beat humanly, the idea of the minds of people awakening and seeking unvarnished wisdom, truth, and a holy dream. People with a flawed nraviousness and flawed understandings and concepts prefer to express themselves on other topics. This applies to the preponderance of critics of Stalin and those dissatisfied with him and his activities. It is well known and recognized by science that the character of a person as a whole, his abilities, his worldview, his nraviousness, are formed before the ages of 12 to 14 years. Changes in a person in the mentioned regards are usually minimal. It is widely believed that Stalin was ignorant, illiterate, uncultured, and poorly educated. In fact, Stalin received a rather good for the times education. He was schooled at a seminary from where he graduated with excellent marks in almost all subjects, with one below excellent mark. It was at this seminary where Joseph Stalin perfectly familiarized himself with the Bible. It is hardly known that one of Stalin's teachers was a famous mystic of the time, Georgy Ivanovich Gurdjieff, a spiritual teacher, writer, composer, traveler, and forced immigrant whose activities were devoted to the self-development of a person, the growth of man's consciousness and being in everyday life, and whose teaching, among his followers, was called the Fourth Way. That is to say, that Stalin was familiar with mystical occult teachings. Stalin possessed the skill of speed reading. He had the ability to read a text of 500 pages in 2 hours and consciously absorb what he had read. Stalin also completed comprehensive courses in accounting, which enabled him to competently govern the national economic complex of the country. Stalin's native language was Georgian, which meant that he was required to both read and conceptualize the Bible and Marxism in his second language, Russian. He had to create his own concepts and images, translating them into his native language. This is generally a great undertaking, and it should be emphasized that it requires a very serious understanding of the essence, since those who read in their native language may more easily lose or miss some details. That is, the consciousness of a native speaker may not mark some specificities of his own language. The one who delves into knowledge expressed not in his native language must sharpen his attention and consciousness to the perception of this knowledge. He must delve much deeper and more attentively into the details. Stalin knew Church Slavonic well from the seminary, and according to some researchers, he knew English, German, ancient Greek, and some notes he left in his books were written in Hungarian and French. He also understood the Armenian and Ossetian languages. According to the British historian Simon Sebag Montefiore, Stalin possessed outstanding intellectual abilities. For example, he could read Plato in the original. When Stalin came to power, according to the historian, he always wrote his speeches and articles in a clear and often refined style. Sebag Montefiore goes on to attest that the myth of the ignorant Stalin was created by Trotsky. Stalin's library consisted of 20,000 volumes. He spent many hours every day reading books, making notes in their margins, and keeping a catalogue. At the same time, Stalin's tastes for reading were eclectic. Maupassant, Wilde, Gogol, Goethe, Zola. In addition, he enjoyed poetry. In his youth, he himself wrote poetry in Georgian. Stalin was an erudite person. He quoted the Bible, the works of Bismarck, the works of Chekhov, and others. The English writer Charles Percy Snow also characterized Stalin's educational level as quite high in his book Variety of Men, 1967. One of the many singular things about Stalin is that he was much more deeply educated in a literary sense than any contemporary Western statesman. By his side, Lloyd George and Churchill were abnormally ill-read, and so was Roosevelt. There is a theory that Stalin's father was Nikolai Mikhailovich Przhevalsky. The time of Stalin's birth coincides with Przhevalsky's lifespan. Joseph Stalin, a poor boy from a poor Georgian family, managed to receive a high-quality education and consequently find himself in Russia and in the Marxist movement. Nikolai Przhevalsky was a general of intelligence of the Russian General Staff, the RSH, and among the officers, especially of the Russian army, there is such an unspoken rule that when an officer dies, his children come under the auspices of fellow officers. These facts provide grounds that such patronage was somehow carried out in relation to Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin. Therefore, the version exists that Stalin was deliberately introduced by the main intelligence directorate of the Russian army, GRU-RA, into the Marxist movement for the realization of certain goals. As a result of training and education, Stalin turned out to be a highly qualified governor. All eyewitnesses who worked with him attested to the fact that he worked day and night, taking hardly any time off. He was constantly in the know and tracked the results of the developments unfolding within the country, both of a military nature and of national economic importance. He knew by their first and father's names all the governors of the country, all the chief design engineers, as well as the individual engineers and scientists. He delved into all spheres of society, and it is also well known that he conversed with many people of culture and art, and visited the theater regularly. That is, the opinion that Stalin was an ignorant, poorly educated person does not stand up to criticism. In reality, he was a widely erudite, literate, and highly qualified governor. It is best to approach the consideration of Stalin's personality with the understanding of Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin, the creator of a verbal formula which provides a methodology for an approach to understanding ongoing processes. He said, "Providence is not algebra. The human mind, as the folk expression goes, is not a prophet, but a conjecturer. It sees the general course of things and can deduce from it profound suppositions, often justified by time. But it cannot foresee chance, that powerful and instantaneous instrument of providence." So, how can one evaluate Stalin's activity from the standpoint of the general course of things? The fact is that at the end of the 19th century, the global financial elite, which in the terminology of the conception of social safety is called the global predictor, realized that capitalism removed the ban from the process of people's consumption of material goods. The resources of the earth began to be rapidly consumed, and the capitalist system allowed many people to increase their material well-being. It was likely understood by the global predictor what would be consumed at an ever-accelerating pace would be very difficult to restore. In this situation, the logical next step for the global predictor would be to find a way to reduce the consumption of material goods by people. The well-known historical fact is that at this time, the ideology of Marxism suddenly became globally popular. This corresponds to the mentioned goal of the global predictor to shift all of humanity towards reasonable consumerism. As is further demonstrated by history, in this global project, Russia was chosen as the brushwood for the permanent world revolution. Russia was conceived as a starting point to begin the process of the shift of all countries and nations to pseudo-communism. To implement this permanent revolution, a tandem of Vladimir Lenin and Leber Davidovich Bronstein, nicknamed Trotsky, was created. However, in essence, destiny did not smile on this tandem and its purpose, since, through the conclusion of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, March 3, 1918, Lenin stopped this process of a permanent revolution. Not long after the signing of this treaty, Lenin passed away, and Trotsky was supposed to continue the work of this permanent revolution. But, in the words of Pushkin, it cannot foresee chance, that powerful and instantaneous instrument of providence. Leber Trotsky fell ill, and the governance of the country was intercepted by Joseph Stalin. Joseph Stalin worked diligently, was a thoughtful, laborious and modest person. He was a hard worker, inconspicuous. He was not prone to often superfluous decoration of speech, choosing instead to speak roughly and plainly. This all led to the fact that he was greatly underestimated by his opponents, who were seduced by the idea that this modest secretary would bend to their willpower. They, however, miscalculated, and from 1924 to about 1934-1937, Stalin was continuously and increasingly gaining strength. Stalin did not have his own personnel. Therefore, he was compelled to work with those who were available. At the time, however, the country was overrun with Trotskyists. It is with these Trotskyists that Stalin had to deal. But what is the true nature of Trotskyism? If we talk about Trotskyism in essence, then it is primarily a psychological phenomenon, not a historical and political one. Psyche-Trotskyism is shamelessly self-righteous arrogance, pretending at realization of itself in politics without the acquisition of the necessary knowledge and skills, according to the principle, I am uniquely and uncontestedly wise, and therefore my life mission is to politically lead the cattle, that is, give them the meaning of life and rule them on their own behalf. This initial Nravious ethical principle of Psyche-Trotskyism represents itself as a variate and concrete expression of the general demonic principle, I am better than them, and therefore I have the right, and they are obliged to. This principle is common to all cultures where a minority parasitizes on the majority, that is, crowd elite cultures. But each of the crowd elite cultures, which include all historically formed, national and confessionally conditioned cultures of our time without exception, has its own peculiarity in relation to how crowd elitism is maintained and reproduced in it throughout the continuity of generations. This originality is expressed in the mentality of the corresponding culturally distinctive society or social group, as well as in sociological science and the theories, ideologies generated by it. Ideologies are perceived by some part of society as if they are a concentrated expression of wisdom, i.e., objective truth that does not depend on the subjectivism of people. And if ideologies find adherence in society, then it is inevitable that the self-evaluation of the Psyche-Trotskyist, I am uniquely and uncontestedly wise, and therefore my life mission is to politically lead the cattle, that is, give them the meaning of life, and rule them on their own behalf, whatever the level of intellectual power, will find this or that ideology as a shell for its self-expression in politics and the accompanying politicking. due to the fact that firstly, ideologies, theories, are different and not in every way compatible, both with each other and with the objective truth, and secondly, that the principle under the influence of which an individual becomes a Psyche-Trotskyist presupposes the uniqueness of wisdom. This is the wisdom of only himself. Psyche-Trotskyism as a social phenomenon is always internally conflicted. Moreover, it is internally conflicted on two levels. At the level of ideologies, theories, incompatible with each other. The cultural shells of Psyche-Trotskyism. This is characteristic of the processes of the global level and for the worldview heterogeneous, culturally distinctive societies. At the level of interpersonal conflicts, on the theme of which of the Psyche-Trotskyists, under the cover of the same ideology or different ideologies, has the best leadership qualities and, therefore, is the wisest. To these two levels of internal conflict of Psyche-Trotskyism, one more can be added. The third is the more or less pronounced schizophrenia in the psyche of the Psyche-Trotskyist, which renders the algorithmics of his personal psyche internally conflicted. Within each stable branch of ideologically uniquely shaped Psyche-Trotskyism, every Psyche-Trotskyist follows, consciously or unconsciously, the principle, when I am right, and I am always right. However, taking into account the requirement to observe the discipline of expressing opinions within the hierarchy, starting from the level of second-order leaders and below. Therefore, internal conflicts within the ideologically uniquely shaped branches of Psyche-Trotskyism can arise primarily as a result of someone breaking the hierarchical discipline of opinions alone, or on the principles of grouping. However, conflicts over discipline of opinion can be of a different character. Some of them may express the struggle for truth and the cleansing of the ideology, sociological theory, from all sorts of errors and deliberate lies. In others, a struggle can be expressed to change, increase or decrease someone's hierarchical status, which has nothing to do with the search for objective truth and the cleansing of the ideology, sociological theory from errors and deliberate lies. This can proceed both on the basis of a conscious desire to increase one's hierarchical status, either to become a leader or to bring someone down along the hierarchy levels, and on the basis of unconscious automatisms of behavior inclined in the same direction. The first and second can intertwine in the most bizarre ways. Such a mixture of motives and their expressions in the actions of Psyche-Trotskyists confuses people who do not have an effective cognitive and creative culture, as a result of which they either find themselves involved in Psyche-Trotskyist politics or unable to effectively resist it. In the history of the USSR, this was most clearly expressed in the reaction of society to the 20th Congress, at which Krushchev slandered Stalin and condemned the cult of personality. Although, during his lifetime, Stalin himself was always against the creation of this cult of personality. It follows from this that those who create a personality cult for the leader are neither his friend nor his ally. They are hidden enemies and opponents, even if they themselves do not know it. In other words, Trotskyism in a psychological sense has existed throughout the entire history of mankind. It was therefore necessary for Stalin to create his own personnel base and eliminate the Trotskyist one that had led the country to ruin. And Stalin managed to cause the split of the Trotskyists from within, using the mentioned, existing in the psyche of the Psyche-Trotskyist, schizophrenia. Stalin possessed this ability to divide groups into factions, being well versed in the Quran, which in Surah 6, Ayat 65 says, "He is able to send upon you an affliction, from above you or from under your feet, or he can divide you into factions, and make you taste the violence of one another." After the revolution and the period of Vladimir Lenin's reign, Stalin comes to power in a devastated and destroyed country. The permanent revolution has been stopped by Lenin when he signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk 1918. Socialism has triumphed in a single country. It is necessary to create a powerful industrial base, to develop a military-industrial complex, to develop mechanical engineering, to build up an adequate educational system, and so on. An organized governance of agriculture is required, which will make it possible to provide food for the country and the multitude of people engaged in the construction of the national economic and industrial complex. So it turns out that collectivization is quite simply a necessary step, which must be taken in the name of the development and prosperity of the country. However, there is much speculation and misinformation surrounding this issue. On March 2nd, 1930, the newspaper Pravda published the article by Stalin, "Dizzy with Success, to Questions of the Collective Farm Movement," about excesses in the field admitted during collectivization. In the article, Stalin concludes that a radical turn of the countryside towards socialism may be considered as already achieved. Right away, he points to the violation of the principle of voluntariness, which was admitted locally when organizing collective farms. Stalin condemned the actions of the local authorities, which were not provided for in the plans for accelerated collectivization. In particular, the premature planting of agricultural communes. The main link of the collective farm movement, its predominant form at the present moment, the link which has to be grasped now, is the agricultural artel. In the agricultural artel, the basic means of production primarily for grain farming, labor, use of land, machines and other implements, draft animals and farm buildings are socialized. In the artel, the household plots, small vegetable gardens, small orchards, the dwelling houses, a part of the dairy cattle, small livestock, poultry, etc., are not socialized. Stalin accused these zealous socializers of degrading and discrediting the collective farm movement, and condemned their actions. Is it not clear that the authors of these distortions, who imagine themselves to be leftists, are in reality bringing grist to the mill of right opportunism? In order to finally stop the flywheel of repression against the peasantry, Stalin also needed to publish the article "Answer to Comrades Collective Farmers." There, he unequivocally pointed out to the lower party members that the party line has changed. They have forgotten that cavalry assaults, necessary and useful for solving military problems, are unsuitable and pernicious in solving problems of collective farm development. Apparently, the laurels of Don Quixote do not let our leftists sleep. Soon after the publication of the article, by the decree of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks of March 14, 1930, on the fight against the distortion of the party line in the collective farm movement, the actions of the party workers in question were qualified as leftists, as a result of which the collectivization campaign was temporarily suspended, and a number of grassroots workers were convicted. It should also be noted that during the times of Tsarist Russia, the attitude towards the Gulags was negative. Therefore, during the revolution and collectivization, this assessment did not change. Moreover, such an assessment was typical for those who were not supporters of the Communist Party. So, for example, Alexei Sergeyevich Yermolov was not a revolutionary and was a landowner. He owned 1,360.32 hectares of land in the Voronezh province and 1,444.25 hectares in the Ryazan province. He was also a member of the Tsarist government. In 1894, he took the post of Minister of Agriculture and State Property. In 1896, an active Privy Councillor, State Secretary in 1903, and from May 1905, a member of the State Council. Here is what he writes about the Gulags in his work of 1892 entitled Crop Failure and National Disaster. In close connection with the question of collection of state, ziemstva and social taxes that fall on the peasant population, and one might say mainly on the basis of these penalties, a terrible ulcer has developed in our rural life, which in the end corrupts it and takes away the people's welfare. These are the so-called Gulags and usury. With the urgent need for money that the peasants have, for paying duties, for acquiring after a fire, for buying a horse after it has been stolen, or cattle after a death, these ulcers find the widest field for their development. Given the existing, established with the best goals and perhaps quite necessary restrictions on the sale of public and private collection of the primary needs of the peasant economy, as well as allotment of land, the correct credit available to the peasants does not exist at all. Only the rural usurer, who provides himself with enormous percentages that reward him for the frequent loss of capital itself, comes to his aid in cases of such extreme need. But this help, of course, is costly to those who are happy to turn to it. Once owing to such a usurer, the peasant is almost never able to come free of the loop with which the usurer entangles him, and which, for the most part, brings him to complete ruin. Quite often, the peasant is already ploughing and sowing and gathering grain only for the Gulag. Further, A.S. Yermolov writes that it was often almost impossible for landowners to receive penalties from peasants if they had failed to fulfill their obligations. If they left work without permission, they even considered going to court as an extreme measure. But rural usurers acted in a completely different way, returning to themselves, not in this way, so in other ways, not money, so in kind, grain, cattle, land, work, etc. Describing the system of financial enslavement of the peasants, he notes that it is hard to believe to what extent the interest rates with which the peasants are charged for the money lent to them reach, interest rates which are mainly dependent on the degree of the people's need. As an example, he cites a situation where in the summer, especially during the period of a favorable harvest, the loan is given at no more than 45 to 50% per annum. In the fall, the same lenders demand no less than 120%, and sometimes up to 240%. And very often the security is the pledge of the peasant shower allotments, which the owners themselves then rent from their own lenders. Sometimes the land selected by the lender for a debt at the rate of 3 to 4 rubles per tithe is rented back to its owner for 10 to 12 rubles. However, in most cases, such percentages are still recognized as insufficient, since in addition to that, various works, services, payments in kind, in addition to cash, etc., with bread loans, for a food in the winter or spring, in the fall, too, are returned. Yermolov goes on to say that in recent years, credit secured by property has been especially widespread, and the usurer does not disdain anything. Agricultural implements, worn clothes, standing corn, and even work horses and cattle are used. When the time of reckoning comes, and the peasant has nothing with which to pay the debts, then all this goes up for sale, and more often than not, it is surrendered to the same creditor, who also sets the price at which the pledged item is accepted by him in payment of the debt, so that often, having handed over a pledged item, the peasant remains in debt, sometimes not even less than against the original debt figure. In his work, A.S. Yermolov concludes that it is necessary to resolve the situation in the countryside in order to put an end to the harmful activities of the rural usurer, Gulags, and buyers. Tsarist Russia did not succeed in doing this. Therefore, the problem was inherited by Soviet Russia. However, the need to solve this problem among the people was ripe. The Gulags, of course, in their majority, had a very negative attitude towards collectivization. Therefore, they interfered with this process in every possible way. They tried to harm collective farm construction, intimidate the poor peasant, and influence the middle peasant. Any and all means were employed: slander, intimidation, threats and physical violence against the activists of the collective farm peasantry. Within the limits of the Amur district alone, in 1928, the Gulags committed 60 acts of terrorism. It is worth emphasizing that we are talking about 1928, when there was no talk of any repression and dispossession. In that same year of 1928, 1,307 terrorist attacks were committed by the Gulags in the territory of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, including over 400 murders of communists, activists, teachers, policemen, and tractor drivers. In 1929, in the villages and settlements of the central regions of Russia alone, 1,002 terrorist attacks were recorded, including 384 murders and 141 acts of arson of collective farm buildings. In reality, the situation was much more serious. A great number of killings, arson, and sabotage were not recorded due to the weakness of law enforcement agencies, or were erroneously registered as accidents. To find the criminals without a complete cleansing of the Gulags was impossible. If this were carried out, for example, in 1928, with exemplary severity and ruthlessness, it would have been possible to avoid many innocent casualties and great problems later on. In 1930, even when most of the dispossessed had been deported to Siberia or Kazakhstan, there were 2,391 terrorist attacks and 456 Gulag gangs armed with firearms up to machine guns in the country. In the battles with the bandits, more than 170 policemen, Red Army men, and Chekists were killed. Thus it was necessary to actively combat the sabotage of the Gulags. Moreover, the local authorities created many excesses in the process of collectivization, when a number of party workers tried to artificially speed up this process, not taking into account the specifics of the place and time, when the principle of voluntary membership in collective farms was violated. Not only were the main means of production socialized, but also poultry, small livestock, residential buildings, an act which Stalin condemned in his article Dizzy with Success. He also presented the essence of the complex, ambiguous situation in the villages in his answer to M.A. Sholokov's letter dated April 4th, 1933, in which Sholokov emphasized these many excesses. Stalin expressed his gratitude to him for the letters, as they open the sore of our party-Soviet work. They reveal how sometimes our workers, wanting to bridle the enemy, accidentally hit friends and sink to sadism. But this is only one side of the matter. And the other side is that respected farmers carried out sabotage and were not averse to leaving the workers the Red Army without bread. In Stalin's words, "This circumstance can in no way justify those outrages that were committed by our employees, and those responsible for these outrages must be duly punished." Subsequently, in the period 1934 to 1938, 31,515 people were released as wrongly deported, and 33,565 were transferred under the responsibility of the state. On October the 22nd, 1938, the Council of the People's Commissars of the USSR issued a decree on issuing passports to children of special settlers and exiles, providing for the issuance of passports to those who were not defamed in anything on a general basis and not to obstruct them from leaving for study or work. In 1935, according to the new charter of the agricultural artel, the peasants were given the right to personal subsidiary farming. On October the 1st of the same year, the free sale of meat, fats, fish, sugar, and potatoes was restored. In the post-Soviet period, attempts were made to form the general opinion according to which collectivization had failed. The fact of the famine that broke out in a number of regions of the USSR in 1932-1933 was cited as the main confirmation of the corresponding thesis. Indeed, this tragedy did take place. However, the claim that the famine was the result of collectivization as such is also wrong. In the opinion of historians, the following should be singled out as the main causes of the tragic events. Firstly, this phenomenon was the result of excesses carried out by local party bosses during the course of collectivization. Insufficient experience, chaos in orders, lack of an adequate level of preparedness, and radicalism of a number of workers led to dire consequences. Secondly, the Gulags, instigated by various counter-revolutionary forces, carried out direct sabotage and destroyed their own cattle and horses. Thirdly, one of the causes of the famine was the drought that struck Ukraine in 1930-1932. Professor Mikhail Radzinsky, who fought against Soviet power during the Civil War, writes, "Several droughts in 1930 and 1931, especially in Ukraine, worsened the state of agriculture and created conditions for famine." In addition, the assertion that collectivization took place exclusively with the help of one coercion is incorrect. The Belgian historian Ludo Martens writes, "The impulse of the most violent episodes of collectivization came from the oppressed peasant masses themselves." Despite all this, as the mistakes made in the course of collectivization were corrected, it was possible to achieve an upswing in agriculture. Thus the villages began receiving new equipment on an increasing scale. By 1932, 22% of arable land was cultivated with the help of tractors, and by the end of the second five-year plan, up to 60%. During the first five-year plan, agriculture was supplied with 154,000 tractors, 94,000 domestically produced. By 1935, 34,000 trucks, 31,000 combines, and 281,000 tractors were used in agriculture. During the years of the second five-year plan, agriculture received 405,000 tractors. During the period under review, the number of machine and tractor stations doubled. In 1932, they served a third of the collective farms of the USSR, and 5 years later, 78%. American journalists M. Sayers and A. Kahn, assessing the results of collectivization, emphasized that the Soviet people, whose grandfathers from time immemorial bent their backs working with primitive scythes, hoes, wooden plows, now harvested rich crops with tractors and combines, and fought pests with the help of chemicals scattered from aircraft. The Belgian historian Ludo Martens, in his book Another View of Stalin, 1994, provides the following data. In 1930, the harvest reached 83.5 million tons. In 1931-1932, there was a drop in grain production, 69.9 million tons in 1932. In 1933, an increase in yield was recorded, 89.8 million tons, which generally continued in subsequent years. In 1940, the harvest reached 118.8 million tons. The picture is similar to the value of agriculture production. In 1928, 13.1 billion rubles, in 1934, 14.7 billion rubles, and in 1940, it reached 23.2 billion rubles. According to the book by O.N. Yalutin, Corporation in Russia, An Unclaimed Experience, in the Stalinist times, there were over 114,000 workshops and other industrial enterprises, where at least 1.8 million people worked. They produced almost 6% of the gross industrial output of the USSR, depending on the method of assessing the level of market cooperative prices, much more. In its composition, 40% of all furniture in the country, 70% of all metal utensils, 35% of outer knitwear, almost 100% of toys. Scientific and technological work was carried out on a contractual basis, so the system of industrial corporation included 100 design bureaus, 22 experimental laboratories, and 2 research institutes. His data do not take into account cooperative rural artels, in which workers, both collective farmers and individual farmers, were partially employed in their free time from agricultural work. It is very difficult to accurately estimate their number now. According to some data, in the 1930s, they consisted of up to 20 to 30 million people. However, the decree of the Central Committee of the CPSU and the Council of Ministers of the USSR on the reorganization of industrial corporation, dated April 14, 1956, began the destruction of the Soviet corporation and the Soviet market. Since 1956, personal subsidiary farming has been destroyed at an accelerated pace. Private livestock has been practically liquidated. Collective farms were enlarged, which dealt a terrible blow to small villages. The property of cooperatives and private individuals was transferred to state bodies, that is, confiscated and passed into the control of party bosses. And if the results of collectivization for subsequent periods are analyzed, then Stalin made such staggering groundwork that the partocracy, which seized power after the coup d'etat of 1953, was able to fatten for more than 40 years. Today, Joseph Stalin is credited with millions of innocent deaths during the period known as the Great Terror. This entire so-called Stalinist Great Terror began, generally speaking, with the February-March plenum of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of the Bolsheviks in 1937, from February the 23rd to March the 5th. The Politburo, headed by Joseph Stalin, proposed for approval by the plenum a fairly extensive and detailed program of political reforms in the country, aimed, roughly speaking, at forgetting everything that happened during the Civil War, all subsequent outbursts of class struggle, including collectivization, and the proposal to move towards the unification of all the people for the sake of solving the most urgent economic problems and tasks of nation building. Most of these speakers at the plenum, the leaders of the regional and republican levels of the party, did not comment on this program at all, but they very willingly spoke about the fact that the class struggle in their region was not over yet. On the contrary, new outbreaks and exacerbations of this struggle had recently been discovered. On the eve of the final day of the plenum, the first secretary of the West Siberian Regional Committee, Robert Indrichovich Eicher, addressed the Politburo with a letter in which he stated that in his region the Chekists had exposed a large conspiracy among the exiled Gulags, and he urgently needed extraordinary powers to suppress this conspiracy. If the Politburo had ignored this letter, he would have turned directly to the plenum, and the alignment of forces at the plenum was already clear. For the same reason, the Politburo agreed to the creation of emergency bodies on the ground, with the proviso that these bodies should submit their views on the scope of the conspiracy to the Center, while the Center would reserve the right to reduce their requests. These are the famous execution lists that were signed by the entire Politburo. All these lists came from the localities. All they could do at the top was to scratch some names from these lists. For example, the name of Marshal Yegorov, with whom Stalin was personally acquainted from the Polish company in 1920, was twice crossed out by Stalin. Unfortunately, it is not known with what kind of incriminating evidence he was provided, or what kind of behind-the-scenes deal was struck on the third occasion. This is how the famous Great Terror began. It began primarily because most of the middle-level party leaders were Civil War veterans, able to break and not able to build. And they strove to do what they were able to do. But by the end of 1938, Stalin himself, with the help of one of the few Republican Party secretaries who had not succumbed to general hysteria, Lavrenti Pavlovich Beria, managed to translate the Great Terror into the Great Purge. The extermination of ordinary citizens practically ceased, but almost all the initiators of the Great Terror were exterminated. The same Robert Indrichovich Eicher, for example, was imprisoned as one of the first among the regional party secretaries. The scale of repression in Western Siberia, led by Eicher, genuinely approached the scale of repression in Moscow and the Moscow region, which was led by Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. It is also said that on 10 or 12 applications for repression submitted by Khrushchev, Stalin personally imposed a resolution with his signature, "Quit, you fool." Soon after that, Khrushchev organized a transfer for himself from Moscow to Kiev, thereby avoiding responsibility for what was happening in Moscow. After the coup d'etat which began in 1953 and the death of Stalin, Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev became the first secretary of the Communist Party. In early February 1954, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the USSR compiled an information note addressed to the first secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU, the same Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev, about the number of people convicted of counter-revolutionary crimes, that is, under Article 58 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR and under the corresponding articles of the Criminal Code in other Union republics, for the period from 1921 to 1953. The document was signed by 3 people: the Prosecutor General of the USSR, P.A. Rudenko, Minister of Internal Affairs of the USSR, S.N. Kruglov, and the Minister of Justice of the USSR, K.P. Goshenin. In this strictly secret document for official use, it was said that according to the data available to the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs from 1921 to 1953, the OGPU Collegium, the Special Meeting of the NKVD, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, the USSR Ministry of State Security and the Military Collegium, as well as courts, military tribunals and troikas. 3,777,380 people were convicted, including 642,980 people sentenced to capital punishment, 2,369,220 people sentenced to detention in camps and prison for up to 25 years, and 765,180 people were sentenced to exile and deportation. In the same note, it was especially marked that the special meeting under the NKVD of the USSR from November 1934 to September 1953 convicted 442,531 people, including 10,101 people who were sentenced to capital punishment, 360,921 people to imprisonment, 67,539 people to exile and expulsion within the country, 3,970 people to other punishments, including expulsion abroad and compulsory treatment in psychiatric hospitals. Thus, there is no mention of any millions or tens of millions repressed, let alone executed. Earlier, in January 1954, the then Minister of Internal Affairs of the USSR, Krushchev, sent a secret letter, number 26/K, to the Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR, Malenkov, and First Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, Nikita Khrushchev, which contained a certificate from the USSR Ministry of Internal Affairs, which named the exact number of convicted persons for counter-revolutionary and other especially dangerous state crimes. According to this certificate, in the period from January 1st, 1921 to July 1953, the number of convicts was 4,060,306 people. This figure was added up from the same 3,777,380 convicted for counter-revolutionary crimes, which were mentioned above, and 282,926 convicted for other especially grave crimes of state, including under Article 59 of the Criminal Code, especially dangerous banditry, and Article 193 UK, military espionage. In summary, the total numbers for the period from 1921 to the first half of 1953 are as follows. The total number of accused, 4,060,306. The total number sentenced to capital punishment, 799,455. The total number sentenced to imprisonment, 2,634,397. The total number sentenced to exile, 413,512. The total number sentenced by other measures, 215,942. There are many accusations addressed to Stalin concerning Gulags, but after all, it was these very Psyche-Trotskyists who were in charge of all the Gulags. And it was these Psyche-Trotskyists, in their struggle for hierarchical status, the cleansing of the Marxist ideology, and all kinds of combinations of the two, who would constantly turn on one another. As a result of this, many were sent to Gulags, and it was them who worked in the Cheka, the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission. The lists of the accused, who were convicted to time in the Gulags, were compiled by these very Psyche-Trotskyists, who were of this very type of psychological arrangement, whether they were declared political Trotskyists or otherwise. One of the principles of Stalin's governance was the elimination of the monopoly on governing labor. He understood the social significance of governing labor, and he created all the conditions necessary for the governing elite. Whatever opinion one might have of Stalin, it is known that he pressurized the elite and held rulers responsible for the quality of their work, a principle which greatly contributed to the quality of state governance. Another principle of Stalin's governance was the elimination of monopolistically high prices of governing labor. Under Stalin, the difference in salary between various social stratums was not high. For instance, today in the USA, the ratio is 265. The salary of the miner under Stalin was higher than the salaries of some ministers, indirect bonuses of ministers notwithstanding. For instance, in 1946, after another increase in salaries, professors and doctors of sciences began to receive 5,000 rubles a month, associate professors and candidates of sciences 3,200, rectors of universities 8,000 rubles. Scientists in the USSR were the richest and most respected members of Soviet society. By 1953, salaries of workers ranged from 800 rubles to 3,000 rubles or more. Miners and Stakhanovite metallurgists received up to 8,000 rubles a month, while the salary of a union minister was 5,000 rubles. Stalin, as chairman of the USSR Council of Ministers, received a salary of only 10,000 rubles. There is one more circumstance that deserves attention. This is the planned price reduction, an unprecedented event in human history. Before Stalin, no one pursued such a state policy. Of course, there have been price reductions in history, but they were more accidental or forced than a part of a systematic government policy. One of the indicators of an adequate state policy is precisely a consistently regular decline in prices and a consistently regular increase in wages. The following table clearly demonstrates the range of price reductions in Stalin's times. So, from 1947 to 1953, prices per kilogram for white bread and bakery products decreased 1.8 times, black bread 3 times, beef 2.4 times, fish, pike perch 1.7 times, a liter of milk 1.3 times, butter 2.3 times, 10 eggs 1.45 times, refined sugar 1.6 times, vegetable oils 1.75 times, vodka 2.6 times, beer about 6 liters 1.7 times, jars of crabs 4.6 times, an average pair of shoes 1.35 times, calico 1 meter 1.74 times, 1 meter of woolen fabric 2.5 times, natural silk 1.37 times. The cost of a food basket per month fell 1.75 times in price. At the same time, the prices for the Pobeda and Moskvich automobiles remained unchanged. Stalin endeavored to build a previous society where people would have sufficient free time in order to develop and spend more time with their families. Here are Stalin's words on the subject from his book Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. It would be wrong to think that such a substantial advance in the cultural standard of the members of society can be brought about without substantial changes in the present status of labor. For this, it is necessary, first of all, to shorten the working day at least to 6 and subsequently to 5 hours. This is needed in order that the members of society might have the necessary free time to receive an all-round education. It is necessary further to introduce universal compulsory polytechnic education, which is required in order that the members of society might be able to freely choose their occupations and not be tied to some one occupation all their lives. It is likewise necessary that housing conditions should be radically improved, and that real wages of workers and employees should be at least doubled, if not more, both by means of direct increases of wages and salaries, and more especially by further systematic reductions of prices for consumer goods. Questions arise. What would have resulted in the further decline in prices and the further increase of free time for all-round education? What kind of reaction would this provoke among the peoples of other countries? How would the global predictor react to this?
Товарищи красноармейцы и краснофлотцы, командиры и политработники, рабочие и работницы, колхозники и колхозницы.
Joseph Stalin conceptually opposed the global predictor, who in turn decided to oppose him and the mentioned Stalinist conception of Bolshevism and true communism. In order to implement their goals, the global predictor, who constantly monitor potential leaders and promising politicians all around the world, who could, through the masterful manipulation of these leaders' ambitions, at the right time, serve the right goals. For the goal of opposing Stalin and his policy, the global predictor decided to use, among others, a young German revolutionary, a carrier of radical ideas, one who wanted to return Germany to her former imperial glory, one who went by the name of Adolf Hitler. But, as Cosmo Prutkov said, everyone by the measure of his own understanding works for himself, but by the measure of his lack of understanding, he works for those who know and understand more. One of the ideological principles of Nazism following Adolf Hitler's rise to power was Lebensraum, which means living space. The belief was cultivated that the German population would require living space in order to survive, and the conviction that this living space could only be gained in the East, specifically Russia, formed the core of this idea and the consequent foreign policy. The Nazi Generalplan Ost policy, Master Plan for the East, was based on the tenets of Lebensraum. It stipulated the necessity of Lebensraum for the survival of the German peoples, and that the majority of indigenous populations of Central and Eastern Europe would have to be removed permanently, either through mass deportation to Siberia, extermination, or enslavement, including Polish, Ukrainian, Russian, Czech, and other Slavic nations considered non-Aryan. Entire indigenous populations were decimated by starvation, allowing for their own agricultural surplus to feed Germany. Despite the constant denunciation of Marxism in general and Bolshevism in particular, Hitler made the main emphasis on the need for Germany to obtain a living space. By the measure of Hitler's understanding, he worked for Germany, but by the measure of his lack of understanding, he worked for the global predictor. That was why he was allowed to obtain all the resources of Europe's industrial, economic, and human potential, for the purpose of carrying out an attack on the USSR. An unanswered question to this day is why Hitler, in need of huge amounts of funding to fuel his war machine, and operating under the ideology of uniting all Germans, did not march on his southern neighbor, Switzerland, a country brimming both with banks and with Germans. One of the theories goes that the global Predictor headquarters are situated in Switzerland, and symbolic is the fact that the only two countries of the world who, by this time, had not yet joined the IMF were the USSR and Switzerland. This symbolizes the opposition of two conceptions: the conception of domination of some people over others, the division of people into separate strata, classes and castes, and the conception of building a previous society where there is no place for the race of masters, which is true communism or Bolshevism. There is a general trend of comparing Hitler with Stalin, two leaders who in actual fact worked for two different and opposing conceptions. And the question arises, is this comparison appropriate? In the second half of the 19th century, the amount of the youth who burned with desire to transform Russia was sufficient for a movement of social thought to arise, and many of them came to Marxism. But the attitude of those who entered into adulthood did not abandon the ideals of youth, and the attitude towards Marxism manifested in different ways. Some, throughout their life, found in Marxism the ultimate truth, and thoughtlessly tried to look for ready-made recipes from the founders for solving the problems they faced. Others found in this ideological heritage a basis which would need further improvement. Marxism includes the philosophy of dialectical materialism, political economy, allegedly generated by the application of the dialectical method to the analysis of production and consumer activities of society, and the doctrine of the transition to socialism and communism on a global scale as a way to resolve all the problems of the socio-historical development of mankind. Marxism teaches, every problem of every philosophy is the problem of relation of consciousness towards reality, the problem of thinking towards matter and nature, and this problem has two aspects. First, what is primary, spirit or nature, matter or consciousness? Second, how knowledge about the universe relates to the universe itself, or, in other words, whether consciousness agrees with reality, whether it can correctly reflect the universe. These problems can be raised to the rank of the main issue only by adherence to the philosophy aimed at tearing people away from life and making them dependent on interpreters of the flow of life's circumstances. Such is the case, as without any mental tricks, logical proofs, and historical philosophical erudition, most people who have to solve everyday problems in their life instinctively know the following. Independent of the answer on the first aspect of the question, either spirit, i.e. God, is primary, nature, which is the fruit of spirit, is secondary, or nature is primary and human consciousness is secondary, man cannot change the existing reality, and the answer to the question which of the two opinions agrees with objective reality lies outside the area possible for logical proof. As for the second aspect of the main issue of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, one doesn't need any logical tricks to understand instinctively that knowledge about the universe may agree with the universe itself or not. When people act according to the knowledge that agrees with the universe, they have success. If they act according to the knowledge or pseudo-knowledge which does not agree with the objective reality, they get worse results than they expected, down to complete failure. And that is why only philosophy, which can answer questions in real life, such as, will the results of the work be worse than expected or not, has practical value in everyday life. In other words, the main issue of practically useful wisdom is the problem of detailed consequence predictability, which can assist people in their activities both individually and collectively. And according to this practically useful worldly wisdom, J.V. Stalin, in the given extract, undermines domination of Marxism and its philosophy's main issue over the minds of people. The laws of political economy under socialism are objective laws which reflect the fact that the processes of economic life are law-governed and operate independently of our will. People who deny this postulate are in point of fact denying science, and by denying science they are denying all possibility of prognostication, and consequently are denying the possibility of directing economic activity. Since Marxism does not handle the problems of predictability as well as different processes of governance, and Marxian philosophy and political economy prevent the understanding of governance processes in terms of predictability as a whole, and economics in particular, this extract does not concern Marxism. Throughout history, ordinary people have always been surrounded by certain collections of facts with no available method in order to sort them out. In his novel The Fifth Corner, Israel Moiseyevich Mehta said, "I have a lot of facts. I have enough facts. I am fed up with facts. But I am methodologically poor." In spite of what has been said about Marxism, it should be recognized as containing a certain goodness. This is the dialectical method which lays at the basis of its philosophy. And with the widespread propaganda of Marxism in all social strata, its dialectical materialism became historically the first methodological philosophy, the philosophical culture of which was determined for the entire society and not for a narrow circle of global elites. The goodness of Marxism was the fact that it contained methodology. Any methodology should serve the purpose of dealing with real, everyday life and comprehending objective reality. If the methodology contains objective mistakes and/or a priori lies which do not agree with the universe, then it has to be corrected and improved during the process of dealing with life as it is. If the methodology is not constantly and thoroughly examined, then it becomes dogma. Stalin has a work, Anarchism or Socialism, written by him at the age of 29 in 1907, which completes the first volume of his collected works. After a short introduction, a section entitled Dialectical Method begins. It is followed by two more sections, Materialist Theory and Proletarian Socialism. The order of these sections itself unambiguously indicates the fact that it made sense for Stalin to express opinions about nature and society only after a complete definition and the certainty in understanding of those methods of cognition and conceptualization of what is happening had been determined. On the basis of this definition and certainty, opinions about nature and society can be formulated. That is, this already purely formal indicator shows that J.V. Stalin, at a young age, already treated Marxism as a methodological worldview system, and not as a final, infallible dogma. In the section Dialectical Method, he writes about this directly. Dialectics tells us that nothing in the world is eternal. Everything in the world is transient and mutable. Nature changes, society changes, habits and customs change, conceptions of justice change, truth itself changes. That is why dialectics regards everything critically. That is why it denies the existence of a once and for all established truth. Consequently, it also repudiates abstract, dogmatic propositions which, once discovered, had merely to be learned by heart. If a person already at a young age mastered some methodological culture, then, further throughout his life, he can only improve himself within it and improve the methodological culture itself. But Marxism is not the only philosophical system in which there is an explicit methodology. And to all methodological philosophical cultures existing in the same world, it is not difficult to comprehend each other and come to a mutually acceptable understanding of the objective truth changing along with life due to the common for them objective reality, which they cognize and comprehend. But it is in principle impossible for quotation dogmatic philosophies to agree on a uniform understanding of the same phenomenon due to discrepancy between dogmas as such and terminological and symbolic apparatus which expresses these dogmas. However, the fact that methodology appeared in society on the level of official ideology logically preempted the appearance of people in this society who would be able to identify mistakes in the existing methodology, if any existed. Stalin found these objective mistakes in Marxism. There are direct evidences of Stalin's uneasiness about the absence of sociological theory in the USSR which would meet the demands of socialism and communism building. A quotation from an interview of R. Kosalapov, published in Zavtra, Tomorrow newspaper, number 50, 211, December 1997, confirms this. From the end of the 50s till the beginning of the 70s, I had to collaborate with Dmitry Chesnokov, a former member of the Central Committee Presidium, who was exiled to Gorky in 1953. Khrushchev couldn't explain to him the reason for that. This is the opinion and that's it. This is the Chesnokov whom Stalin had told by telephone 1 or 2 days before he died, "You should take up the theory's further development as soon as possible. We can mix something up in the economy, but we will improve the situation somehow. If we make a mess of the theory, we'll ruin everything. Without the theory, we are dead, dead, dead." As a matter of fact, if Stalin recognizes Marxism as a theory of socialism and communism building, he has no reason to convince D. Chesnokov that without theory, that is, improved methodology, Bolshevism would collapse. But if Stalin is sure that Marxism looks crooked, then his appeal to Chesnokov is a direct instruction to work out an alternative sociological theory, if we recall what is said in the Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. We could tolerate this incongruity for a certain period, but the time has come to put an end to it. In accordance with the goal orienting concerning the governance of the economy, Stalin shows his aversion to Marxian political economy, as one can organize the governance of the economy on its basis neither practically nor theoretically. In his work, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, Stalin speaks about this comprehensively enough. Absolutely mistaken, therefore, are those comrades who allege that since socialist society has not abolished commodity forms of production, we are bound to have the reappearance of all the economic categories characteristic of capitalism: labor power as a commodity, surplus value, capital, capitalist profit, the average rate of profit, etc. These comrades confuse commodity production with capitalist production and believe that once there is commodity production, there must also be capitalist production. They do not realize that our commodity production radically differs from commodity production under capitalism. Further, I think that we must also discard certain other concepts taken from Marx's Capital, where Marx was concerned with an analysis of capitalism and artificially applied to our social relations. I'm referring to such concepts, among others, as necessary and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus time. Marx analyzed capitalism in order to elucidate the source of exploitation of the working class, surplus value, and to arm the working class, which was bereft of means of production, with an intellectual weapon for the overthrow of capitalism. It is natural that Marx used concepts, categories, which fully corresponded to capitalist relations. But it is strange, to say the least, to use these concepts now, when the working class is not only not bereft of power and means of production, but, on the contrary, is in possession of the power and controls the means of production. Talk of the labor power being a commodity, and of hiring of workers, sounds rather absurd now under our system, as though the working class, which possesses means of production, hires itself and sells its labor power to itself. It is just as strange to speak now of necessary and surplus labor, as though, under our conditions, the labor contributed by the workers to society for the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of defense, etc., is not just as necessary to the working class now in power as the labor expended to supply the personal needs of the worker and his family. If one casts away from Marxian political economics such concepts as necessary and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus time, as Stalin bluntly suggests, it will fall to pieces. As a result of this, Marxism will collapse as well, because its political economy is a product of its philosophy. As a consequence, the breakup of political economy will inevitably entail the revision of philosophy, and hence revision of sociology on the whole, as well as revision on the system of representations of the history of global civilization and its outlook. On the whole, however, socialist society needs economic theory and sociology. Stalin finishes the mentioned part, giving direct instructions to scientists to work out a completely new economic theory, which would be in line with the life and the social wants of economics control. I think that our economists should put an end to this incongruity between the old concepts and the new state of affairs in our socialist country, by replacing the old concepts with new ones that correspond to the new situation. We could tolerate this incongruity for a certain period, but the time has come to put an end to it. In conclusion, it can be said that Stalin at first was one of those very burning youths with the desire to change Russia, who consequently adopted Marxism. But then, during the process of his political activity and constant self-education, he was able to root out the objective mistakes in the methodology of Marxism. This means that from a certain point in his career until the end of his life, Joseph V. Stalin cannot be called a Marxist, but a true communist. In the world today, the comparison is often drawn between Stalin and Putin. There is a certain feeling among observers of a similarity between the two leaders. In fact, there are many similarities between the two men. Stalin and Putin both came from a family of simple workers. Stalin's father, Bessarion Djugashvili, was a shoemaker who owned a workshop. His mother, Yekaterina, was a house cleaner and launderer. Putin's mother, Maria Ivanovna Putina, was a factory worker, and his father, Vladimir Spiridonovich Putin, was a conscript in the Soviet Navy, serving the submarine fleet in the early 1930s. Stalin and Putin both endured a difficult childhood, and their families both lived in poverty. In this way, Putin stands in stark contrast to the vast majority of Russian leaders. For instance, Mikhail Gorbachev, Boris Yeltsin, Alexander Yakovlev, the architect of perestroika, all hailed from Gulag families. Joseph Stalin was thoughtful, laborious, modest, a hard worker, inconspicuous. His speeches were rough and plain, lacking the charm and emotiveness of a Trotsky or a Hitler, leading to the fact that he was greatly underestimated by his opponents. The same story happened regarding Putin's coming to power. Vladimir Putin was also inconspicuous, quiet, disciplined, diligent, and followed orders without complaint. In both cases, the ruling clans miscalculated. There are three types of ruler. The first type is when the measure of the ruler's understanding is much higher than the measure of the understanding of his personnel. The second type is when the ruler's understanding is at the same level as his personnel's understanding. The third one is when the ruler's understanding is lower than that of his personnel. The first type of ruler concerns both Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin. The elite, in its majority, was afraid of and opposed to Stalin in terms of worldview. But it had hardly any opportunities to oppose him. Almost the same is true of Putin today, with the only difference being that the elite has plenty of opportunities to oppose him. In Stalin's case, there was an ideology in the country, on the basis of which he could justify decisions which, in essence, ideologically limited the elite. In Putin's case, legislatively, there can be no ideology in the country, so there is no motivated basis on which one can justify such decisions. That is, the elite is in essence not limited by anything in its opposition and sabotage. So it is that Putin has to maneuver in tougher conditions. According to the Constitution of the Russian Federation, Chapter 1, Article 13, Point 2, no ideology may be established as a state or obligatory one. In terms of the rate of economic growth, Stalin's USSR was superpower number one. The successes of the USSR seriously worried the capitalist countries, and above all, the United States. In the September 1953 issue of Nation's Business magazine, Herbert Harris's article entitled "Russia's Gaining on Us in Rate of Industrial Production and Economic Expansion, The Russians Sprint While We Lope Along," noted that the USSR was ahead of any country in terms of growth in economic power, and that at the time the rate of growth in the USSR was 2 to 3 times higher than in the USA. The growth of economic power in the Soviet Union is outpacing that of every other country. If present trends continue, Soviet production, as measured by such basics as coal, steel, electric energy, machine tools, will by 1960 surpass the combined total of Britain, France, West Germany, the Lowlands, and Italy. These nations taken together have a population of 208 million, or almost exactly the same as that of the USSR. Supporting this prediction are such facts as the 189% rise in Soviet steel output over the past 7 years, against 73% for the US. The more vigorous Soviet recovery from war's devastations as against US-aided Western Europe. The findings of recent economic research, which show that prospects for further Soviet economic growth are excellent. To put the magnitude of Russia's industrial advance in perspective, we can look back 40 years to 1913. Then, factory output in Britain alone was 4.5 times higher than in the Russia of the Tsars. Looking ahead for the same period, we find that our own present ratio of a 4.5 to 1 productive superiority of the USSR is no cause for complacency. The reality is that the rate of economic expansion in the Soviet Union is far more rapid than ours on a relative basis. From 1948 to 1952, for example, its production rose some 17% a year, and ours 4.3%. In just 2 5-year plans, more than 5,000 large objects were built in the country. Industrial production growth rates doubled every 4 years. Within 10 years, a complete base for the state's production was created, from metal smelting to the production of metal tools and machines. In 1939, the USSR became the 4th country in the world capable of independently producing any product of any complexity. As for Putin, the holistic picture of his political career can only be fairly judged once it is over. However, at the turn of the century, as one of the first political achievements of his career, Putin saved Russia from dismemberment, and the stark difference between the life of 90s Russia and the life of Russia today is undeniable. The USSR should be comprehended as a state of 2 different time periods: Stalin's USSR and post-Stalin USSR. As a clear example, one may look to the vast amount of projects that were initiated by Stalin, but were cancelled or terminated in post-Stalin USSR. The Stalin-Igarka Railway, the Sakhalin Tunnel, plans for creating a dollar-free zone of international trade. In April 1952, at the initiative of the Soviet Union, the International Economic Meeting was attended by representatives of 49 countries. Participating countries agreed to create a large format bloc and a dollar-free trade zone. Annual price reduction and individual entrepreneurship. Stalin's plans of transformation of nature. The complex program of scientific regulation of nature assumed that in 15 years, 120 million hectares of land would be recaptured from the steppe zone and included in the agricultural turnover, as well as the fact that 4 million more hectares of forest and state shelter belts over 5,000 kilometers would be planted. These strips were supposed to protect the fields from the hot southeastern dry winds. In addition to the main state forest belts stretching for hundreds of kilometers, forest belts with local significance were planted around individual fields, on slopes, ravines, along old and new water bodies, on sands, etc. In accordance with the plan, the methods of cultivating the fields were improved. Black fallow, chilling, and stubble cultivation were introduced. The system of application of mineral and organic fertilizers, sowing of selected seeds of high-yielding varieties adapted to local conditions. Investment in rural economy, collective and state farms received new equipment. All this made it possible to obtain high yields in the very first year of the implementation of the Stalinist plan. Grain gave an increase in yield of up to 30%, vegetables up to 70%, herbs up to 200%. A solid forage base was created for the development of animal husbandry. Machine and tractor stations played a significant role in the implementation of the plan. With such a growth rate in agriculture, the USSR could completely cover the internal need for food by 1960 and reach export growth. But in 1953, the implementation of the plan was stopped. Moreover, the planted forests began to be cut down. 570 forest protection stations were closed. All the equipment that was used in accordance with the Stalinist plan for the transformation of nature, cars, tractors, combines, etc., was transferred to the Virgin Lands. Soon, on the initiative of Krushchev, the machine and tractor stations were also closed. Looking at the facts, it is appropriate to call the period in the Soviet Union between 1953 and 1993 a 40-year-long coup d'etat. Many wonder at the fact that Stalin stopped at Berlin and did not go further across Europe. However, Stalin understood that in reality the USSR could only give Europe Marxism, the fallacy of which he described in his work Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Stalin said, "Without theory we are dead," which means that he denied Marxism a sufficient measure of adequacy. Having discovered the errors of the theory of Marxism, he indirectly contributed to the creation of a new, revised theory and methodology by creating the Suvorov schools, in which the future authors of the conception of social safety studied. In the creation of this methodological system, the collective of authors continued Stalin's mission to create a new theory. By a surprising coincidence, one of Stalin's nicknames, Koba, sounds almost exactly the same as the abbreviation of the new methodological system in its original Russian version, Kob. Joseph Stalin was at least 100 years ahead of his time, so indeed, Stalin did not walk away into the past, he dissolved into the future. History, like mathematics, can be considered as an exact science, only if in mathematics calculations can be carried out with an accuracy of 1 sign or more, then any historical process can be described with the accuracy of the faceless crowd people and personality. The personality of a leader, a genius, great and wise, or low and vile, depending on which conception of the organization of the life of society, socio-political conception, is considered. In a more complex variant of the description, the crowd people still remains faceless, but to the personality of the leader, other personalities are added. The associates of the leader, his enemies, and the associates of his enemies. These are the so-called historical personalities. However, since in the historical narrative of the two described types, other people belonging to the faceless crowd are connected with historical personalities in life and in activity, then, in the previously faceless crowd, various kinds of parties, parts, can be identified. Some of these parties exist for short periods of time within the active life of one generation, while other parties reproduce themselves in the continuity of generations, absorbing new people in order to replace those who pass away. In addition, various kinds of social groups can be identified within society, social classes, professional corporations, in a multinational society within the state, and in the composition of humanity as a whole, peoples and nationalities, national minorities, and so forth. Accordingly, the historical process can be described with the accuracy of certain social groups. Among these kinds of social groups, it is possible to especially identify those social groups, all representatives of which, in one way or the other, are mostly engaged in politics. Accordingly, the historical process can be described with the accuracy of a church order or a political party. However, not all social groups of this kind act openly in public politics. Some of them hide from society, conducting behind-the-scenes politics. Or they conduct politics while trying to impress upon those around them that they are not engaged in politics, but in something different. For example, collection of butterflies, or engagement in some kind of personal improvement of their members. According to the identification of this factor within the historical process can be described with the accuracy of a global conspiracy. However, since conspiracies of strategic directionality can be multi-layered, this is useful in case of failure and also necessary for the canalization of the excessive political activity of the non-initiated and the part of the opponents of the objectives of the conspiracy, who, however, are involved into the conspiracy for governance towards them, and equally for the neutralization of their activity in relation to the objectives of the main conspiracy. The historical process can be described with the accuracy of internal conspiracies within conspiracies that are dominant over the conspiracies at lower levels of mysteriousness. For example, Freemasonry in the Euro-American regional civilization. However, with conspiracies it is not so simple, since every real conspiracy has its own brain trust, which sets the objectives of the conspiracy, determines the ways and means of their realization, controls the course of the realization of plans, and adjusts them if necessary, and there is also an executive periphery. According to this circumstance, the historical process can be described with the accuracy of brain trusts, the deepest in multi-layer conspiracies. However, all of humanity, regardless of its real or fictitious internal structure, is only a part of the world, and according to this circumstance, it is not advisable to immediately reject the possibility that the historical process can be described with the accuracy of the relationship of earthly humanity with other civilizations, the hierarchy of Satan, and the kingdom of God, the Creator and Almighty, the providence of God. For those who, for various reasons, are unable to admit and accept the being of God, the Creator and Almighty, and Satan, let us say that the languages of nations do not maintain idle talk, within which there are no concepts. Therefore, under the kingdom of the Most High, the Creator and Almighty, they can understand a hierarchically ordered set of phenomena in nature and in society, which, as a minimum, possesses the quality of maintaining the stability of processes of development without the mutual destruction of uniqualitative systems within one hierarchical level. And under the hierarchy of Satan, another hierarchically ordered set of phenomena in nature and society, which has the alternative quality of antagonizing everyone and everything, and complements the first hierarchy of phenomena to the fullness of the world perception of the atheist. With any accuracy of historical descriptions, errors are possible, just as errors are possible when calculating with any number of signs. When reading historical works, they are also perceived by the reader with accuracy of the indicated categories, which, in their essence, are heterogeneous elements of historically established systems of social self-governance, always flowing within the boundaries of what is permitted by the hierarchically higher in relation to humanity, encompassing governance, with which humanity has been in disharmony far longer than it should have. Global politics as a historical phenomenon did not appear in the 20th century along with the formation of such institutions as the League of Nations and the UN. This is an ancient phenomenon, which is, as a minimum, approximately 3,000 years old. At the very least, That is the age of the flow of global politics that has created most of the problems for all peoples over the past few centuries and the last 2 millennia. The essence of this stream of global politics is laid out in the Bible as follows. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, your fellow Jew, as it follows from the context. Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger, that is, a non-Jew, thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God, i.e., the devil, if one judges the essence of usurious parasitism according to one sophist, may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess it. The latter refers not only to ancient times, and not only to Palestine, the land promised to the ancient Hebrews, because it is a quotation not from a transcript of the ancient scroll found at the place of excavations, but from a widely published book claimed by all churches and a part of the intelligentsia to be the eternal truth supposedly passed down from above. Deuteronomy 23:19-20. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. Deuteronomy 15:6. And thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. And the Lord shall make thee the head and not the tail, and thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If that thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, to observe and to do them. Deuteronomy 28:12-13. And the sons of strangers, that is, subsequent generations of the non-Hebrews, who have run up debts which could be repaid by no means to the tribe of usurious co-religionists, shall build up thy walls. Today many Arab families from Palestine are dependent on the opportunity of working in Israel, and their kings shall minister unto thee. I would rather be a Jew of the kings than a king of the Jews, was the way one of the Rothschilds answered the compliment. You are the king of the Jews. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and the kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish, yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted. Isaiah 60:10-12. The hierarchies of the so-called Christian churches claimed this abominable conception to be holy, while the canon of the New Testament, which had been censored and edited as far back as prior to the Nicene Council 325 CE, in the name of Christ, proclaims it, without any basis and until the end of times, to be benevolent divine providence. Think not that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Matthew 5:17-18. Recognizing the sacredness of the Bible, and the belief in the non-perversion of revelations from above, the racially elite fascist doctrine of Deuteronomy Isaiah of the enslavement of all becomes the dominant political doctrine in the culture of the biblical civilization, and the New Testament programs the psyche of the flock of churches in the name of Christ for submission to the biblical project of the enslavement of all. But I say unto you, that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law, and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. Matthew 5:39-40. Judge not, that ye be not judged. In other words, you have no right to decide what is dobro and what is evil in the concretics of life, and therefore do not resist anything. Matthew 7:1. This is the concrete meaning of the Bible, as a result of which the entire biblical civilization arose, and by means of which the so-called West and partly Russia are governed. Everything else in the Bible is trifles and accompanying circumstances aimed at disordering the mind and enslaving the will of people. As a result, in the biblical regional civilization, a peculiar system of intrasocial relations is developing, penetrating into all its states and national societies, recognizing the Bible as sacred, or at least tolerating it out of ignorance or nravious indifference towards dobro and evil. The highest level of the hierarchy, the higher-ups of the project who prefer to avoid publicity in their activities. This is the so-called world behind the scenes. The second level of the hierarchy, law-abiding Jews, who are entrusted with the mission of direct governance in the regions where there is a Jewish diaspora. The lowest level, those professing traditional Christianity in one of its modifications based on the canon of the New Testament and the tradition of interpreting the Bible for non-Jews, as well as atheists and representatives of other faiths who have to their name no alternative global projects. In addition to this, connective and nervous tissue of the system, linking its components together and ensuring their interaction, Freemasonry, acting on the basis of the principles. Everyone, to the extent of initiation, works for that which he understands, and to the extent of non-understanding, for those who are initiated into higher degrees than he is, and for those who understand more, regardless of the possession or non-possession of initiation. Strict obedience and answerability of the carriers of lower degrees to the higher ones. Herewith, degrees from 1 to 33 can be obtained by everyone who wishes to take part in the project and who are not denied this. From 34 to 66, only Jews. From 67 and above, only rabbis. Belonging to the highest degrees in each category requires, in most cases, although there may be exceptions, the hereditary affiliation of the applicant to the system. Such racial clan filtration and the requirement of hereditary affiliation are a sufficiently reliable barrier against the promotion of the anti-Masonic agents introduced into Freemasonry to leading positions in the system throughout the life of one generation, over which conceptually powerless fighters against the Yiddo-Mason conspiracy, in which both Yids and Freemasons are merely figures arranged in a somewhat more complicated way than in chess, do not ponder, and conceptually powerful people who don't accept the biblical project have no need for such penetration into its structures with the objective of leading and changing the directionality and character of its activity. And in order to prevent the formation of ideas about the systemic integrity and a determined purpose orientation of biblical culture in society, history textbooks do not say anything intelligible about the biblical global sociological doctrine and about Freemasonry as an instrument of its implementation, which distorts the views of the majority on the course of history and politics, including the views of the politicians themselves. That is, Freemasonry is engaged in the construction of a global state. It does not, however, do so abstractly, in general, but concretely, in line with precisely the mentioned program of global politics, about which almost all sources whose authors write about global politics and Freemasonry remain silent. However, in its external manifestations, Freemasonry is ideologically omnivorous in the literal sense of the word. It absorbs, consuming them from the inside, all conceptually powerless social movements, and, acting under the guise of their ideologies, it carries out the same biblical project of enslavement of all. This kind of ideological omnivorousness is given to society by it, in its own name, and anonymously, as religious tolerance, tolerance for the beliefs of other people. The aspiration of people and societies to obtain concrete answers to the question, what is truth, especially in sociological questions, entails intolerance to delusions and lies. And since this undermines the system-forming principle of ideological diversity and tolerance in their Masonic interpretation, this is condemned as one of the most serious crimes in the spiritual life of society. Stalin's reply to the greetings of the workers is much more interesting and meaningful if we consider its text, first published in the newspaper Zaria Vostoka, Tiflis, number 1197, June the 10th, 1926, not in the historical context of 1926, but in the context of the circumstances of 1948, when the 8th volume of Stalin's works was published, and in the context of subsequent history. And the key question in relation to this historical context can be formulated as follows. Why did J.V. Stalin not forget this answer, and for all the seeming insignificance of its theme, include it in his collected works, from all the speeches with all their reasons that he delivered during all the time of his political activity, from all the praises addressed to him in oral and written form for his 25 years as General Secretary? What is the meaning of this particular response to praise, starting from the moment of the publication of 1948? Having raised this question, let us turn to reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis. I must therefore give a true picture of what I was formerly, and to whom I owe my present position in our party. Comrade Arakel said here that in the old days he regarded himself as one of my teachers, and myself as his pupil. That is perfectly true, comrades. I really was, and still am, one of the pupils of the advanced workers of the Tiflis railway workshops. Let me turn back to the past. I recall the year 1898, when I was first put in charge of a study circle of workers from the railway workshops. That was some 28 years ago. I recall the days when in the home of Comrade Turua, and in the presence of Gibladze, he was also one of my teachers at that time, Chodrishvili, Shcheidze, Bochrishvili, Ninua, and other advanced workers of Tiflis, I received my first lessons in practical work. Compared with these comrades, I was then quite a young man. I may have been a little better read than many of them were, but as a practical worker, I was unquestionably a novice in those days. It was here, among these comrades, that I received my first baptism in the revolutionary struggle. It was here, among these comrades, that I became an apprentice in the art of revolution. As you see, my first teachers were Tiflis workers. Permit me to tender them my sincere comradely thanks. I recall, further, the years of 1907-09, when, by the will of the party, I was transferred to work in Baku. 3 years of revolutionary activity among the workers of the oil industry steeled me as a practical fighter and as one of the local practical leaders. Association with such advanced workers in Baku as Vatsik, Saratovets, Fialetov, and others, on the one hand, and the storm of acute conflicts between the workers and the oil owners, on the other, first taught me what it means to lead large masses of workers. It was there, in Baku, that I thus received my second baptism in the revolutionary struggle. There I became a journeyman in the art of revolution. Permit me to tender my sincere comradely thanks to my Baku teachers. Lastly, I recall the year 1917, when, by the will of the party, after my wanderings from one prison and place of exile to another, I was transferred to Leningrad. There, in the society of Russian workers, and in direct contact with Comrade Lenin, the great teacher of the proletarians of all countries, in the storm of mighty clashes between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, in the conditions of the imperialist war, I first learnt what it means to be one of the leaders of the great party of the working class. There, in the society of Russian workers, the liberators of oppressed peoples and the pioneers of the proletarian struggle of all countries and all peoples, I received my third baptism in the revolutionary struggle. There, in Russia, Under Lenin's guidance, I became a master workman in the art of revolution. Permit me to tender my sincere comradely thanks to my Russian teachers and to bow my head in homage to the memory of my great teacher, Lenin. From the rank of apprentice, Tiflis, to the rank of a journeyman, Baku, and then to the rank of a master workman of our revolution, Leningrad, such, comrades, was the school in which I passed my revolutionary apprenticeship. Such, comrades, is the true picture of what I was and what I have become, if one is to speak without exaggeration and in all conscience. The articulate speech of a person has the feature that it can be understood exclusively in its direct meaning. However, some oral speeches and texts, along with a direct meaning, sometimes trivial, carry some other meaning that can complement the direct one, but it may also be that the meaning conveyed allegorically can be much more significant than the meaning conveyed directly. Understood in the literal sense, J.V. Stalin's reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis can really be understood and appreciated in the sense that these are ordinary ritual etiquette speeches in the style "from our table to your table" and nothing more. However, bearing in mind that the terms apprentice, journeyman, and master workman used in the translation of this letter in Russian correspond directly to the terms entered apprentice, or fellow craft, and master, an objective reality is the fact that the terms used by J.V. Stalin correspond to the sequence of passing the degrees of initiation in Masonic lodges, which in some cases are not called lodges, but workshops. Accordingly, translated from Masonic jargon into English, the entire above reply of J.V. Stalin to the greetings of the workers, who at that time did not really have adequate ideas on how politics was carried out, and in particular global politics, means: "You, comrades, out of your best feelings, have spoken a lot of nonsense to me, but you don't understand anything about what is really going on, and therefore I am forced to restore the true picture of what is happening. However, I am not able to speak about it directly since I am not yet willing to die, but I can say allegorically, as the leader of the CPSUB and the Soviet people, I was created by Freemasonry. I traveled the path of initiations from entered apprentice to master of the revolution. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that baptism is normally accepted once, and 3 times baptism is a sign that all this is opposed to true Christianity as an ideology and as a practice of building the kingdom of God on earth. This, comrades, is the true picture of our life, if we speak without exaggeration, according to Sovest. Even if you, my contemporaries, don't understand this allegory, then descendants will understand it and continue our Bolshevik work of the reign of Spravedlivosť on earth." The inclusion of reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis in 1948 in the collected works of J.V. Stalin, in conditions of a long, not publicly disclosed conflict between Bolshevism and Freemasonry in all its branches, was the exposure of the hidden historical truth about the era of Marxist revolutions at the beginning of the 20th century. And this is not speculation about the era, and not a variation of the fantasies of politicking maniacs in the spirit of the anti-Masonic horror stories of the last 2 decades. The facts known to J.V. Stalin and historians of the communist movement of the second half of the 19th, first half of the 20th centuries are that in 1920 and 1922, the second and fourth congresses of the Comintern considered the issue of the penetration of Masonic agents into the communist movement, which was separated from the second, Social Democratic International. What follows is a quote from the book by V. Yemelyanov, Dezionization. For the first time, the question of Freemasonry, precisely in connection with the leadership of the French section of the Comintern, arose at the Second Congress in 1920. Secret members of several Masonic orders, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Radyk, and others, who at that time played a large role in the Comintern, made every effort in order on the one hand to fill the newly emerged international communist movement with cadres of Freemasons dressed in communist togas, and on the other hand, to nip in the bud any anti-Masonic protests in the Comintern. Even before the beginning of the Second Congress, the chairman of the Comintern, Zinoviev Radomyslsky, a member of B'nai B'rith, the Anti-Defamation League and the Grand Orient de France, did everything to present the matter in such a way that for Soviet Russia, the issue of Freemasonry allegedly carries no significance, and therefore is allegedly of no interest to the Russian communists. And such a perversion of reality took place just 3 years after the overthrow by the Bolsheviks of the entire Masonic provisional government, headed by the 33rd degree Mason A.F. Kerensky. However, in spite of these convulsive efforts of the B'nai B'riths and members of the Grand Orient who made their way into the leadership of the Comintern, during the meetings of the Second Congress, many Western communists pointed to the Masonic danger. So, in one of the speeches, it was said, "This question is of no interest to the Russians, but it is of enormous importance in Latin countries, that is, in Latin-speaking countries of Europe, in England and America. Freemasonry enjoys quite a large influence in these countries. It uses a political organization striving to conquer and hold on to power. It groups industrialists, scientists, businessmen. In addition, this organization is secret, and since in many countries we do not yet have illegal organizations, we are in a worse position in relation to Freemasonry. Comrades adhering to Freemasonry can control us, while we do not have the ability, in turn, to control their organizations. One of the main reasons for the crisis that the French party is currently experiencing is the presence in its ranks of many Freemasons. Since the members of the French party basically belonged to the same Grand Orient as Zinoviev and others, the latter, at this Congress of the Comintern 1920, despite a rather lively discussion on the issue of Freemasonry, did not hint at it themselves. Nevertheless, unanimously, with one abstaining, Zinoviev, the plenary session of the Second Congress of the Comintern accepted the proposal of the Italian party that a member of a communist party cannot simultaneously be a member of a Masonic lodge. Immediately after the end of the work of the Second Congress of the Comintern, Zinoviev, through the agents of the Anti-Defamation League, which he had introduced into many parties that were part of the Comintern, launched a vigorous activity of discreditation of all those Italian and some French comrades who spoke at the Second Congress with condemnation of Freemasonry. For almost a year, these comrades were under unprecedented pressure from the entire pack of Masons secretly introduced into the Comintern. As a result, at the Third Congress of the Comintern in 1921, a statement of the Italian Socialist Party to this Congress was read out, in which, with reference to the decisions of the Livorno Congress of the ISP in particular, it was said, turning to the relationship between the ISP and the Communist International, the Congress confirmed its initial, voluntarily adopted decision to join the International, and thereby undertake to obey the decisions of the last Moscow Congress, i.e., the Second Congress of the Comintern at which the Italian proposal on Freemasonry was adopted. In this regard, the Congress declares that the ISP includes all 21 conditions in its program. It rejects the reservation concerning Freemasons. Thus Zinoviev managed to force the Italian comrades to abandon their own fundamentally correct position. And also, bypassing the unanimous decision of the Second Congress to not include the clause on the incompatibility of communism with Freemasonry in admission condition number 21 to the Comintern. Due to this position of Zinoviev at the Third Congress of the Comintern, no one else said a word about Freemasonry. And another year later, in 1922, at the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, in connection with the continuing factional activity within the French party, the Comintern had to return to the French question again, for which a large commission was formed, which included V.I. Lenin, Clara Zetkin, Kolarov, Bulgaria, Grip, Norway, Walewski and Kocheva, Poland, Katayama, Japan, Bela Kun, Hungary, and others, who, despite the presence of Zinoviev and Trotsky in the commission, tried in every possible way to obscure the question of Freemasonry, prepared a text on the resolution on the French question, which was unanimously adopted at the 32nd plenary final meeting of the 4th Congress of the Comintern on December 5, 1922. This resolution contains an entire section on Freemasonry, which we present here in full. The incompatibility of Freemasonry with socialism was considered common in most of the parties of the Second International. The Italian Socialist Party expelled the Freemasons from its midst in 1914, and this measure was undoubtedly one of the reasons that allowed the party to pursue an opposition policy during the war, since the Italian Freemasons, as an instrument of the Entente, acted in favor of intervention. The Second Congress of the Communist International did not add to the conditions for joining the International a special clause on the incompatibility of communism with Freemasonry, only because it took it for granted, and as is clear from the minutes, did not allow the idea of the possibility of simultaneous belonging to the party of the proletarian dictatorship and to a purely bourgeois organization that covers up selective careerist intrigues with the formulas of mystical brotherhood. The fact that a significant number of French communists belonged to Masonic lodges, unexpectedly revealed for the 4th Congress of the Communist International, is, in the eyes of the International, the clearest evidence that our French party not only preserved the psychological legacy of French reformism and parliamentarism, but also purely material, extremely compromising the top of the party, connections with secret institutions of the radical bourgeoisie. And while the communist vanguard gathers the forces of the proletariat for a continuous struggle against all groups and organizations of bourgeois society in the name of the proletarian dictatorship, a number of reasonable party workers, deputies, journalists, right up to the members of the Central Committee, maintain close connections with the secret organizations of the enemy. Especially sad is the fact that the whole party, in all its streams, did not raise this question after Tours, i.e. the Congress in Tours, despite its complete clarity on an international scale, and that only in the process of factional struggle within the party did this fact come to light before the International in all its threatening significance. The International considers it necessary to put an end, once and for all, to these compromising and demoralizing connections between the leaders of the Communist Party and the political organizations of the bourgeoisie. It is a matter of honor for the revolutionary proletariat to cleanse all of its class organizations of elements that want to simultaneously belong to two fighting camps. Congress instructs the Central Committee of the French Communist Party no later than January 1, 1923, to liquidate all connections of the party, represented by its members or groups, with Freemasonry. Any communist belonging to the Freemasons who, before January 1st, does not openly declare to his organization his complete break with Freemasonry is thereby automatically excluded from the Communist Party without the right to join it at any time in the future. The concealment by someone of his membership in Freemasonry will be considered as infiltration into the ranks of the party of an enemy agent and will leave a stain of dishonor on the corresponding person in the face of the entire proletariat. Taking into account that the very fact of belonging to Freemasonry, regardless of whether this or that material, careerist and other defamatory objects were pursued in the given case, testifies to the extreme underdevelopment of communist consciousness and class dignity. The Fourth Congress recognizes it necessary that comrades who until now have belonged to Freemasonry and who have now broken with it should not be able to hold responsible posts in the party for 2 years. Only hard work in favor of the revolution as rank-and-file members of the Communist Party can return these comrades to full confidence and restore their rights to occupy the relevant posts in the party, says the resolution of the Fourth Congress of the Comintern. V.N. Yemelyanov was an Arabist by education. For some time he was an advisor to Enes Khrushchev in the Middle East, while the latter was the first secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU. That is, the above fragment is taken from a book written by a man who, being an assistant to the first person of the party and the state, had at the very least unofficial access to a lot of unreleased materials. The day after December the 5th, 1922, the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, on the initiative of V.I. Lenin, adopted an anti-Masonic resolution. V.I. Lenin ended up in Gorky, where a little over a year later, in 1924, his life ended. Whether this was a direct result of the doctor's success in the fulfillment of their duties, or whether the Masons' guardians were not involved, and V.I. Lenin himself, being at the mercy of materialistic atheistic beliefs, was not ready to withstand the blow of the Masonic egregor, the question is open. That is, in relation to the historical past, the publication in the collected works of J.V. Stalin, reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis, really should be viewed precisely in the context of the relationship between heterogeneous Freemasonry and Bolshevism. In addition, there are some more aspects of the symbolism of the allegory. A railway is a network, a kind of matrix of possible displacements, in which politics can flow from one quality of organization of the life of society and people in it to other qualities. Workshops are the chief, that is, of global significance, if considered in the aspect of politics. Now let us turn to the question of why and for what exact reason J.V. Stalin was put at the head of the party and state. And in this case there are also many facts that, if placed in the scheme proposed by N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress, would destroy it. However, before talking about them, it is necessary to clarify that in addition to public politics, there also exists politics which is behind the scenes, including global behind the scenes. The so-called world behind the scenes has existed for a long time, from the time of the earlier exodus of the Jews from Egypt, and exercises its power in ways different from those used by the governments of states, and which are perceived by the crowd as a means of exercising power in the life of society. If governments issue laws concerning all citizens, subjects, and directives addressed to the leaders of certain state structures personally, then the world behind the scenes, through its periphery in society, participates in the activities of the state apparatus and public institutions, supporting their independent actions or sabotaging them, but at the same time supporting other actions of other structures, both within society itself and in other countries. The periphery of the world behind the scenes is regular Freemasonry, and individuals whose nraviousness, worldview, and world understanding, which determine their purpose-orientedness and activity, line up with Masonic structures which are conspiratorial and relatively small in number in relation to the size of society. Such power is exercised on the basis of a preemptive event in the formation of the world understanding of certain social groups of a crowd elite society. On the basis of the formation of the world understanding in this way, entire social groups and social classes act as if on their own initiative, but in a manner necessary for the world behind the scenes. And this allows to restrict to a minimum number of mostly undocumented directives. This is a kind of pre-telephone law that has dominated since ancient times, issued in each country to a very narrow circle of initiated coordinators of the periphery activity of the world behind the scenes. As a result of this method of exercising power by the world behind the scenes on the ground, detective police attempts to identify and expose the world conspiracy and agents of the world government, in the sense of establishing membership, passwords, attendances, communication channels, and so on, always lead to the absurd. According to this usual practice, after the victory of the Marxist revolution in Russia, the bourgeois regimes of Europe and America, with the complicity of Japan, were allowed to intervene in Soviet Russia, with the support of the local counter-revolution in Soviet Russia. However, as demonstrated by the research of global history of the Russian Civil War and intervention, the counter-revolution suffered military defeat as a consequence of betrayal by its foreign allies. Under the pressure of internal movements with slogans like "Hands off Russia," military deliveries were called off shortly before decisive battles. Admiral A. Kolchak, the potential head of the multinational elitarian imperial Nazism, in the case of the victory of the counter-revolution, was betrayed by the interventionists following a direct order from their Masonic superiors, and handed over to the revolutionary power which liquidated him without unnecessary delays. Without undertaking any attempts to persuade him, although he was an outstanding scientist and an outstanding professional in naval affairs. The last front of the civil war in Russia was, in its essence, the Crimean front against Baron P.N. Wrangel. Under the word of M.V. Frunze, who guaranteed the life of those who surrendered, after P.N. Wrangel's flight abroad, the Crimean group ceased resistance and laid down arms in an organized manner. Immediately after this, M.V. Frunze was sent by the High Command to a new duty station, and in his absence, the Inter-Nazis, the organizers of this war crime were precisely the Inter-Nazis, Skilansky, Zalkind, Zemliachka, Belakun, destroyed up to 50,000 imprisoned white officers in Crimea, violating the guarantees given to the surrendered prisoners of preservation of life, thereby depriving the Bolsheviks of patriotically oriented cadres of governors, and at the same time discrediting M.V. Frunze personally, and another time the communist movement as a whole. This case is not something out of the ordinary. It is one of the last in a series of events of this kind in the Civil War. In its course, the mass, in a number of localities close to total extermination of representatives of the former governing elite, with families, including children, was a common phenomenon, not motivated by any real anti-Soviet activities of the victims. Therewith, there was such a large number of Jews in the staff of the heads of the Cheka apparatus in the center of the localities, especially in Ukraine, that the Cheka of those years can be considered as a prototype of Hitlerite Gestapo, but in a Jewish rendition. The Crimean massacre was organized when the Civil War had already been won by the Reds. There was no military necessity for it. Many white guards were demoralized by the defeat and the fact that the people supported not them, but the Reds, the Soviet power. This was a good psychological prerequisite for many of them, having rethought their participation in the Civil War, to after some time become the builders of a new Russia, since most of them were patriots. However, as can be understood from the report of N.S. Khrushchev, he justifies the Crimean massacre, although it was precisely as a result of it that the Soviet government lost many cadres of potentially useful governors, and simply the most educated people, many of whom the real improvement in the life of ordinary people under Soviet power could have turned into its adherents and defenders. However, this was not the political mistake of Sklansky, Zalkind, and Belakun. Purpose-oriented destruction of the representatives of the former governing elite and the most educated strata of society in Russia, under the guise of class enemies during the Revolution and Civil War by revolutionaries internationalists, upon its completion, led to the dominance of Jews in the bodies of the party apparatus and state power in mass media. This became both a consequence of the direct cadres policy of inter-Nazism to destroy outsiders physically and morally under any pretexts and to promote their own to key positions, and a consequence of the fact that in the Russian Empire by the end of the 19th century, it was precisely the Jews who were the most educated part of the multi-tribal population, ahead of all other ethnic groups in terms of statistical indicators of education. And work in the government required a certain minimum educational level, which the remainder of the population of the country, not belonging to the class enemies, hostile to the proletariat and peasantry, did not have. In other words, if we move away from the norms of political correctness, then the Great October Socialist Revolution was only all peoples socialistic in terms of slogans, but in its essence it was Jewish Masonic, fascistic, and its purpose was to replace the capitalistic form of exploitation of the majority by a minority, based on the power of money, to a more advanced form, based on the power of a plausible but inherently false sociological knowledge, replacing the elite national governing minority with an even more elite, cosmopolitan, international minority led by the representatives of Jewry and its ancient occult masters. However, in the very first years of peaceful life, The world behind the scenes and its periphery in the RSFSR USSR faced the fact that the majority of workers and peasants were loyal to the Soviet power, and many, especially from among the youth, actively supported it of their own initiative. However, along with this, there began the growth of what the fascists inter-Nazis call anti-Semitism in wide strata of society. In the prevailing social conditions, such persons as L.D. Bronstein, Trotsky, L.B. Rosenfeld, Kamenev, G.E. Apfelbaum, Zinoviev, and their other fellow tribesmen, at that time the cult leaders of the revolution and the working people who won the Civil War, could not be the personification of state power in the period of the then long process of building a new social system. L.D. Trotsky clearly did not understand this and aspired to become a leader, not wanting to free himself from his adherence to inter-Nazism. This is the reason that he got hit on the head with an alpenstock. If he were a Bolshevik, he would have lived to a ripe old age, as did L.M. Kaganovich. It should also be understood that if the revolution is accomplished in the course of an imperialist war, from the calamities of which everyone except the elite who profits from the war become fatigued, as it was in Russia in 1917, within society, there is one attitude towards the revolution and towards the new power emerging as a result. Whichever power it is, nonetheless, it is a savior from calamities. A completely different attitude, however, inevitably emerges towards a revolution in society with the same political objectives if a new power arises as a result of the victory of an aggressor who has started a revolutionary war for the liberation of the working brothers of another country from the oppression of capital, while the working people themselves have not yet become imbued with the idea that they absolutely need a revolution and a new power. Or if a new government arises as the result of organization of a state coup d'etat in a country living a peaceful life, which is clearly seen in the attitude towards the idea of socialism in the Baltic states. In 1917, the Red Latvian riflemen did not think about any separation of Latvia from Russia, and were in perfect harmony with the Siberian riflemen. After the October Revolution of 1917, the Red Latvian riflemen were one of the most reliable pillars of the new statehood. In one of his articles, L.D. Bronstein, Trotsky, even stated that if it were not for them, then Soviet power would have collapsed. In 1940, after the entry of the Baltic states into the USSR, organized from within by the periphery of the inter-Nazi Comintern, widespread dissatisfaction with Soviet power and socialism immediately began to develop, which intensified until the collapse of the USSR in 1991. These very significant political circumstances were not perceived by the Psycho-Trotskyist Marxists in the USSR as a political reality. In addition, while the civil war in Russia was ongoing, the revolutionary situation in European countries came to naught, which made the world Marxist revolution impossible in the near future. These circumstances led to the fact that the world behind the scenes was forced to agree with the point of view of V.I. Lenin. First socialism in one country, and then the transition to socialism in all other countries, which V.I. Lenin expressed back in 1915. Among the leadership of the CPSU, J.V. Stalin adhered to the same point of view. As noted by some researchers of the biography of J.V. Stalin, in the pre-revolutionary and first post-revolutionary years, among the latter, he joined the majority that had succeeded in forming, and in this way, advanced in making a party career. His works were written in a common language, which, on the one hand, ensured the intelligibility of their meaning to the consciousness of a simple, illiterate, and poorly educated working people, and on the other hand, convinced the governing intelligentsia in the party of the ignorance of J.V. Stalin himself, who allegedly simply could not master the highly scientific jargon with which the party intelligentsia spoke and wrote, but which ordinary people did not understand. Immanent, permanent, fideism, epistemology, and such like words from the literature of Marxist intelligentsia, which practically are not found in the works of J.V. Stalin. Therefore, from the point of view of party leaders such as Trotsky, Stalin was neither an outstanding party philosopher, economist, writer publicist, nor an outstanding orator, able to captivate the masses to revolutionary exploits by word of mouth. The intellectual leaders and their associates and hangers-on considered him to be ill-mannered, poorly brought up, rude, poorly educated, an ungraduated seminary student, lazy, he did not write anything in his last exile, and, accordingly, incapable of thinking independently. This gave rise to the illusion that J.V. Stalin could be governed by more intelligent and more wisely educated leaders, even if he became nominally the first person in the party. Therefore, the advancement of J.V. Stalin to the heights of the inner party power did not provoke objections and resistance from the world behind the scenes and its periphery. In addition, J.V. Stalin was a Natsman, Russian abbreviation for national minority. Like the majority of the leaders of the revolution, of Georgian origin, which seemed to be an automatic guarantee of suppression by him of the germination of the threat of great Russian nationalism and Nazism. All this contributed to the fact that the world behind the scenes considered it possible to entrust J.V. Stalin with the task of personifying the success of the building of socialism in one country. The Bolsheviks, for their part, as V.I. Lenin, losing health due to injury, lost the ability to lead the party and the state, were also contemplating on the topic of who would lead the continuation of their cause. In this regard, it is necessary to refer to a document known as the Letter to the Congress, which, according to the historical tradition of the CPSU, was recorded in several sessions from the words of Lenin, who had suffered a stroke, by his various secretaries at the end of December 1922, early January 1923. N.S. Krushchev, in his report at the 20th Congress, did not cite it in full, but cited only a few phrases from it, which allowed him to distort the meaning of this document as a whole in the history of the party and politics of the 1920s. The letter talks about how to avoid another split in the party in the future and ensure the stability of the Central Committee by formal means, and not by achieving a unity of views on all questions of the activity of the party on the basis of the mastery by its members of the methodological culture of cognition and world understanding. I think that from this standpoint, the prime factors in the question of stability are such members of the CC as Stalin and Trotsky. I think relations between them make up the greater part of the danger of a split, which could be avoided, and this purpose, in my opinion, would be served, among other things, by increasing the number of the CC members to 50 or 100. Comrade Stalin, having become Secretary General, has unlimited authority concentrated in his hands, and I'm not sure whether he will always be capable of using that authority with sufficient caution. Comrade Trotsky, on the other hand, as his struggle against the CC on the question of the People's Commissariat of Communications has already proved, is distinguished not only by his outstanding ability. He is personally perhaps the most capable man in the present CC, but he has displayed excessive self-assurance and shown excessive preoccupation with the purely administrative side of the work. These two qualities of the two outstanding leaders of the present CC can inadvertently lead to a split, and if our party does not take steps to avert this, the split may come unexpectedly. I shall not give any further appraisals of the personal qualities of other members of the CC. I shall just recall that the October episode with Zinoviev and Kamenev was, of course, no accident, but neither can the blame for it be laid upon them personally, any more than non-Bolshevism can upon Trotsky. As N.S. Khrushchev informs in his report, the text of this letter was distributed to the delegates of the 20th Congress. The addition to the above letter of December the 25th, 1922, as reportedly recorded on January the 4th, 1923 by a different secretary of V.I. Lenin, L.A. Fatieva, is also devoted to the characterization of J.V. Stalin. Stalin is too rude, and this defect, although quite tolerable in our midst, and in dealing among us communists, becomes intolerable in a Secretary General. That is why I suggest that the comrades think about a way of removing Stalin from the post and appointing another man in his stead, who in all other respects differs from Comrade Stalin in having only one advantage, namely, that of being more tolerant, more loyal, more polite, and more considerate to the comrades, less capricious, etc. The circumstance may appear to be a negligible detail, but I think that from the standpoint of safeguards against a split, and from the standpoint of what I wrote above about the relationship between Stalin and Trotsky, it is not a minor detail, but it is a detail which can assume decisive importance. In addition, NS Khrushchev announced 2 more previously unpublished documents. Letter from N.K. Krupskaya to L.B. Rosenfeld, Kamenev, who was chairing at the Politburo at the time, with a complaint against J.V. Stalin, who had been rude to her in a telephone conversation, reprimanding her for having brought V.I. Lenin some political information, despite the prohibition of doctors to agitate Lenin with politics until he recovered from a stroke that he had suffered in December 1922. And a personal letter from V.I. Lenin to J.V. Stalin, with a demand to apologize to his wife, N.K. Krupskaya, for the rudeness shown in the same telephone conversation. Since the delegates to the 20th Congress, unlike the associates of Lenin, knew nothing about the long-term romance of V.I. Lenin with Inessa Armand, this made a corresponding impression on them, that J.V. Stalin was at the head of the party almost against the will of Lenin, who had allegedly tried to warn the party against the election of J.V. Stalin as its leader. And since that time, publicists, adherents of the scheme of understanding history proposed to the 20th Congress by N.S. Khrushchev, have commented on Lenin's letter to the Congress many times, especially savoring the addition to the letter of January 4th, 1923. Lenin warned, but they did not heed. However, almost the only thing that escaped their understanding was exactly what Lenin was actually warning the Bolsheviks against, as well as the fact that V.I. Lenin, with this letter, factually recommended J.V. Stalin as his successor to the party of the Bolsheviks. In order to understand what Lenin was actually warning the party against in his letter to the Congress, let us calmly, without a riot of emotions, consider the characteristics given by V.I. Lenin to the members of the Central Committee of the CPSUB. All applicants for the post of party leader, no matter how it is termed, except for J.V. Stalin, are characterized by V.I. Lenin directly as non-Bolsheviks, Trotsky, as subjects who cannot be relied upon in matters, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Trotsky, whom in one of his works V.I. Lenin referred to as Little Judas, as bureaucrats, capable of breaking away from a living cause, carried away by administrative formalism, Trotsky, Bukharin, Pyatakov. Only one remains, J.V. Stalin, who has already concentrated in his hands immense power in the post of General Secretary, which speaks of his professional organizatory qualities, the ability to maintain a certain correspondence between form, the administrative side, and content, that is, the matter itself, and leadership abilities. However, along with this, he is rude, intolerant of others, capricious. With such characteristics of all the leaders, the addition to the above letter of January 4th, 1923, is empty rhetoric for the audience. It would be necessary to elect not Stalin, but someone else, someone like Stalin in terms of professional qualities, but who would not be too rude and would have more tolerance. Do you know such a person? Because I do not. And at the same time, this is a hint to Stalin. Learn self-restraint, dear comrade, otherwise, with all your good professional qualities, you will not be able to preserve your head. You will repeat my fate. You will be removed before you have time to complete the mission. You see for yourself. There are no Bolshevik cadres capable of leadership among the leaders of the party. But the mission of Bolshevism must be continued. Otherwise, Masons and the captivated by them idle-talking intelligentsia will completely walk all over the people. It is in this connection with Freemasonry that one should comment on the words of V.I. Lenin that the October episode with Zinoviev and Kamenev was, of course, no accident, but neither can the blame for it be laid upon them personally, any more than non-Bolshevism can upon Trotsky. This characterization given by V.I. Lenin to L.B. Rosenfeld, Kamenev, G.E. Apfelbaum, Zinoviev, L.D. Bronstein, Trotsky, obliges the correlation of it with the legal status of slaves in a slave-owning society. A slave is not responsible for anything before a society of free people. For all the damage caused by a slave, his master is responsible to society, and only the master has the right to punish the slave as he wishes. And in this, none of the members of the society of the free has the right to hinder him. However, this also characterizes the Masons. Bound by the discipline of mutual penetration of different lodges into one another. And accordingly, the characterizations given by V.I. Lenin to Bronstein, Rosenfeld, Apfelbaum is a definition of the legal status of a slave in a slave-owning society, not expressed directly, however, as in our text, but indirectly in different words. In correspondence with this, and with what we now know about that era, including the thematics of the Second and Fourth Congresses of the Comintern, V.I. Lenin's description of this threesome can only be understood as a hint that the mentioned leaders of the party are in reality puppets, slaves of the masters of Freemasonry, the executive periphery of the world behind the scenes. And one should not think that this conclusion is applied ex post facto, and that V.I. Lenin in reality had something else in mind. V.I. Lenin was a lawyer by education. He knew the history of the law from ancient times. And speaking at the Fourth Congress Comintern in December 1922, demanded the withdrawal of members of the communist parties from the Masonic lodges. A contemporary and eyewitness to the events, J.V. Stalin, commented on the October episode of Kamenev and Zinoviev in a similar way, in his speech at the joint plenum of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission of the CPSUB on October the 23rd, 1927, and also in connection with the letter to the Congress, which the Trotskyists already accused the Central Committee of concealing. The opposition is trying to use Lenin's will as a trump card, but it is enough to read this will to see that it's not a trump card for them at all. On the contrary, Lenin's will is fatal to the present leaders of the opposition. Indeed, it is a fact that in his will, Lenin accuses Trotsky of being guilty of non-Bolshevism, and as regards the mistake Kamenev and Zinoviev made during October, he says that the mistake was not accidental. What does that mean? It means that Trotsky, who suffers from non-Bolshevism, and Kamenev and Zinoviev, whose mistakes are not accidental, and can and certainly will be repeated, cannot be politically trusted. The text of this speech by J.V. Stalin was published in the Pravda newspaper on October the 25th, 1927, and was included in the 10th volume of his collected works. Stalin also says that the mistakes of Kamenev and Zinoviev are of a systematically conditioned character, and therefore Kamenev and Zinoviev must be defended against as representatives of a certain hostile system, from the power of which over themselves they have been unable to break free for many years already. If one attempts to evaluate the perception by different people, who do not know the behind-the-scenes background given by Lenin in his letter to the Congress of the characterizations of the members of the Central Committee, then for some one thing is significant, while for others something completely different. The fact that J.V. Stalin was rude, allowed himself not to adhere to good high society manners, was significant and is significant now for representatives of the carefree, talkative intelligentsia in the ranks of the party, and for the leaders who had also come out of the intelligentsia or had joined it in the course of professional revolutionary activity. For them, as the leader of the party, an intelligentsia's talker, the same as themselves, is preferable. However, among the ordinary people, engaged in real endeavors on the success of which life depends, that is, in the party mass, in those days rudeness was not considered a serious vice, as it was in the circles of refined intelligentsia. The ordinary people did not pay special attention to the rudeness of a person, and do not do so now, if the person possesses professional qualities that are useful to society, or if behind external rudeness, dobriousness is hidden. Among ordinary people, it is not rudeness that is usually intolerable, but the fact that someone lords himself over others, abusing their social status or abilities, which can also take place in exquisitely polite forms. If V.I. Lenin had written that J.V. Stalin was mocking and lording himself over his party comrades, then such a warning would have been treated differently. However, V.I. Lenin did not write this, since he had no grounds for such a description of J.V. Stalin. For the Bolshevik party members from the ordinary people, it was significant that J.V. Stalin concentrated power in his hands, that is, was not afraid to take care of the common mission, that he possessed the qualities of a leader and organizer in a living cause. And swearing, rudeness, is far from always an expression of anger, and even if rudeness occurs, hard words break no bones. Furthermore, in order for a person engaged in a real cause to break into rudeness, he must also be brought to that point by something, and this is the merit of others. And one must not forget that if we can come to know about communication with J.V. Stalin from the testimonies of contemporaries, many of whom wrote from hearsay, and who were filtered by anti-Stalinists in subsequent times, then in those years, actual communication with J.V. Stalin was not only experienced by V.I. Lenin, N.K. Krupskaya, and other leaders of the party. Therefore, there could have been other opinions about the politeness of J.V. Stalin that did not coincide with those expressed by V.I. Lenin in the letter to the Congress, and therefore did not become cultic in the era after the 20th Congress. During the years of Perestroika, when the struggle against Stalinism had again become active, a documentary film was shown on television that was shot in the place of Stalin's last exile in the Turkhansk region, under the concrete frame of the aquarium in which the House Museum once stood protected from the weather. It is empty. On the walls there are inscriptions, both curses addressed to Stalin, and requests for forgiveness for the fact that, after his departure to another world, they did not save the USSR, the first Bolshevik state. Then an old woman is shown, a resident of the village, who remembers Stalin from life in exile. She is asked the question, "What do you remember?" When this question is asked, youth shines from her eyes, and she replies, "He was kind. He treated people with herbs." So, with different people, J.V. Stalin apparently behaved differently, depending on what kind of people they were, what they carried in themselves, what they gave to society, and what J.V. Stalin himself saw in them. As a result, on the basis of such characterizations given to the leaders by V.I. Lenin, and personal experience of communication and work with all the leaders, the Bolsheviks in the All-Union Communist Party B supported precisely J.V. Stalin as the party leader. So both the world behind the scenes and the Bolsheviks in Russia herself agreed that Comrade Stalin, Joseph Vissarionovich Djugashvili, could be entrusted with the task of leading the building of socialism in one country. Although by socialism the world behind the scenes and the Bolsheviks understood completely different, mutually exclusive types of social arrangement of the life of people and human interrelationships. As a result of such interdependence of social and political processes, J.V. Stalin became the personification of the statehood of Bolshevism in the 20th century. In general, by the end of the 1930s, the successes of the USSR in building a new system of intrasocial relations in one country were undeniable, even taking into account the fact that the economic basis of the new civilization had been built with the forced technological support of developed capitalist countries. Herewith it is necessary to point out that the world behind the scenes intended to extend to other countries the achievements obtained in the social experiment in the USSR. Therefore, throughout the entire period of building of socialism between the First and Second World Wars of the 20th century, authoritative representatives of the Western intelligentsia came to the USSR, traveled around the country, communicated with ordinary people at work and in rest, and with the heterogeneous elite of the nomenclature, and even attended court proceedings in public trials of enemies of the people, and so on. And although the reviews about what they saw were different, on the whole, non-state propaganda on the part of authoritative representatives of the intelligentsia in the West was more pro-Soviet than anti-Soviet, and formed a favorable attitude towards the social experiment in the USSR in the countries of bourgeois democracies. In those years, the Western man in the street, especially educated, enlightened, was more frightened by Hitler's dictatorship than by Stalin's dictatorship, especially since in the USSR, anti-Semitism was regarded as a particularly dangerous crime for which malicious anti-Semites could pay with their lives, since the corresponding articles for the criminal codes of the Union republics, allegedly depending on the degree of its severity, provided for punishment for this up to execution. The law on the fight against anti-Semitism, resolution of the Council of People's Commissars, adopted in 1918, included death as a punishment for the most vicious anti-Semites, which provided Jews for several decades an exceptional position in society, since any conflict between a Jew and a non-Jew gave the Jew purely formal legal grounds to appeal to the law on combating anti-Semitism. And since Jews and those who were married to Jews constituted and still constitute a significant part of the ruling post-revolutionary elite, including the sphere of jurisprudence in all its forms, there were not many chances to successfully resist accusations of anti-Semitism. This situation meant that Jewish fascistic inter-Nazism reigned in the country. J.V. Stalin publicly recognized the juridical status of the USSR precisely as a Jewish Masonic fascistic state already in 1936, shortly before the adoption of the new constitution of the USSR. Anti-Semitism. In answer to your inquiry, national and racial chauvinism is a vestige of the misanthropic customs characteristic of the period of cannibalism. Anti-Semitism, as an extreme form of racial chauvinism, is the most dangerous vestige of cannibalism. Anti-Semitism is of advantage to the exploiters as a lightning conductor that deflects the blows aimed by the working people at capitalism. Anti-Semitism is dangerous for the working people as being a false path that leads them off the right road and lands them in the jungle. Hence, communists, as consistent internationalists, cannot but be irreconcilable, sworn enemies of anti-Semitism. In the USSR, anti-Semitism is punishable with the utmost severity of the law as a phenomenon deeply hostile to the Soviet system. Under USSR law, active anti-Semites are liable to the death penalty. Although this question was asked in 1931, the answer to it was published in the USSR only in 1936, less than a week before the adoption of the new constitution on December the 5th. In addition, J.V. Stalin did not forget to include this answer in his collected works, that is, still found it significant to life. The Jewish Masonic fascistic character of the regime of the USSR is indicated by the circumstance that this is not about the suppression of racism and xenophobia in any form of their manifestation, including anti-Semitism as one of the many manifestations, namely, the legal identification of anti-Semitism as a special danger for the Soviet system, with an overproportional representation of Jews in bodies of state power and prestigious branches of activity. But this is an expression of the encouragement of Jewish racism within the legislation of the USSR, directed against the rest of the non-Jewish population of the country. The inclusion of this answer in the collected works in 1948 is another sign indicating that the state of affairs in the USSR had little changed, since Stalin's collected works were more addressed to young people and descendants than to adult contemporaries and veterans of the communist movement. In those conditions, the publishing by J.V. Stalin of this answer was not only a notification to the Bolsheviks about the Masonic fascistic character of the regime in the USSR, but also the anticipatory statement of J.V. Stalin of loyalty to the top leadership of world Freemasonry and its masters. The global scenario of those years of the world behind the scenes still presupposed the implementation of the world socialist revolution, but in new historical conditions. The transition to socialism within it was presupposed by the liberation of continental Europe at the first stage from the Hitler yoke during the liberation campaign of the Red Army in Europe. V.B. Rezun, pseudonym V. Suvorov, stubbornly proves this statement in his books Icebreaker, Day M, and in others, but he attributes the scenario to J.V. Stalin personally, and not the world supranational behind the scenes, which he does not want to see directly or calculate using the methods of analysis of multifarious social statistics known to him from his work in intelligence. Therefore, V. Suvorov represents the aggressor as not the world behind the scenes, acting through Western Jewish Masonry, but the USSR, which was allegedly preemptively attacked by another aggressor, Nazi Germany, about 2 weeks before the Soviet attack commenced. In reality, the biblical world behind the scenes existed long before J.V. Stalin came to the leadership of the USSR, and throughout the entire biblical epoch in the history of global civilization was engaged in global political scriptwriting in pursuance of the earlier mentioned doctrine of Deuteronomy Isaiah. And in the global political scenario of the world behind the scenes in 1941, the USSR could no longer be the initiator of the war, even under the pretext of the need to liberate Europe from the Nazi yoke. Firstly, public opinion in Europe and America, for the most part, did not see the directionality of the flow of global history, and in the history of states, it saw only a chain of incoherent, aimless accidents. As a consequence of this, it reacted extremely negatively to the attempt to restore Soviet power in Finland during the Winter War of 1939-1940, when the USSR was attributed with the role of the aggressor. Also, the inclusion of the bourgeois democracies of the Baltic states into the USSR at the end of August 1940, as a result of the export of revolutions and pro-Soviet coups d'etats carried out from within the local periphery of the Comintern, was perceived extremely negatively. And this despite the fact that at the time, the Second World War had been going on for almost a year, and the entry of the Baltic states into the USSR objectively protected them from the threat of Nazi occupation. But, most importantly, it improved the geographic configuration of the fronts of the future anti-Hitler coalition, the creation of which in the very near future was an objective requirement of the time. The political scenarios of the world behind the scenes were then such that the Baltic states could not exist as independent bourgeois democracies. The only question was who, Germany or the USSR, would take them under its jurisdiction. For the leadership of the USSR, the dilemma was not whether to occupy the Baltics or to let the bourgeois democracies develop freely in it. The dilemma was different: to allow Hitler to occupy the Baltics with the support of local Nazis, or to forestall such a scenario and occupy the Baltics itself. And the fact that the pro-German and pro-capitalist elements in these countries, as a result of their inclusion in the USSR, were repressed, and at the same time there were abuses, is natural for that era. Had Stalin refused to export the international socialist revolution into them under the banner of Marxism, Hitler would have exported the National Socialist Revolution into them. There still would have been repressions, but in relation to different people, and in the repressions there would also have been abuses. The bourgeois democracies in these countries were unable at the time to prevent the emergence of both oppositions, irreconcilable with them and with each other, and had the inclination to surrender power to Nazism. Even in our time, bourgeois democracies for these countries are the prospectless arrogance of their elite. One has to be more intelligent. But they complain about J.V. Stalin, and in essence they regret the failed Nazi occupation, instead of thinking about what was vicious in the Baltic bourgeois democracies' societies themselves. as a consequence of which they became grass on the battlefield and fell victim to God's allowance. Secondly, in the bourgeois democratic states of the West themselves, the opposition to the historically formed socio-economic structure in which the Jewish clan supranational bank usury reigned supreme was not only pro-Marxist international socialist. In each of the countries of bourgeois democracy, there was also a rather powerful nationalist opposition. Depending on the internal circumstances, the nationalist opposition to bourgeois democracy was either purely oligarchic or national socialist. But in any of the variants, it represented a historically real pro-Hitler fifth column, which played its role in the occupation of all European countries by the Nazis, and which was in readiness for betrayal of the historically formed in them regimes in all the countries which Hitler, for one reason or the other, did not have, or make, time to invade, except for the USSR, where the fifth column was mostly mowed down during the pre-war repressions, although individual and sometimes very severe manifestations of its activity took place. It was to the nationalist opposition that R. Hess appealed when he went to Great Britain in May 1941 with some peace proposals that have not been declassified to this day. There was also a strong nationalist socialist and generally pro-German opposition in the United States, and Argentina in the pre-war years was virtually the South American branch of the Third Reich. For the world behind the scenes, in order to neutralize the internal nationalist opposition in the countries of bourgeois democracies of the West, and deprive its activists of the support of the politically inert Philistine, it was necessary to discredit the ideas of national self-awareness. And for this, Hitler had to bring Germany to Nazism and sacrifice it to the world socialist revolution by attacking the USSR. At the same time, the war on the part of Germany was supposed to be a brutally anti-human operation to clear the territory of the residing population, and not a moderate police occupation as it was in Europe before 1941. Most of the victims among the Jewish population of Europe fall in the period after the German attack on the USSR. Such a war against the USSR was supposed to have ended with the defeat of Germany, especially with the support by Western countries of the USSR. In addition, in order for the achievements of the social experiment in the USSR to be extended to other countries without much resistance, the image of the USSR had to become covetedly attractive for their populations and its bourgeois regimes, which throughout the 1930s pursued encouraging and conciliatory politics in relation to Hitlerism, were to become repulsive. For this, the USSR had to cease to be a cultic, abstract symbol of a bright future, as it was in the eyes of the left intelligentsia in the 1930s. But it had to become the real last hope of the layman intimidated by Nazi atrocities, that it was precisely the power of the USSR that would protect humanity from enslavement by German fascism. Therefore, in order for the Red Army's liberation campaign in Europe to be impeccably justified in moral ethical terms throughout the world and desired in the countries occupied by the Nazis, the USSR had to become a victim of the aggression of Nazi Germany. The project World Socialist Revolution, under the banner of Marxism in the middle of the 20th century, as in its beginning, again demanded the organization of a world war for its implementation. The Marxist Trotskyists in the USSR itself, with their political script, did not fit into this political scenario in any way. The idea, from the power of which they could not free themselves, of starting a revolutionary war for the liberation of the laboring brothers, averted many people from the socialist reorganization of the world. And the scenario of the overthrow of the Bolshevik J.V. Stalin, who to a large extent subordinated the bureaucratic apparatus of the party and state to his will, according to the templates of the Japanese-Russian War and World War I of the 20th century, the overthrow of the governing regime as a result of a military defeat, worked directly against the scenario of global politics of the world behind the scenes, and the scenario of the Second World War of the 20th century. The issue with J.V. Stalin personally would be taken up by the world behind the scenes in the post-war period. Therefore, the world behind the scenes not only did not prevent, but itself contributed to the destruction of both L.D. Bronstein and his followers in the USSR and in the Comintern, who did not sense the trends of the time. As a result, during the attack on the USSR, the support of Hitler's aggression by the fifth column in the USSR itself was reduced to isolated episodes. The most significant of them, the failure of General D.G. Pavlov to comply with the directive on bringing the troops of the Western Special Military District into combat readiness, which was one of the most important reasons for the catastrophe in the summer of 1941. D.G. Pavlov, during the investigation, admitted to the fact of his treason, but at the trial, he denied the testimony given by him as to his treason. As a consequence of the fact that on this point, satisfied with the confession of the accused, the investigation did not burden itself with the construction of an evidence base, during the judicial investigation, it was possible to prove only negligence in the performance of official duties. For this, D.G. Pavlov was sentenced to death and shot. He was rehabilitated posthumously by the neo-Trotskyist Krushchev regime in order to fuel the myth of a surprise attack and J.V. Stalin's personal guilt for it. In reality, it is a well-known fact. The Soviet Navy met the surprise attack on alert. That is, it was not a surprise. If one branch of the armed forces encounters a surprise attack on alert, and other branches of the armed forces are exposed to an enemy attack that is really a surprise for their units and formations, then, in the branches of the armed forces subjected to a surprise attack, there is, as a minimum, criminal negligence and inadequacy of the positions held by many leaders of the highest echelon, and, as a maximum, organized betrayal of the motherland. Realizing this fact, the entire post-war period, the neo-Trotskyist regime hounded the former Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, People's Commissar Minister of the Navy, Admiral N.G. Kuznetsov. The Marshal of the Soviet Union, G.K. Zhukov, whose intelligence and professional military qualifications made it possible to draw the above conclusion, being personally partially responsible for the catastrophe of 1941, participated in the creation and maintenance of the myth of the surprise German attack on the USSR. As a result of its attack on Poland on September 1, 1939, Germany found itself involved in a world war, in which it was not prepared for victory. After that, the only possibility for it to avoid becoming a victim in the project World Socialist Revolution was to sacredly honor the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact of August 1939, and in the summer of 1941, to carry out Operation Sea Lion. The latter would have allowed Germany, contrary to the position of the governing elite of Great Britain, which rejected the peace offered to it through our Hesse, to withdraw from the war and start revising its racist sociological doctrine in the spirit of multinational Bolshevism, so that it would be possible to unite the peoples of the USSR, Germany, and other countries in line with the conception of building multinational socialism, since Germany was already free from the power of Marxism, and the USSR had just to solve this problem. In connection with the stated possibility of a course of events that did not take place in real history, there is no need to twist arms. Great Britain at that time was the center of the global colonial empire, and accordingly oppressed hundreds of millions of people around the world. The well-being of its own population was largely ensured by the centuries-old politics of colonialism and slavery in line with the biblical doctrine. This is a cocktail of Jewish inter-Nazism and Anglo-Saxon Nazism. We will not argue about whose Nazism is superior, German or British. In 1941, this was the only possibility for Germany to force the world behind the scenes to revise its global political scenarios, including in relation to it. J.V. Stalin left open to Germany such a possibility until June 22, 1941 inclusive. However, the Germans personally entrusted everything to Hitler, who, in the evening of June the 21st, 1941, fairly nervous and hesitating, nevertheless decided to attack the USSR on the morning of the next day, according to Operation Barbarossa. And the Operation Sea Lion plan of attack on Great Britain, developed in parallel with it, then acquired the significance of successful strategic disinformation. Both plans were designed as plans for actual military operations to be carried out, and each acted as a misleading red herring in relation to the other. Therewith, each of them was adventurous in its own way, and therefore, when information leaked, as a consequence of such adventurousness, it was regarded by many foreign military experts as deliberate disinformation that could not be used as the basis for real warfare. A letter from Hitler to Mussolini of June the 21st, 1941 has survived. In it, Hitler notifies Mussolini of the impending attack on the USSR and writes in particular the following: "If I waited until this moment, Deuce, to send you this information, it is because the final decision itself will not be made until 7 o'clock tonight." At the time of writing the letter, the decision in essence had already been worked out, but had not yet been announced as an irreversible directive for action. Hitler ends the letter with a confession. "Let me say one more thing, Deuce. Since I struggled through to this decision, I again feel spiritually free. The partnership with the Soviet Union, in spite of the complete sincerity of our efforts to bring about a final conciliation, was nevertheless often very irksome to me, for in some way or the other it seemed to me to be a break with my whole origin, my concepts, and my former obligations. I am happy now to be relieved of these mental agonies." Although Hitler did not notify any of his allies about the timing of the implementation of concrete plans for war against the USSR, also in order to avoid information leakage, this letter of his to Mussolini is in many ways psychologically reliable. And it shows that Stalin was right, adamantly demanding from his military leaders not to allow provocations on the borders with Germany, not to succumb to provocations, and not to inflate incidents on the border. Until the very beginning of the war, he left Hitler the opportunity to overcome the legacy of his whole origin, his concepts, and abandon his former obligations. The Non-Aggression Pact and the rapid development of Soviet-German cooperation in the period of 1939-1941 was better than the refusal of the USSR from negotiations and treaties with Germany, simply due to the fact that the treaty created a favorable psychological atmosphere so that the leadership of the Third Reich could free itself from oppression on the politics of origin, concepts, and former obligations to worthless allies of the Axis powers and to the world behind the scenes. If the treaty had not been announced, then, over the leadership of the Third Reich, in addition to the psychological oppression of those factors about which Hitler wrote to Mussolini, the armed silence of the Soviet Union would also have loomed, which would have created frightening uncertainties for Germany and would have closed the possibility of the final conciliation of both states. The circumstance that Hitler did not find the strength to use for the good of Germany the opportunities provided to him by the Soviet-German Treaty to change his politics in the world and within the boundaries of Germany is in no way the fault of Stalin. This is the fault of Hitler, which was blamed on Stalin. Stalin, as is evident from Hitler's letter to Mussolini, was a very profound psychologist, and correctly assessed not only the military aspects of the situation, but also the psychological background of the war raging in Europe. So, as a consequence of the fact that the Germans showed horrific political myopia and willlessness, and Hitler remained faithful to the world behind the scenes, Germany was defeated, and the ideas of national self-awareness were identified with Nazism, fascism, and racism, and were discredited for many decades in the culture of the majority of the peoples of the earth. As a result of the defeat of Germany, the USSR gained a colossal moral and obvious authority in the world, which was unshakable until the so-called Caribbean crisis of 1962. The world community did not forgive the USSR for the deployment of missiles in Cuba, Although it did not protest against the fact that along the entire perimeter of its borders, the USSR and its allies were surrounded by the military bases, including missile ones, and strategic aviation airfields of the United States and its allies in various blocs. This characterizes the world community. On the other hand, the deployment of missiles in Cuba was a political provocation. There was no military need in it. This circumstance characterizes the leadership of the USSR, political short-sightedness, erroneousness as an atmosphere in which the puppet in relation to the world behind-the-scenes character of Khrushchev's anti-Bolshevik regime became possible. Furthermore, the socialist planned economy of the USSR proved its effectiveness during the years of the country's preparation for victory in the war, both in the course of the war itself and in the years of post-war economic recovery, both in terms of production growth and in terms of indicators characterizing the cultural development of society. However, almost immediately after the end of the Second World War, the world behind the scenes began supporting anti-Soviet forces in the entire part of the world not controlled by the USSR. With that, not only was the state structure of the USSR condemned, but the very idea of socialism as the basis for organizing the life of society was declared in the state propaganda of the bourgeois democracies to be a kind of totalitarian tyranny that suppresses the personality of the individual. At the same time, however, in the countries of bourgeois democracies themselves, many features of the socialist socio-economic structure that had successfully proven themselves in the USSR and in Hitler's Germany began to be introduced. The planned and regulatory influence of the state at the level of the macroeconomy, the development of social provision for youth, as well as adults and old people who have lost their health, and so on. And in most universities, the statehood of the bourgeois democracies for decades turned a blind eye to the Marxist propaganda of the Trotskyist wing among students. Along with this, the character of the economic and cultural interrelations between the USSR and the West had qualitatively changed, both in comparison with the time of the cooperation of the United Nations in the fight against Hitlerism during the Second World War of the 20th century, and in comparison with the pre-war years, when, in general legally, there was an overflowing of scientific technical developments and technologies from the advanced states of Europe and the United States into the USSR, although this side was not covered by Soviet historians either in preliminary courses or in publications intended for the general reader. After the Second World War, the Iron Curtain arose, which, in fact, did not exist even after the Revolution of 1917, during the years of the Civil War and the diplomatic isolation of the USSR, which for a long time was not recognized by many developed capitalist states. These circumstances suggest that something happened in the USSR itself that was perceived by the world behind the scenes as a threat to its undivided global power. In our opinion, even in the pre-war years, the world behind the scenes had reason to fear that Bolshevism in the USSR, which operated in the first half of the 20th century in the ideological shell of introduced into Russia Marxism and in the organizational forms of the Marxist Party, would get out of its control. As a consequence of the fact that this fear was not empty, at the end of the Second World War, the main problem of the world behind the scenes was to curb, suppress, and eradicate Bolshevism in the USSR and not to spread its socialist culture as a whole to other countries, in which they limited themselves to some measures on the introduction of elements of socialism into the economy and to the propaganda of Trotskyist Marxism in the student environment. Substantiation of the statement about the aggression of the USSR in the era of Stalinist Bolshevism from the control of the world behind the scenes, we will begin with the fact that in order to realize the scenario of the world socialist revolution in the political circumstances that had developed by the summer of 1939, the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact was not only unnecessary, but potentially harmful. The fact is that in both states, there were active generations who saw the reality and consequences of the last war between Russia and Germany, and therefore were sincere supporters of good neighborly relations and cultural rapprochement between the peoples of the two countries. All past history has shown that the best times for life in each of them fell on periods of their allied and mutually beneficial trade relations and cultural exchange. This creative potential of people who wanted to avoid a new military clash was a reality in both states, and it only remained to be claimed and supported in state politics. For the world behind the scenes, however, relying primarily on the power of the United States, the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact opened up the possibility for an unacceptable change in the global distribution of economic and military power across Allied blocs, while violating the main principle in its global governance, divide and conquer. Before the conclusion of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact in 1939, it was as follows: USA and Great Britain, as a force that determines the victory of one of the parties in the opposing pair, Germany and its allies on the one side of the front line, the USSR, practically without allies, on the other. As a result of the conclusion of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, it became as follows. The prospect of a dual situation opened up, the United States against a united Eurasian bloc, with the leadership in it of the Bolshevik, by the character of socialism in them, USSR and Germany, possibly united into one union state. Which of the former politicians and leaders in both states would have survived in the course of such a scenario, and who would have perished into political or physical oblivion, is another question. Adherence to the agreement of the political leadership of both states paved the way for precisely this. The global situation, in the case of the development of Germany and the USSR in this direction, was out of the control of the world behind the scenes. Therefore, describing how J.V. Stalin needed a non-aggression pact with Germany in order to attack Germany himself, V.B. Rezun shields the world behind the scenes as the organizer and inspirer of the First and Second World Wars of the 20th century. Although this maximum scenario did not take place in the 20th century, nonetheless, the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact still deprived the world behind the scenes of freedom of political maneuver, and therefore became the victory of Bolshevism in global politics. Without this pact, Germany's attack on Poland, already overdue by that time, could automatically have developed into a military clash between the USSR and Germany in the event of an attempt by the USSR to take under its protection the ethnically non-Polish population of the western regions of Belarus and Ukraine, captured by Poland during the collapse of the Russian Empire, or in the event of an attempt by a part of the Polish troops to be interned, crossing the Soviet border. Motivation on the German side of the need for war against Poland. The Polish government prevented overland communication through its territory between East Prussia, now the Kaliningrad region of the Russian Federation, and the rest of Germany. And both sides apparently strived to avoid mutually acceptable agreements on this issue, acting under the pressure of the world behind the scenes. Throughout the entire time between the First and Second World Wars of the 20th century, Germany repeatedly offered Poland to agree on an extraterrestrial transit regime through its territory. That is, without visa and customs control by the Polish side of German goods and passengers. But Poland categorically refused to develop norms for such transit. According to the recollections of the Germans, who had to travel from Germany to Germany in transit through Poland during this period, Polish officials were not averse to throwing their weight around, both when issuing visas and during passport and customs control. In the end, after another refusal of the Polish side to resolve this problem, Hitler decided to get rid of it by force. This scenario of a military clash between the USSR and Germany would have automatically guaranteedly come to be if, in August 1939, instead of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, the USSR had concluded the proposed Allied treaty with Great Britain and France. The Anglo-French draft proposed by France and Great Britain did not oblige these countries to conduct military operations coordinated with the USSR within certain periods after the USSR entered the war in the event of a German attack on one of them or on Poland. At the same time, Poland, in the event of a German attack on it, also refused to let the USSR troops through its territory in order to enter into combat contact with the German troops. Such a policy was idiocy on the part of the governing bourgeois regimes of Great Britain and France. Their governments cherished the hope of preserving the historically established capitalism and system of global colonialism, and on this basis, purpose-orientedly worked to protect German National Socialism from Marxism and Bolshevism of the USSR, and with Bolshevism and Marxism of the USSR, to defend themselves against German National Socialism. Poland in 1939 was sacrificed by them to this lust in the same way as a year earlier Austria and Czechoslovakia were sacrificed to it, the fates of whom, however, taught the wise men in Warsaw nothing. This is how the bourgeois democracies of the West fit into the scenario of the world behind the scenes of the automatic start of the war between Germany and the USSR already in 1939, or at the latest in 1940. As further developments have demonstrated, J.V. Stalin in August 1939 correctly rejected the Anglo-French proposals for an Allied treaty. After Germany's attack on Poland, France and Great Britain showed treachery towards it. Poland fell under the blows of the Wehrmacht because France and Great Britain violated the treaty with it and did not commence military operations against Germany within the time limits which had been stipulated in the treaty by the forces. This behavior of Poland's allies allowed the Wehrmacht to defeat Germany's enemies one by one. First, by concentrating all of its forces against Poland, and after defeating it, against France and the British expeditionary forces on the European continent, which led to the occupation of a part of France by the Nazis and the creation of a puppet pro-Hitler regime within it, and Great Britain in 1940 was brought to the brink of military and economic disaster. There is no reason to believe that the bourgeois governments of France and Great Britain would have fulfilled their allied obligations towards the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics more conscientiously than they fulfilled them towards bourgeois Poland. The agreement between the USSR and Germany, which was ripe for aggression against Poland, on non-aggression, excluded the possibility of automatic involvement of the USSR in a war with Germany and its allies, given the contemplative position of France and Great Britain, and indeed delayed the war with Germany by almost 2 years, making it possible to rearm and reorganize its armed forces. The Soviet-German agreement of 1939 is disgraceful for the USSR if one pretends that the world behind the scenes does not exist. If one relates to the global supranational political scriptwriting of the biblical world behind the scenes, then it is justified, being a step towards the liberation of all mankind from the tyranny of the biblical world behind the scenes. The main thing for the USSR is that precisely as a result of the conclusion of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, the bourgeois democracies of the West found themselves in a state of war with Germany before the war between the USSR and Germany began. Therefore, at the beginning of the war between the USSR and Germany, the USSR automatically turned out to be a de facto ally of all states already waging hostilities against Germany and its allies, regardless of the juridical form of the USSR's allied relations with each of them. If the World War had begun as a war between the USSR and Germany, repeating the scenario of the First World War of the 20th century, then the world behind the scenes would have had the opportunity, based on the loyalty of each of the warring nations and their evaluations of the prospects, to choose the time and side for the bourgeois democracies of the West to enter into the war, in order to exert its decisive influence on the end of the war and the post-war structure of the system of international relations. The second sign, also bad from the point of view of the world behind the scenes, comes at a time immediately after the surrender of Germany. This is the victory parade in Moscow on the Red Square on June the 24th, 1945. From the point of view of a simple Soviet person who is not familiar with Masonic rituals and legends, it would be logical that if Germany's attack on the USSR took place on June the 22nd, then the victory parade should also take place on June the 22nd. It would be symbolic. You wanted June the 22nd, you get the June 22nd victory parade. However, the victory parade took place for some allegedly unknown reason, not on June the 22nd, but on June the 24th. But if one recalls Masonic symbolism and rituals, then June the 24th is the day of John the Baptist, after whom is named one of the directions of Yiddo Masonry. In the Freemasonry of John, June the 24th is annually the day of the Order's holiday. Accordingly, the appointment of the victory parade to June the 24th is a sign indicating those who really started that war in order to achieve their political objectives with its help. Where did the initiative come from in terms of the appointment of the day of the victory parade to June the 24th? From the representatives of the world behind the scenes or from J.V. Stalin? Until now, this is an open question, and we have never seen any publications on this topic. But in any case, it is significant that J.V. Stalin withdrew himself from taking the salute at the victory parade on the day of Freemasonry of John. Two reasons for his self-withdrawal are given. The first, J.V. Stalin, allegedly, at first wanted to take the salute at the parade himself. However, in preparation for this, he, as it is said, fell from a horse during training in the arena, and they could not find a calm horse for him. Under the pressure of such circumstances, insurmountable for him, J.V. Stalin, allegedly gritting his teeth from the missed opportunity to show off, was forced to yield the honor and glory of taking the salute to Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, who was originally a cavalryman by his military origin. This version is very popular with representatives of the anti-Stalinist intelligentsia. Also, from hatred of Stalin and the desire to explain to the crowd the reasons for the victory of the Great Patriotic War, stemmed attempts to create a posthumous cult of Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, in order to obscure the truth about J.V. Stalin and that era. G.K. Zhukov is supposedly the main and almost only creator of the victory, unfairly infringed upon by J.V. Stalin in the post-war years. Those who believe in this delusional thesis forget that G.K. Zhukov was only a professional military man, and victory in the Great Patriotic War required pre-war preparation, both in global politics and in internal politics, preparation of the national economy, and in the course of the war itself, coordination of front and rear operations. All this in aggregate from the end of the 1920s, during the war years, and until the end of his days, was led by J.V. Stalin. Stalin also directed the activities of G.K. Zhukov, although in the subsequent times of the exposure of the personality cult of J.V. Stalin, all this was overgrown with legends and historically unreliable lies, especially about the initial period of the Great Patriotic War, including with the complicity of G.K. Zhukov himself. Zhukov himself did not carry the aspiration to become, after the victory of the Great Patriotic War, the legitimate successor of J.V. Stalin, or the usurper, the Soviet Bonaparte. But there were political, in essence anti-Bolshevik aspirations among the post-war generals, and G.K. Zhukov, with his characteristic conceit and ambition, was a really convenient figure who, in the case of success of the anti-Stalinist military conspiracy, could be appointed as the head of state, at least for the period of the formation of the new regime. By removing G.K. Zhukov from Moscow, J.V. Stalin factually saved him, at the same time frightening generals with repressions against some high-ranking military personnel for abuse of office and violations of Bolshevik ethics expressed in love of trophies. As for the activities of Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov in the post-war years, as life has shown, in his personal and professional qualities, his complicity in the persecution of the former People's Commissar of the Navy N.G. Kuznetsov alone speaks volumes. He did not correspond to the positions above the commander of the military district, or at most, commander-in-chief of the ground forces, since not in the pre-war years, not during the war years, not after, did he find the opportunity to delve into the affairs of aviation and the navy, and therefore could not professionally lead the development, combat training, and the use in peacetime and wartime of the armed forces of the USSR as a whole. G.K. Zhukov was what he was, and should be thanked for the good that he did. But it is unacceptable to abuse this and create false myths on this basis, making him a cult, in essence caricatured, historical figure. The second version was expressed by V.B. Rezun in a conversation on Radio Svoboda in 2002. Its essence, in a not word-for-word retelling, is as follows. Since the USSR failed to occupy all of Europe, it thwarted the prospects of the world socialist revolution and thereby, according to V.B. Rezun, doomed the USSR to decay and death. J.V. Stalin allegedly adhered to analogous views and therefore believed that the USSR had lost the war that J.V. Stalin had allegedly prepared for the inclusion of the whole of Europe into the USSR, but the scenario of which he was allegedly not allowed at first by A. Hitler having made a preemptive attack on the USSR, and then by the Allies, whose military presence in Europe in 1945 forced J.V. Stalin to refuse to include even Eastern Europe, liberated from Hitlerism, into the USSR. Allegedly unwilling to publicly admit the fact of this kind of essentially personal defeat, J.V. Stalin withdrew himself from taking the salute at the victory parade and provided an opportunity for the amusement of the ambition of Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, who, in terms of global politics and the world revolution, did not understand anything, as most ordinary people and narrow specialists. However, had J.V. Stalin have had a sense of victory in the meaning that it seemed to him, he would have taken the salute himself. And even if they could not find a calm horse for him, he would have taken the salute himself, be it from a jeep, from a tank, or even from a limousine. Along the way, V.B. Rezun names another sign that, in his opinion, confirms the collapse as a result of the Second World War of the idea of establishing Soviet power and socialism on a global scale. Until 1941, in Moscow, on the site of the Cathedral of Christ the Savior, destroyed in 1935, the construction of the Palace of the Soviets, a skyscraper, was carried out, which was supposed to be crowned by a giant figure of V.I. Lenin, several tens of meters high. It was allegedly in this palace that it was presupposed to carry out the admission of the last socialist republic into the USSR, which was supposed to complete the world socialist revolution and give the USSR the status of worldwide statehood. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the construction was mothballed. Shortly before the victory over Germany, the decision was made to stop it. In the post-war years, a swimming pool named Moscow was built on the site of the destroyed cathedral and the failed palace of Soviets. The Moscow pool, in its turn, was liquidated during the years of reforms, and in its place was erected, and by 2001 consecrated by the church hierarchy, the current model of the former Cathedral of Christ the Savior. But there is also a third version. It consists in the fact that if on June the 24th, on the day of the Freemasonry of John, J.V. Stalin, the head of state and its supreme commander-in-chief, watches the parade from the sidelines, then, objectively, it is as a minimum a demonstration of his disloyalty to the biblical world behind the scenes, and as a maximum, this is a sign that Stalin himself, heading the Bolshevik leadership of the USSR, abides in the same, if not higher, intra-social rank as the leaders of the world behind the scenes, but is in opposition to them, which is demonstrated by the character of all his post-war activities. This version is supported by the fact that Victory Day became a state holiday of the USSR only in 1965, when imitators of Bolshevism stood at the head of the party and state. For the Bolsheviks themselves, the victory in the coalition with the puppets of the world behind the scenes over the puppet Nazism artificially nurtured by it was a victory in only one of the battles, and not the final result in the struggle for the liberation of global civilization from the tyranny of the world behind the scenes, and opening up the opportunity to begin the formation of a global civilization of humanness. Therefore, there is still a lot to be done in order to make the holiday of May the 9th truly the victory day of the peoples of the USSR in the imposed on them war of 1941 to 1945, which became the Great Patriotic War. While they won it at the level of the sixth priority of generalized means of governance, however, on higher priorities, the Great Patriotic War for liberation from the tyranny of the world behind the scenes is still ongoing. The report of N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress begins with the preamble. Comrades, in the Party Central Committee's report at the 20th Congress and in a number of speeches by delegates to the Congress, as also formally during plenary CC/CPSU sessions, quite a lot has been said about the cult of the individual and about its harmful consequences. After Stalin's death, the Central Committee began to implement a policy of explaining concisely and consistently that it is impermissible and foreign to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism to elevate one person, to transform him into a superman possessing supernatural characteristics akin to those of a god. Such a man supposedly knows everything, sees everything, thinks for everyone, can do anything, is infallible in his behavior. Such a belief about a man, and specifically about Stalin, was cultivated among us for many years. The objective of the present report is not a thorough evaluation of Stalin's life and activity. Concerning Stalin's merits, an entirely sufficient number of books, pamphlets, and studies had already been written in his lifetime. The role of Stalin in the preparation and execution of the socialist revolution, in the Civil War, and in the fight for the construction of socialism in our country is universally known. Everyone knows it well. At present, we are concerned with a question which has immense importance for the party now and for the future, with how the cult of the person of Stalin has been gradually growing. The cult, which became at a certain specific stage the source of a whole series of exceedingly serious and grave perversions of party principles, of party democracy, of revolutionary legality. Because not all as yet realize fully the practical consequences resulting from the cult of the individual, or the great harm caused by violation of the principle of collective party direction and by the accumulation of immense and limitless power in the hands of one person, the Central Committee considers it absolutely necessary to make material pertaining to this matter available to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It would seem that everything is correct, quite well-meaning, and relevant, at least at the time of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. There is only one question. What if J.V. Stalin was really one of the few governors in the USSR who thought for each and everyone? When most of the other governors either did not know how to think and did not want to, like the majority of the delegates to the 20th Congress, or they thought individually and mafia-cooperatively, for the most part, about their own self-interest, like the participants in the Central Committee Presidium meeting on February 1, 1956, and many other party, state, and economic officials. And each of them thought for each and everyone only within the boundaries of their official duties and only under the pressure of the insistence on high standards by J.V. Stalin towards subordinates. Ordinary people who were engaged in labor which was not of a statewide governorial or local governorial character, simply did not have the free time and energy to think about each and every one. And, moreover, they were not informed sufficiently broadly and deeply, primarily on questions of history, sociology, economics, psychology. If this is so, and it really was so during the time of J.V. Stalin, and continues to be so after his death to the present day, then this created the objective basis in society for ordinary people to respect J.V. Stalin, first of all, as a governor, who successfully solves tasks and problems of social as a whole significance, and the governing bureaucratic mafia, depicting its respect for J.V. Stalin, created the personality cult of Stalin and basked in the aura of this cult. Without the respect of many ordinary people for J.V. Stalin, the cult of his personality would have been impossible, as later the creation of the personality cults of N.S. Khrushchev, L.I. Brezhnev, M.S. Gorbachev, which was attempted by the governing bureaucracy and other sycophants, just as was done in the Stalinist era, turned out to be impossible. Nonetheless, N.S. Khrushchev, in his report, passed over in silence the objective social prerequisites for the emergence of the cult of personality of the head of the party and state in the USSR, and immediately set about explaining the subjective attitude towards the cult of personality of the founders of Marxism, K. Marx and F. Engels, citing the relevant quotes from their works which he hardly knew where to find, but the reference and puppeteers pulled the strings, and the quotes formed the subject. In a letter to the German political worker Wilhelm Blas, Karl Marx stated, "From my antipathy to any cult of the individual, I never made public during the existence of the First International the numerous addresses from various countries which recognized my merits and which annoyed me. I did not even reply to them, except sometimes to rebuke their authors. Friedrich Engels and I first joined the secret society of communists on the condition that everything making for superstitious worship of authority would be deleted from its statute. Ferdinand Lassalle subsequently did quite the opposite." Sometime later, Engels wrote, "Both Marx and I have always been against any public manifestation with regard to individuals, with the exception of cases when it had an important purpose. We most strongly opposed such manifestations which during our lifetime concerned us personally." The great modesty of the genius of the revolution, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, is known. Lenin always stressed the role of the people as the creator of history, the directing and organizational roles of the party as a living and creative organism, and also the role of the Central Committee. Marxism does not negate the role of the leaders of the working class in directing the revolutionary liberation movement. While ascribing great importance to the role of the leaders and organizers of the masses, Lenin, at the same time, mercilessly stigmatized every manifestation of the cult of the individual, inexorably combated any foreign to Marxism views about a hero and a crowd, and countered all efforts to oppose a hero to the masses and to the people. Having read this, one might think that J.V. Stalin did not have a definite opinion on the question of the cult of personality, or that he adhered to some other views, and on their basis deliberately implanted the cult of his own personality. In actual fact, J.V. Stalin directly and repeatedly condemned the attempts of many officials and others to isolate themselves as a new social elite, and did not want, either explicitly or secretly in the depths of his soul, to be the leader and personification of this elite. In my life, I twice called Stalin a genius. Once in some greeting that I did not write, there was a group signature. Stalin got angry and ordered that it be crossed out. How did you end up on here? I ended up on here as is right and proper. Really? You too are trailing after everyone? This from the story of V.M. Molotov, F.I. Chuyev, Molotov, a semi-powerful ruler. And if one is familiar with the texts of the published works of J.V. Stalin himself, then the last paragraph we quoted from the report of N.S. Khrushchev downright cries out that it should be continued by the text of J.V. Stalin himself. Here is a letter from J.V. Stalin, Publications for Children directed to the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Youth, February the 16th, 1938. I am absolutely against the publication of stories of the childhood of Stalin. The book abounds with a mass of inexactitudes of fact, of alterations, of exaggerations, and of unmerited praise. Some amateur writers, scribblers, perhaps honest scribblers, and some adulators have led the author astray. It is a shame for the author, but a fact remains a fact. But this is not the important thing. The important thing resides in the fact that the book has a tendency to engrave on the minds of Soviet children and people in general the personality cult of leaders, of infallible heroes. This is dangerous and detrimental. The theory of heroes and the crowd is not a Bolshevik, but a social revolutionary theory. The heroes make the people, transform them from a crowd into people. Thus, say the social revolutionaries, the people make the heroes. Thus reply the Bolsheviks to the social revolutionaries. The book carries water to the windmill of the social revolutionaries. No matter which book it is that brings the water to the windmill of the social revolutionaries, this book is going to drown in our common Bolshevik cause. I suggest we burn this book. To a normal person, it should be univocally clear from this letter of J.V. Stalin that the cult of personality is not created by the idols of the cult, but by sycophants who choose idols for themselves, or who, by force of some of their subjective characteristics, are hypocrites in front of their superiors. And the statement is not a scientific discovery made by J.V. Stalin in the field of psychology and sociology. This has been known since ancient times, if not in all, then in the vast majority of cultures. However, this was not clear to the delegates of the 20th Congress in 1956. This did not become clear to the entire anti-Stalinist society in subsequent years. This is idiocy of the highest standard and an almost complete decay of nraviousness. And if N.S. Khrushchev had not been a scoundrel, he would also have included in the text of the report this opinion of J.V. Stalin on the harmfulness of the cult of personalities of leaders for the mission of building socialism and communism. However, in this case, N.S. Khrushchev would have had to have touched upon a different problematics in his report. How could the cult of personality arise and be maintained, contrary to the clearly expressed desire of the personality itself? But it is precisely this topic that the scoundrels, having released N.S. Khrushchev with a report to the Congress, wanted to pass over in silence. There may be objections on the theme that the quoted letter of J.V. Stalin to the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Youth was belated, since it appeared when the cult had already taken shape, that it was unknown to N.S. Khrushchev, that the mention of the socialist revolutionary theory of the hero and the crowd in the report of N.S. Khrushchev and in the letter of J.V. Stalin is an accidental coincidence, and not evidence of the fact that the author of the report knew about Stalin's letter and used it in preparation of the report. Indeed, during the life of J.V. Stalin, 13 volumes of his collected works were published, which contain his works from up to and including January 1934, and therefore the letter to the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Youth was not known to the public. The last volume of the collected works of J.V. Stalin was published in 1951, after which the publication of the remainder of the volumes was terminated. And there are no indications and evidence that this was done at the behest of J.V. Stalin, since for him the publication of his collected works was almost the only way to convey to the people directly and capture in history his understanding of the past era and the prospects, and Stalin knew that he did not have long to live. Therefore, the termination during his lifetime of the publication of collected works of J.V. Stalin is another argument against the consistency of the Khrushchev version that J.V. Stalin was a narcissistic sovereign dictator who purpose-orientedly instilled the cult of his personality. The publication of the collected works of J.V. Stalin was terminated during his lifetime through sabotage by inner-party anti-Stalinist and, in its essence, anti-Bolshevik mafia during the preparation of the volumes following the 13th. Another testimony of F.I. Chuyev. They started talking about Trotsky, about the assessment of his activities in Stalin's article The October Revolution. An entire paragraph, it turns out, was not included in Stalin's works. Molotov brought his volume, where in the margin by hand was written what Stalin had in the original version, about how Trotsky managed to win the Petrograd garrison over to the side of the revolution. It turns out that Stalin was also edited, sometimes. and it is unlikely that this withdrawal was committed by J.V. Stalin, since in a footnote on the same page, one more piece of evidence is given. In 1939, Stalin, looking over the second volume of the History of the Civil War, asked, "And where is the portrait of Trotsky?" "But he is an enemy of the people." "He was the People's Commissar for Military Affairs," said Stalin. And after the murder of J.V. Stalin by his associates, the publication of his collected works was not resumed, despite the corresponding decision of the Central Committee of the CPSU, adopted in March 1953, to perpetuate the memory of J.V. Stalin. Moreover, after the 20th Congress, the study of the works of J.V. Stalin was withdrawn from the system of historical sociological education and party studies, and the works themselves were withdrawn from the general access of libraries, moved to special depositories, and were not republished in the USSR. However, since the order to citizens to hand over the works of the tyrant, available in home libraries, was not followed, some families retained unfinished collections of works by J.V. Stalin, as well as individual editions of his works and their publications in newspapers. Thanks to this, we now have the opportunity to analyze the essence of the 20th Congress. In contrast to the position of the legacy of J.V. Stalin in the USSR is the fact that in the mid-1960s, the Hoover Institution on War, Revolution and Peace, USA, Stanford, California, published volumes 14, 15, 16 of the collected works of J.V. Stalin in Russian. This means that there was an extensive leak of materials from the Institute of Marxism-Leninism under the Central Committee of the CPSU, which in Soviet times was in charge of publishing and republishing the works of the leaders of the world communist movement. The leak could have been authorized. The publication of J.V. Stalin's works in Russian by the Hoover Institution means that the higher-ups of the United States recognized in J.V. Stalin a real, outstanding communist politician, and they needed his writings in order to reasonably build their global anti-communist policy. They needed them in Russian, and not in translation into English, because in translation the translator unwittingly cuts the meaning that surpasses his own understanding and does not fit into it. And accordingly, in order to simplify the implementation of the global anti-communist policy, it was necessary that in the USSR the Stalinist ideological heritage was not available to anyone, except for those who were entrusted by the higher-ups of politics with access to the special depositories of libraries and archives. This again is about the fact that to speak about the 20th Congress and its impact on the quality of the future of all mankind outside the context of global politics is intellectual underdevelopment or idiocy, or deliberate villainy. Having made this excursion into the history of domestic and foreign book printing, let us return to the report of N.S. Khrushchev to the 20th Congress. If we relate to chronology, then the report of N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress pays more attention to the events that had taken place precisely from the end of 1934, the murder of S.M. Kirov, mass repressions of the period of the Yezhov Terror, political processes of 1937-1938, when N.I. Yezhov, as the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, was replaced by L.P. Beria, the Great Patriotic War, the Leningrad Affair, Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, Radionov, Popkov, and others received what they deserved, the Doctor's Plot, and is almost completely silent about what happened in the country before 1934, what G.G. Yagoda, as People's Commissar of Internal Affairs, did, what L.D. Trotsky, N.I. Bukharin, L.B. Kamenev, G.E. Zinoviev, and some other activists of the revolution who perished after 1934 did. He is also silent about the struggle against cosmopolitanism in the late 1940s. That is, the report of Khrushchev is structured so as not to enter into polemics with Stalin, whose opinion on certain questions was expressed in an incomplete collection of his works. Therefore, let us turn to the times when there was not yet any cult of personality of J.V. Stalin. It is June the 8th, 1926. J.V. Stalin has only served 3 years as General Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPSU-B, Not even 2.5 years have passed since the time of the death of V.I. Lenin. There is still a new economic policy in the country. The development of the first 5-year plan has not even begun, neither has industrialization or collectivization. General illiteracy is in the process of being overcome. In fact, the USSR as a state superconcern, does not yet exist, but the cult already exists. The cult is already there. However, in those years there was not one cult of one particular personality, but a multitude of cults of many personalities, leaders of the revolution and heroes of the Civil War, Lenin, Krupskaya, Trotsky, Budyeni, Voroshilov, Frunze, Tukhachevsky, union-wide. Zinoviev was on the local scale of Leningrad, with claims to all union, and besides the mentioned ones there are many other cults of leaders and heroes on a smaller scale. Some cults have passed their apogee and rolled towards decline, Trotsky, Zinoviev. Others outlived their idols, Lenin, Frunze, and others still have simply taken place, Budyeni, Voroshilov, Tukhachevsky. However, cults of personality did not appear in great numbers in 1926. They began to emerge during the success of the revolutions of 1905, 1907, and 1917, and the Civil War. The idols themselves treated the cults of their personalities in different ways. V.I. Lenin and F.E. Dzerzhinsky, according to the testimonies of their contemporaries, were against the cult of their personalities and devoted themselves entirely to the cause in which they saw the meaning of their lives. Trotsky, Zinoviev, although they did something, and sometimes quite a lot, the question what did they do is a special question. Nonetheless, therewith, as contemporaries testify, they loved to show off. The cult of their personalities was pleasant to their complacency. Here there is one more circumstance that should be noted. There are two types of atheism. Idealistic atheism directly declares God exists, He is the Creator and Almighty, and further develops and imposes on people such a belief that the more faithful a person is to this belief, the further he is from the stream of God's providence, and the more problems he has in interrelationships with life and God. Materialistic atheism is more honest. It directly declares there is no God, all creeds are the fictions of the cult rulers, and therefore it hinders people less from living according to Sovest than idealistic atheism does. Of course, under the condition that the Sovest in a person is not suppressed. As a result of the victory of the revolution in 1917, the dominance of the ideology of idealistic atheism in Russia ended, and the imposition of the dominance of the ideology of Marxism, materialistic atheism, began. However, at the same time, people for the most part remained the same. Their psychic background, that which is deeper in the psyche than lexically expressed ideologies, remained the same. Therefore, all those hopes that were previously pinned on God, as a result of the transition from idealistic atheism to materialistic atheism, became wanderers. This created automatically realizable preconditions for the elevation of the head of state to the rank of a superman, possessing supernatural characteristics akin to those of a god. Words from the report of N. Krushchev. If the aspirations of sufficiently wide social strata are embodied in his politics. In the politics pursued under the leadership of J.V. Stalin, the aspirations of sufficiently wide strata of society, much wider than the eternally dissatisfied groups of the intelligentsia, were stably being realized, although there were mistakes and abuse of power by many party, state, and economic officials. The cult of personality of the party leader under such conditions would have been impossible only in one of two cases: if society had been obviously psychically different, or if politics had deceived the most significant hopes and aspirations of a sufficiently wide circle of people, which took place later, during the times of Khrushchev himself, Brezhnev, Gorbachev, Yeltsin, as a result of which they would accuse the leaders of deceiving their hopes. For the sake of realizing what is most significant to them, people are able to endure and forgive much without reproach, and if what is most significant is absent, then they will not forgive even the smallest things. So, having become de jure the first person of the party after the death of V.I. Lenin, J.V. Stalin fell into the process of cult creation after a great delay, about 5 to 7 years. But he fell into it after all, thanks to the success of the politics pursued under his leadership and personified by him in the conditions of mass cult creation that began during the years of the Revolution and the Civil War. The cult of his personality eclipsed all other cults of personalities. How J.V. Stalin reacted to the first attempts at cult creation in relation to him is made clear in his speech. Reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis on June the 8th, 1926. Comrades, permit me, first of all, to tender my comradely thanks for the greetings conveyed to me here by the representatives of the workers. I must say in all conscience, comrades, that I do not deserve a good half of the flattering things that have been said here about me. I am, it appears, a hero of the October Revolution, the leader of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the leader of the Communist International, a legendary warrior knight, and all the rest of it. That is absurd, comrades, and quite unnecessary exaggeration. It is the sort of thing that is usually said at the graveside of a departed revolutionary, but I have no intention of dying yet. It is clearly said. That is absurd, comrades, and quite unnecessary exaggeration. Why did they not follow the clearly expressed opinion of the leader? Due to the fact that social psychology was such that whether J.V. Stalin wanted it or not, society, millions of people, created the cult of his personality themselves, and few people could resist and not become drawn into this collective madness. Moreover, to create a cult of personality of certain positions is a systemic principle of building power, which for centuries has been followed by many behind-the-scenes political forces, in particular Freemasonry. However, in line with the Khrushchev myth, this fragment of the reply to the greetings of the workers in itself can be assessed as ordinary ritual etiquette speeches, the purpose of which is to hide irrepressible pride, conceit, and complacency behind the words of modesty. In reality, however, J.V. Stalin was not what the report of N.S. Khrushchev and all the subsequent literature that follows from this report present him as. He perceived his contemporaries as they were. With that, he respected some, but not others. With those whom he respected, he attempted to build ordinary human relationships, took care of them in a comradely manner. With those whom he did not respect, he was formally polite. In relation to those who were able to evoke from him not just lack of respect, but contempt, he did not always keep within the boundaries of formal politeness, and put them in their place, in public, and sometimes repeatedly, which offended their pride. Stalin did not always find it useful, however, to remove such people from the apparatus. A shortage of socially responsible governorial cadres and high professional non-governors, combined with an overabundance of ambitious fools striving for self-affirmation through suppression of others, is a chronic disease of Russian society. Moreover, J.V. Stalin did not strive to destroy those with whom he did not have a personal relationship. Among those who could arouse the contempt of J.V. Stalin, to all appearances, was N.S. Khrushchev. And, as it is already clear from the analysis of the report he read at the 20th Congress, N.S. Khrushchev carried a certain inveracity and low cunning, which aroused disgust among many people who were forced to communicate with him. Therefore, in this case, it is not necessary to blame J.V. Stalin for the fact that he did not respect N.S. Khrushchev and many others similar to him. However, in 1956, what J.V. Stalin was like in life, the majority of people in the USSR did not know. Only employees of the highest levels of the party and state apparatus, as well as leading professionals in various fields of activity, were in systematic personal communication with him in activity. The memoirs of those who, at work, were in systematic communication with J.V. Stalin at different periods of his life had not yet been written and published. It was in the conditions of incessant cult creation by the majority of the population, who knew the cult of personality only according to newspapers, newsreels, and, indirectly, through the improvement of the quality of their lives from 5-year plan to 5-year plan, that the party and state officials of the level of NS Khrushchev, who were in systematic communication with J.V. Stalin for many years, or even decades, were perceived as the closest associates of J.V. Stalin and his students, enjoying his full confidence. Therefore, when NS Khrushchev cited examples of the abuse of power that took place in the Stalin era, many believed him due to the lack of their own experience of communication with J.V. Stalin, and the perception of the members of the Central Committee and the Presidium of the Central Committee as real communists who had established themselves in such equality in their activity during the Stalinist era. Nowadays, if one conducts a thematic search within the texts of the published memoirs of the participants in these events who communicated with J.V. Stalin systematically over the years, and who did not arouse contempt in J.V. Stalin, then there appears a different picture that refutes Khrushchev's version on the origin of the cult of personality of J.V. Stalin, and refutes the Nravian psychological portrait of a monster that has taken shape in the minds of many of our contemporaries under the influence of the subcultural tradition of the liberal intelligentsia and other lumpen, dating back to the report of N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress. In particular, aircraft designer A.S. Yakovlev, in his memoirs The Aim of a Lifetime, writes the following. In everyday work, it often happened that a person, having received a new appointment, being faced with difficulties, complained about the lack of cadres. There is no one to work with, there is no one to rely on, and in order to have someone to rely on, he dragged along the so-called tail, that is, employees from the previous job. I have heard from Stalin resolute objections to this dragging along of people. People are generally the same everywhere, he said. Of course it would be good to provide everyone with good people, but there are few good people. You can't make everyone good. There are average workers, there are many of them, more than good ones, and there are bad ones. Bad ones also exist. We must work with those that there are. I also paid attention to the following remark. Everyone has shortcomings and mistakes in their work. There are no holy people. Therefore, small flaws in everyone's work must be put up with. It is important that the balance is positive. Do you think you have no flaws? He touched his hand to my shoulder. You do, and I also have faults. Although I am a great leader and teacher. I know this from the newspapers, joked Stalin. From this we can understand that J.V. Stalin really perceived people as they are, and he perceived the cult of his personality as an objective reality of the era in which he happened to live. However, if someone had gained his respect, then he didn't miss the opportunity to emphasize his ironic attitude towards the cult of his personality, letting them know that cults of personality are inappropriate in a society of normal people. He supported and encouraged the manifestation of initiative and responsibility on the part of people sought to have a friendly relationship with them. Usually, the one who visited Stalin at first did not dare to answer a posed question for a long time, tried to think it over carefully so as not to get into a pickle. So, at first, before answering, I hesitated, looked out the window, at the ceiling, and Stalin, laughing, said, "You look at the ceiling in vain. Nothing is written there. You do better to look straight and say what you think. This is the only thing that is required of you." Somehow I found it difficult to answer the posed question. I did not know how my answer would be perceived, whether what I said would be liked. Stalin frowned. "Only please, answer as you think. Don't pander. This is not necessary in conversations with me. There will be little benefit from our conversation if you try to guess my desires. Don't think that if you say something out of place with my opinion it will be bad. You're a specialist. We speak together in order that I learn something from you, and not just that I instruct you." And he immediately told about a certain governorial employee who was at one time relieved of his post. What was it that was bad about him? Before answering any question, he tried to guess by the eyes how to speak, in order that his words would not turn out to be inappropriate, that they would be liked, that they would please. So he would watch one's mouth in order to repeat some stupidity after the authorities. Such a person unwittingly can do great harm to the mission. A dangerous person. And he continued, if you are firmly convinced that you are right and will be able to prove your rightness, never reckon with someone's opinions, but act as your mind and совесть dictate. Sometimes Stalin received official papers, the authors of which considered it not only appropriate, but also permissible, to add to the end of the letters all kinds of outpourings of feelings and assurances of their loyalty. On reading such a letter aloud, reaching the end, Stalin would either skip it, or he would say, well, here it is, as expected. Hooray, hurrah, long live the CPSUB and its leader, the great Stalin. And, squinting roguishly, he added, he thinks to bribe me with this, to enlist support. And Stalin factually followed these principles in life. In communication with him, in work and activity, some professionals sometimes went to the point of swearing, and aroused his anger towards themselves. One can learn about this from their memoirs. They did not fall victim to repression. As an example, refer to the recollections of the artillery designer V.G. Grabin, Weapon of Victory. Grabin reports on the discussion at a meeting of the State Defense Committee on the possibilities of increasing the production of artillery guns. In December 1941, Voroshilov came to the plant. All day we went from workshop to workshop together and did not even have time to dine. Kliment Yefremovich really liked everything he saw. You have done amazingly, fellows, he praised. On January the 4th, I was summoned to a USSR State Defense Committee meeting. So, the long-awaited case had presented itself, where it would be possible to report to J.V. Stalin about the ZIS-3 gun, and possibly to show it, I thought. Permission from the People's Commissar, D.F. Ustinov, was needed. Dmitry Fyodorovich had visited the plant shortly before and become acquainted with the state of production. He had seen that the plant would not only fulfill the five-fold increase in the production of guns promised for December, but also exceed it. In addition, in the assembly workshop, he observed the assembly of the ZIS-3. The plant asked the People's Commissar for permission to deliver the guns to Moscow, and he immediately gave permission. Voroshilov was not present at the meeting. The meeting of the State Defense Committee immediately turned into a sharp dialogue between Stalin and me. All our work was subjected to very severe and unjust criticism, and Stalin accused me of leaving the country without guns. At this point, in the quote of Grabin's book, there arises a special question. Who falsely illuminated the state of affairs for J.V. Stalin? Further continues the quote. I defended the position of our collective to the last. The atmosphere of this meeting may well be characterized by only one episode. When I tried yet again to object to Stalin and defend the correctness of our chosen position, the usual restraint and composure betrayed him. He grabbed a chair by the back and slammed its legs on the floor. There was irritation and anger in his voice. You have a designer's itch. You want to constantly change everything, he snapped at me sharply. Work as you did before. I had never seen Stalin like this, neither before nor since. The State Defense Committee decided our plant should make guns in the old way. In a heavy and completely hopeless mood, I left the Kremlin. I was not afraid for my own fate, which could turn out tragically. A return to the old drawings and to old technology inevitably threatened not only a sharp decrease in the production of guns, but also a temporary cessation of their production in general. Now the country would really be left without guns. I spent the night awake in the bomb shelter of the People's Commissariat of Arms. To carry out Stalin's order would mean disaster, but how not to fulfill the order of Stalin himself? There was no escape. Early in the morning of January the 5th, it was still quite dark. An officer comes up to me and proposes that I go upstairs to the telephone. I don't go. If they want to arrest me, let them arrest me here. A heavy apathy had gripped me. I already didn't care. And I had almost no doubt about what awaited me. My dispute with Stalin carried, if not to delve into its essence, the character of a challenge, and to qualify this as sabotage or subversion, this would be child's play. After a while the officer appeared again. "You are asked to the telephone," he repeated, and added, "Comrade Stalin will talk to you." Indeed, Stalin had called. He said, "You're right." I felt struck by heat. What you have done cannot be immediately understood and appreciated. Moreover, will they understand you in the near future? After all, what you have done is a revolution in technology. The Central Committee, the State Defense Committee, and I highly appreciate your achievements. Stalin continued, "Calmly finish the job you have begun." Our comment: if this is not precisely a manifestation of comradely concern for Grabin, since Stalin understood in what state he had left the meeting, then what is it? Further continues the quote. What had happened? In the night, after the thunderous meeting of the State Defense Committee, Stalin, by all appearances, had phoned or met with Voroshilov, who then told him about our affairs, about everything that he had seen with his own eyes. But I came to this idea only later, cross-referencing the events. And V.G. Grabin is not the only one who quotes such facts where, on discussion of matters, people reached an extreme degree in the expression of their differences of opinion with J.V. Stalin. It also happened that in the heat of discussion of an affair, expressing their disagreement, they themselves broke down and started yelling at Stalin, almost coming to the point of swearing. And then he calmed them down and admitted their correctness in their opinions on certain issues specifically. Verbosity not related to specific problems and deeds, J.V. Stalin did not tolerate. And pay special attention to the fact that Stalin apologized to Grabin not in passing during the next discussion of artillery issues in the Kremlin after some time had passed. J.V. Stalin, realizing that he was wrong and had shown lack of restraint in relation to Grabin, himself sought the latter out in order to apologize and reassure him, having seen in what state he left the Kremlin and how many sycophantic, envious, and over-vigilant people, obsequious in front of superiors, were around him. A direct evaluation of J.V. Stalin by V.G. Grabin is given in the book of F.I. Chuyev, Molotov, a semi-sovereign ruler. I asked him, in your opinion, was Stalin an intelligent man? Intelligent is not the right word. There are many intelligent people. He was a heartful man. He cared about people, did Stalin. Krushchev said that we were not preparing for war, and I made all my guns before the war. But if they had listened to Tukhachevsky, they would not have been made. And this is what Khrushchev states in his report to the 20th Congress. On the occasion after the war, during a meeting between Stalin and the members of the Politburo, Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan mentioned that Khrushchev must have been right when he telephoned concerning the Kharkov operation, and that it was unfortunate that his suggestion had not been accepted. You should have seen Stalin's fury. How could it be admitted that he, Stalin, had not been right? He is after all a genius, and a genius cannot help but be right. Everyone can err, but Stalin considered that he never erred, that he was always right. He never acknowledged to anyone that he made any mistake, large or small, despite the fact that he made more than a few in matters of theory and in his practical activity. After the Party Congress, we shall probably have to re-evaluate many of our wartime military operations and present them in their true light. With Stalin, it was possible to discuss the topic of repressions and their groundlessness, not in general from the standpoint of abstract humanism, but concretely and in essence. A.S. Yakovlev quotes his conversation with J.V. Stalin in July 1941. Comrade Stalin, it has been more than a month since our Deputy Commissar for Engines, Balandin, was arrested. We don't know why he was imprisoned, but we can't imagine him to be an enemy. He is needed in the People's Commissariat. The leadership of engine building is very weakened. We ask you to consider his case. Yes, he has been sitting for 40 days, but does not give any evidence. Maybe there is nothing behind him. It is very possible. And this happens, Stalin answered. The next day, Vasily Petrovich Balandin haggard and shaved bald, had already occupied his office in the People's Commissariat and continued to work, as if nothing had happened to him. A few days later, Stalin asked, "Well, how is Balandin?" "He works, Comrade Stalin, as if nothing had happened." "Yes, they imprisoned him in vain." Apparently, Stalin read the bewilderment in my eyes. How could one imprison innocent people? And without any questions from my side, he said, "Yes, it can happen this way. An intelligent person, he works well, they envy him, they undermine him. And if in addition he is a brave person, says what he thinks, he causes discontent and attracts the attention of suspicious KGB officers who themselves do not know the case, but willingly use all sorts of rumors and gossip. Yezhov is a scoundrel, a degraded person. You call him at the People's Commissariat, they say, he left for the Central Committee. You call the Central Committee, they say he left for work. You send for him at his house, it turns out that he is lying dead drunk on the bed. He killed many innocent people. For this, we shot him." After such words, the impression was created that lawlessness was happening behind Stalin's back. But at the same time, other facts aroused opposing thoughts. Could, for example, Stalin not know what Beria was up to? However, having expressed this assertion, A.S. Yakovlev did not cite a single fact in support of these words. In general, over the past 5 decades of struggle against Stalinism, no one and nowhere has cited a single proven fact of falsification of criminal cases in the direction of J.V. Stalin. All such statements are encouraged to be taken on faith. N.S. Khrushchev did not quote a single fact similar to those reported by V.G. Grabin and A.S. Yakovlev in his report, although he could not have but known that such facts had taken place and that they were not isolated. However, they did not delve into the official scheme of the truthful understanding of the era announced through him. Stalin is a maniac power lover, and we, all the others, are innocent victims of his manic suspicion, distrust in people, and professional incompetence. In the above fragment of V.G. Grabin's memoirs, there is a phrase in which an aspect can be noted that is important for understanding the era, the personality of J.V. Stalin, and relations with him. My dispute with Stalin carried, if not to delve into its essence, the character of a challenge, and to qualify this as sabotage or subversion, this would be child's play. And the same aspect, but in the representation of J.V. Stalin, is pointed out by A.S. Yakovlev. An intelligent person, he works well, they envy him, they undermine him, and if in addition he is a brave person, says what he thinks, he causes discontent and attracts the attention of suspicious KGB officers who themselves do not know the case, but willingly use all sorts of rumors and gossip. Therefore, the question arises, could J.V. Stalin, alone, check all reports, including deliberate denunciations and slander, cases under investigation, and divide those of them which were based on the denunciations or the sabotorial zeal of the Chekists themselves, and those of them in which sabotage and other anti-state activities are really revealed? The answer is obvious. He could not, and no one, not Stalin, not Christ, nor anyone else, can substitute with his persona, no matter how gifted, the entire apparatus and all economic power, neither in Russia nor in any other country, and even more so, in the world. F.I. Chuyev gives an opinion about the repression of Air Marshal A.Y. Golovanov, who himself barely escaped arrest during the period of Yezhovism. So I remember meetings, conversations with Stalin, how many times on certain issues. All this fell on deaf ears. When did I begin to remember? When they began to pour all kinds of dirt on Stalin. I'm surprised not by how many people died under him, but by how he managed to put a stop to it. After all, the general mood was such that they could have destroyed half the country themselves with their own hands. And you think to yourself, devil take it, how things take shape in our Russia. You think about past times, about Peter the Great, and you see, everything repeats itself. History, perhaps in new ways, nonetheless, repeats itself. More than once I recalled how many times Stalin said that being determines consciousness and consciousness lags behind being. And the thought comes to me, after all, in the essence of things, we must think in a communist way. But it is thought, in the way of the 18th century, how to shove someone else aside. A.E. Golovanov, 1904-1975, the organizer of the creation of long-range bomber aviation in the USSR, received the rank of Marshal in 1943 at the age of 39. From 1944, Chief Marshal of the Aviation. In September 1953, he was exiled to the reserve. And at that time, as it is now, there was a deficit of professionally literate cadres and simply decent people. However, N.S. Khrushchev did not say anything about this in his report to the 20th Congress. And therefore, if one does not delve into the essence of the matter, then it seems that N.S. Khrushchev is right. J.V. Stalin is a maniacally suspicious tyrant, and all the others are innocent victims. But the fact that N.S. Khrushchev himself and the subsequent leaders of the CPSU and the USSR did not want to delve into the essence of the issues, did not want to systematically, and in the essence of the issues, personally work with letters received in their address from ordinary citizens and from professionals who were sincerely behind the cause, but instead trusted in all the official reports and opinions of the hierarchy of bureaucrats. These are facts, and that they really did not often tolerate objections, this is also a fact. Another fragment from the memoirs of A.S. Yakovlev. In the period described, A.S. Yakovlev was the Deputy People's Commissar of the aviation industry. In the summer of 1940, the People's Commissar and I were summoned to the Kremlin. When we entered Stalin's office, a conference was underway. Almost all the members of the Politburo were seated at a long table. Stalin approached from the opposite side, greeted, then took some document from the table, and, standing, without making an invitation to sit as is customary, began to read it aloud, without any explanation. As he read, my health worsened. It was a letter from one of the designers, in which he asked for permission to carry out the project of an aircraft with very high combat qualities that he had developed. The designer wrote that he could not count on the support of the People's Commissariat, where the one who was in charge of experimental aircraft construction was Yakovlev, who, being a designer and fearing competition, would not let this project live. That is why he appeals directly to the Central Committee. In conclusion, the author of the letter expressed surprise that in such a matter as experimental aircraft construction, there is a designer who cannot be objective in any way and constricts others. And he ended the letter with a promise to fulfill the task, should it be entrusted to him, and to show that he could give the country the best, fastest, and most powerful fighter in armament. There was complete silence. Everyone present had listened attentively. It already seemed to me that it was not by chance that the leaders of the party had gathered here. Stalin finished reading, slowly, carefully folded the pages. Well, what do you say? I was extremely upset, but I said, this designer did not contact me. Well, and if he had? In this case, we would have considered the project, and if it had turned out to be good, we would have submitted a proposal to the government to build the aircraft. And how is the project? Good? I'm at a loss to say anything, because I've not seen the project. It's not clear why the author applied directly to the Central Committee. I, as promised, tried to be objective. The People's Commissar was also hearing about the project for the first time and could not say anything. Then Stalin said, of course, he should have talked to you first. Without having spoken to you, immediately writing a complaint against you is not right. I don't know what kind of project it is. Maybe the plane will be good, or maybe bad. But the numbers are tempting. Let's risk it. Let it be built. By the way, what will such an airplane cost? I think 9-10 million. We'll have to take a chance. Promises are very tempting. Perhaps the money will be wasted. Well, I will take the sin upon myself. And I ask you, do not go after him for this letter, help to build the plane. I gave my word that I would take all measures in order to ensure the construction of the aircraft. The People's Commissar made the same promise. When the issue was resolved, Stalin told me, "It's probably unpleasant for you that such letters are written, but I'm happy. Incidentally, this is not the first letter. It would be bad if no one complained. This would mean you want to live in harmony with everyone at the expense of the state. Do not be afraid to quarrel when it's necessary for the task. This is better than friendship at the expense of the state. The personal interests of people do not always coincide with those of the state. In addition, you are a designer. You have great success, you are envied and you will be envied as long as you do well. They do not envy only those who have no success." I was already at the door when I heard from behind me, "And don't oppress the designer for the complaint. Let him build it. We will risk millions. I will take the sin on my soul." Needless to say, the constructor received the necessary support. Unfortunately, despite the high costs, the plane did not work out and crashed on the first flight. At the same time, trying to save the machine, one of the best military test pilots, Nikashin, died. And if they did not tolerate objections, then the resolution of the conflict of opinions was passed on to the court of the apparatus of bureaucracy that was, as it were, subordinate to them. The apparatus of bureaucracy then transformed the conflict of opinions into a conflict of personalities about the rejection by subordinates or ordinary citizens of the allegedly wise orders of their higher authorities. Taking the side of the authorities, whose opinion was formed by the bureaucracy, within this conflict created by the bureaucracy themselves. As can be seen from the excerpts from the memoirs of contemporaries we have quoted, J.V. Stalin did not tolerate this, and all the leaders were afraid to be caught by him in the act of clamping down on critics and sabotaging proposals coming from subordinates and ordinary citizens. During the reign of the successors of Joseph Stalin, few of the professionals were arrested for sabotage or politics, but professionals who expressed their disagreement with their superiors, nevertheless, under the rule of N.S. Krushchev and his successors, could neither be in the party and the state apparatus nor in the professions. This is what distinguishes the era which began with the 20th Congress from the era of J.V. Stalin. Under J.V. Stalin, professionalism was valued and accumulated in the administrative apparatus and in all professional spheres. The difference in the rates of scientific technological progress, economic and general cultural development of the USSR, in comparison with the modern leading capitalist powers in the era of J.V. Stalin and in subsequent times, is an integral confirmation of the falsity of the 20th Congress and all the policies that follow from it. Slave labor is not effective, and the regime of J.V. Stalin could not be an exception to this general historical rule, just as the post-Stalinist regimes in the USSR and in Russia were not exceptions to this rule. In other words, if in the Stalin era the rates of economic and general cultural development of the USSR were the highest, this means that unlike in subsequent times, it was not an era of tyranny based on fear and slave labor, although many in the USSR were filled with fears, including those that were caused by real abuses of power, by petty self-interest, and real, purpose-oriented sabotage by anti-Bolshevik political forces. That is to say, that the nature of the abuse of power and mistakes in politics in the Stalinist era lies to a greater extent not in the personality of J.V. Stalin, but in the personalities of if not millions, then hundreds of thousands of such types with servile parasitic nervousness and ambitions of domination, like N.S. Khrushchev and his puppeteers. The key to understanding the era, which began with the revolution of 1917 in Russia, was given by the Russian historian V.O. Kluchevsky at the end of the 19th century. He described the prospects for the implementation of projects for the transformation of social relations in the spirit of socialism, which ultra-left intellectuals themselves have raved about and harassed others about since the second half of the 19th century, with one phrase: a society of a previous community made up of scoundrels. According to this key, which NS Khrushchev and other critics of J.V. Stalin did not want to use, the accusations against J.V. Stalin are in their essence accusations. Being at the head of the party and the state, he did not keep back all the personal licentiousness, impersonal evil and raviousness of the entire population of the USSR, and in particular of the employees of the party and state apparatus. No one out of all people, however, is able to do this. State decrees on blago and raviousness and virtue are observed only to the extent that society itself is blago and ravious and virtuous, and to what extent villains of various kinds are frightened by the state, as a result of which they are forced to be hypocritical and to pose as blago and ravious and virtuous people. And so it was and is. And it should be said that the opponents of J.V. Stalin themselves made demands on him as if he were God, but had not fulfilled his duties. Moreover, they are sure that they were not slaves to the cult of personality. However, it will not be so. People must decide what they want. To be a society of a previous community, for which it is necessary, first of all, to work on oneself in order to become a decent, sovietious human, or to be a society of villains, which, in the long term, is doomed to inevitable suicide. The process of globalization in the second half of the 20th century led to the emergence of a new trend in historical science, the so-called new historians, the essence of which is that they are trying to find out what real social phenomena stand behind the discord of various historical schools, expressing one or another purely national or narrow class point of view. One of them, J. Getty, began revising the prevailing ideas about the history of the USSR and the United States and their confrontation throughout the 20th century. He was admitted to work in the archives of Russia. In 2002, Komsomolskaya Pravda for a month and a half published a series of articles under the general title The Scarecrow of Stalin, dedicated to the fact that J. Getty excavated in Russian archives according to the theme of dark places in the history of the USSR. Here are some excerpts from this series of articles. Getting acquainted with primary documentary sources of Stalin's time, he made a discovery that led to this publication. J. Getty publicly announced that the ominous 1937 was preceded by approximately 3 years of liberal Stalinist reforms. Moreover, it was precisely the failure of these reforms that led to the repressions that were unfairly named Stalinist. Yes, indeed, Getty made a discovery, says Yuri Zhukov, a leading researcher at the Institute of Russian History of the Russian Academy of Sciences. But since this topic was only an accompanying one for him, he simply carved out a niche for science. And Yuri Nikolaevich showed a document that he himself had discovered in the archives. This is a sample of a ballot paper for the elections to the USSR Supreme Soviet of the First Convocation. In the final version, which this ballot acquired by the election day on December the 12th, 1937, there was only one, alternativeless, as we would say today, candidate from the party and the Komsomol. However, until June 1937, it was still assumed that the elections would be held on an alternative basis. That is, along with a candidate from the party apparatus, workers and employees of a plant could nominate their own candidate, and collective farmers their own one. But only one of the three would pass. The ballot says, leave one candidate, cross out the rest. But what if the voters of 1937, in concord, had crossed out precisely the representatives of the governing party in a single-party country? If millions of such ballots had been taken from the ballot boxes, what a thunderbolt would have burst. the party would have been left without power. But maybe this was just Stalinist populism. However, Yuri Nikolaevich objected. Stalin wanted something else, to remove the party from power altogether. As a commentary to this, it should be noted that J.V. Stalin was a Bolshevik. The party was a legalized Masonic lodge carrying the anti-people policy of Masonic fascism. It was clear that it must be removed from power, and that the slogan of the anti-Masonic Kronstadt uprising, Soviets without communists, should be realized, since true-believing communists were either the Freemasons themselves or were inspired by them. Or if one assumes that J.V. Stalin was the leader, the figurehead of the party, then why he should destroy the party from which he feeds, and which fans the censor of his personality cult, is also incomprehensible. All the more, the figurehead is not able to do this. It is not in his competence. Or if he was a dictator, as he is nowadays represented, then why should he factually destroy the party through which he governs, the officials of the apparatus of which observe corporate discipline and ensure his and their personal well-being? After all, he proposes measures directed against the party as a public institution, and not against one or another of its officials personally, or groups of officials within the party whom he might suspect of disloyalty to himself. Further continues the quote. Therefore, he first conceived a new constitution, and then, on its basis, alternative elections. According to the Stalinist project, the right to nominate their own candidates, along with party organizations, was granted to almost all public organizations in the country: trade unions, cooperatives, youth organizations, cultural societies, even religious communities. However, Stalin lost the last battle, and lost it in such a way that not only his career, but even his life was in jeopardy. However, we cannot understand things in this way. Let us start from the very beginning. The new course and the witch hunt. In whose hands then were the main reins of governance, the Central Executive Committee or the Politburo? It is not possible to answer unequivocally. These two organs were intertwined. In total, 7 regular congresses of Soviets took place. The 8th, extraordinary one, was unscheduled and was the last. In the periods between congresses, the Central Executive Committee, a kind of parliament which included about 300 people, was called to act. But it almost never met in full numbers. Only the elected by presidium functioned constantly. Were these 300 people at least freed workers? Of course not. They represented both the broad and narrow leadership of the country. As for the presidium of the Central Executive Committee, it included only members of the Politburo and the Council of People's Commissars. The unique paradox of the Soviet system of government in those years was also in its fused branches, but, in essence, one single branch of power, from the crown to the roots, had been occupied by the party apparatus. Factually, regular Freemasonry and Masonified true-believing Marxists. Stalin decided to break all this with the help of the new constitution. Firstly, to separate the executive branch from the legislative branch in the Soviet organs, and separate them from the judicial branch, which was directly subordinate to the People's Commissar for Justice, Krylenko, who was later repressed. Secondly, to separate the party from these power structures and generally prohibit it from interfering in the work of the Soviet organs, leave in its charge only 2 things: campaigning and propaganda, as well as participation in the selection of cadres. Roughly speaking, the party had to take the same place in the life of the country that is occupied by, say, the Catholic Church in the life of Ireland. Yes, it can influence the life of the state, but only morally, through its parishioners. The reform that Stalin conceived was designed to consolidate our society in the face of an almost imminent clash with Nazi Germany. In an aside from the quote, here we will note that the war between the USSR and Germany was being prepared by world Freemasonry for the solution of at least one of 2 tasks. to conduct a demonstrative flogging of nationalism as an opponent of the global biblical project, and to demonstrate against this background the triumph of Marxism. In the event of the strengthening of Bolshevism in the USSR, if not to destroy Bolshevism by external aggression, then to weaken it as much as possible, destroying, in the war, the potential of its development, as many people as possible, and above all young people in the adult draft age. Further continues the quote. Can you briefly list its main objectives? First, to eliminate the so-called Lishieniets. Our note. Lishiency, the disenfranchised, were citizens of the country deprived of voting rights. Before the revolution, a significant part of the population was deprived of voting rights according to residency and property qualifications. After the revolution, these were socially alien elements. Stalin decided to grant electoral rights to all citizens, with the exception of those deprived of these rights by court, as is done all over the world. Second, that elections be equal for all social classes and social strata. Before the revolution, all the advantages were with the so-called landowners. That is, landowners who, by default, had the chance to promote many more deputies than representatives of peasants, workers, and townspeople did. After the revolution, the production workers automatically had 5 times more deputies than the peasants. Now their rights were leveled. Third, direct elections. That is, instead of the old multi-stage system, each citizen directly chooses the local, Republican, all-union power. Here we have another side note. Since the right to nominate candidates for deputies was given to the collectives of enterprises and public organizations, the project was aimed at ensuring that the statehood of Soviet power would again begin to be generated from below, as it was everywhere during its formation, and not from above, which was achieved by true-believing Marxists and the inspiring them Freemasonry in the course of the Civil War and the early post-war years. Further continues the quote. Finally, that the elections be by secret ballot, which never happened under either the Tsarist or the Soviet regime. But the most striking, in 1936, Stalin publicly announced that the elections should also become alternative, that is, several candidates per organization should stand for one position, not be nominated, but precisely stand. To be nominated and to stand, what's the difference? You can nominate as many candidates as you like, but to stand for election means the approval of only a certain number of candidates for elections. This was the first attempt to gently, bloodlessly, remove the broad party leadership from power. And factually, Freemasonry, subordinate to it true-believing Marxists, and unprincipled bureaucrats. After all, it is no secret. The first secretary of the Regional Committee of Oblast, or Regional Committee or Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Union Republic, was both Tsar and God on its territory. It was possible to remove them from power only in the customary way, on charges of some sins. But it was impossible to remove everyone at once. Having united at the plenum, they themselves could remove anyone from power. So, Stalin conceived a peaceful, constitutional transition to a new electoral system, and factually towards a new type of statehood of Soviet power. The first secretaries immediately objected that mostly priests would get into the Stalinist parliament. Indeed, more than half at that time was made up of believers. And what would Stalin have done if half of the Supreme Soviet would have been priests? I don't think that the people choosing those they trust would have undermined the power. Rather, they would help to strengthen it. A note aside from the quote. If candidates for deputies were nominated from the collectives, then, given the sentiments that then existed in society, they would nominate precisely those who were more dobrosovestchis in labor and better in relations towards people. In other words, the power would not have been shaken, but would have been strengthened, precisely in the quality of all people's power of the Soviets. Back to the quote. On the other hand, Stalin foresaw that the vast majority of the first secretaries, true-believing Marxist extremists and bureaucrats running for the Supreme Soviet, would, after all, not pass in elections by secret ballot. The people would not forgive them for excesses in collectivization and industrialization, abuse of factually uncontrolled power. It was clear that everyone who would have been denied confidence by the voters in the first elections to the Supreme Soviet would have had to leave their party posts. In precisely such a way, peacefully and bloodlessly, Stalin planned to get rid of the party nobles, to strengthen Soviet power, and his own, of course. But he could not have but understood that he was playing with fire. He understood, but hoped to outplay the partocracy. How? By appealing to the people. That is, to the Bolsheviks among the masses, both party members and non-party people who were either not allowed into the party by the bureaucrats, or who themselves believed that they had not matured enough to assume the truly high at that time title of party member. After all, Stalin realized that it was in him that the people saw the one who was able to curb this partocracy. The trial of Zinoviev and Kamenev in August 1936 was the last point in the fight against the Trotskyist-Zinoviev opposition. The most active periphery of the true-believing Masonic Marxist project. It had not recovered from this blow, but paradoxically, having been escorted out the door, it returned through the window, however, already in the form of a myth. The more realistic and closer the prospect that the country would begin to live according to the new constitution became, the louder the first secretaries shouted about the existence in their territories of broad conspiracies of Trotskyists and Zinovievites, which, allegedly, could disrupt the elections to the Supreme Soviet. The only way to prevent such a threat is to deploy repressions against them. Even from the transcript, one can see that Stalin, Zhdanov and Molotov insisted on the need to restructure the system of governance to prepare elections in party organizations, emphasizing that until now there had been no genuine elections, only co-optation. That is, the party and bureaucratic elite as a whole invited those they considered necessary to fill vacancies and created not only positions, but also entire structures for the people they needed. Back to the quote. And as an answer, repressions now. Stalin already tells them in plain text, if such and such a comrade is a member of the Central Committee, then he believes that he knows everything. If he is a people's commissar, he is also sure that he knows everything. But that won't work, comrades. We all need to retrain ourselves. And he even uses the obvious trick, referring to the first secretaries. Prepare yourselves 2 good deputies and come to Moscow for retraining. But they were not born yesterday. They understand. This is one of the legal ways to remove a person from his post. Strange. All this happened after the approval of the new constitution, which was adopted by the All-Union Congress of Soviets on December 5, 1936, the democratic merits of which had already been noted by the whole world. And just 2 months later, the struggle broke out with renewed vigor. What was the matter? The wrong constitution was adopted? No, the correct constitution was adopted. The correct one. Even Chapter 11, the electoral system, which Stalin personally wrote, and for whose fate he was most concerned, was approved without changes. The last thing that the delegates of the Congress approved was the right to nominate candidates is secured to public organizations. In short, it was a very big victory and a crushing defeat for Stalin's group. In what did the victory consist? There were only 146 articles in the constitution. For the first time, and only once, the party is mentioned in Article 126 as the leading core of all organizations of toilers, both public and state. That is, no leading role of the party. Such a situation would appear only in the Brezhnev Constitution of 1977, during a new Suslov round of Trotskyism. Our note: this is not an accurate definition of the Brezhnev period. It can rather be characterized as a period of autocracy of the party bureaucracy, which got rid of the leadership of the Marxist neo-Trotskyist of the Khrushchev bacchanalia, a period in which Freemasonry allowed the bureaucracy to quietly degrade as a corporation of professionals governors, providing the opportunity to parasitize with impunity. This organized degradation of the bureaucracy towards parasitism made it possible, over the course of perestroika, to sweep away the party nomenclature regime of the USSR, in general, almost bloodlessly. Further continues the quote. In what did the defeat of Stalin's group consist? Stalin intended to hold elections to the Supreme Soviet at the end of 1936, when the term of the office of the delegates to the 7th Congress of the USSR had expired. This would ensure a smooth transition from the old to the new system of power. But the Congress, that is, true-believing Freemasonry and Marxists, in alliance with the idealist bureaucracy, thwarted the intrigues of Bolshevism, postponed the elections for an indefinite period, and, moreover, transferred to the Central Election Committee the right to approve the regulations on elections and set the date for their holding. 2 years of hard struggle were lost. Everything had to start all over again. This is the whole drama of 1937. Having already tried on a new, reformed model of power, all that remained was to approve its electoral law. The country had not yet broken free from the clutches of the old political system. Ahead lay the June plenum, where they would clash head-on. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November the 13th, 2002. The Klubok case. Yuri Nikolaevich, don't you think that between March and June a decisive metamorphosis took place in Stalin? The ink had not yet dried on the new constitution, and already it was grossly violated. In April 1937, under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, 3 unconstitutional bodies of power were created at once: a commission for resolving issues of a secret nature, some sort of economic commission, and the USSR Defense Committee in the place of the abolished Council of Labor and Defense. In all 3 cases, the same names: Stalin, Molotov, Voroshilov, Kaganovich, Yezhov, sometimes diluted with 2 or 3 more, Mikoyan, Chubar. It was the 5, it became the 7, but that's not the point. The essence is in the fact that by denying the party, the Stalinist group usurped power through the party. Do you agree with that? Of course. The struggle had entered its last stage, and what happened in April, according to all classical canons, is defined as a palace coup. The centrist group was well aware that if it missed the initiative, the next plenum of the Central Committee could simply sweep it away. Having established itself in the central organs of the party and state, it itself launched a purge and shake-up of the higher party apparatus. But it would be a mistake to think that the Stalinists only had enemies in the broad leadership. By the way, being a Stalinist at that time meant being a supporter of the new course, and only among the highest partocracy, Masons of the Marxist branch and true-believing Marxists under their control, did this word sound with a clearly negative connotation. I want to dwell on one more figure, but then you will probably jump out of your chair. But once I could not have imagined that the USSR prosecutor, Andrei Yaniarovich Vyshinsky, was a man of liberal views. Vyshinsky was also a liberal. Is it not to such people that the word Stalinist owes its commonly understood meaning? Read the minutes of the Politburo of those years. There is something to be amazed at. In 1935, barely having become a prosecutor, Vyshinsky demanded a review of the decision to expel the so-called socially alien elements from Leningrad. After the assassination of Kirov, the NKVD, at that time a kind of Gestapo of the regime of Freemasons and true-believing Darksists, cleansed the city of former nobles, senators, generals, and intelligentsia. Almost 12,000 people were deprived of political and civil rights, many were convicted on trumped-up charges. The Politburo, where the Five, J.V. Stalin and his comrades, set the tone, supported the prosecutors' protest. Most of the disenfranchised were able to return to Leningrad. Their convictions and charges were removed from them, their voting rights were restored, and their unpaid pensions were given. 1936. Wyszynski seeks the abolition of court sentences under the law of August 7, 1932, the so-called Law of Three Spikelets, from which 1 million peasants suffered for absolutely minuscule theft of socialist property. Now this million peasants were also able to participate in the first elections to the Supreme Soviet. 1937. The USSR prosecutor insisted on a review of the cases of engineers and technicians of the coal industry and demanded the rehabilitation of all those who were involved in the Industrial Party trial. Both received orders, titles, and, of course, the right to elect and be elected. That is, the Industrial Party trial was organized and falsified not by the Bolsheviks, but by the regime of the Freemasons and true-believing Marxists. Well, how can a serious historian, reading all this in succession, fail to come to a completely unambiguous conclusion that the period of mass repression was preceded by a period of liberalization, albeit forced but justified by the struggle for power? And then ask the precise question: what prevented the continuation of the course? What catastrophe cut it off? Did I correctly grasp your conception? In order to ensure the triumph of the initiated political reform, Stalin decided to become dictator for an hour? Whether Stalin had such an intention, one can only guess. For 65 years, historians have dreamed of seeing one investigation file, which is now hidden in the FSB archives because it holds the key to understanding what happened between March and June 1937. However, it is impossible to reach it. The Klubok case? How did you know? From your book, Secrets of the Kremlin, from your articles. But how did you know, since this is such an archival secret? You see, from time to time our security services like to show themselves off. They say they have no secrets from the general public, archival documents are released in scanty circulation, and then they say, well, of course, we not only declassified, but also published. So it was several years ago in Kazan, with the collection Heinrich Grigorievich Yagoda, Documents and Materials. The circulation was 300 copies. I had to use all my connections to get one of them, and most historians remain in the dark about the fact that the precedent for declassifying the Klubok case has, after all, taken place. The collection contains the minutes of the interrogations of Yagoda, who, being the chief Chekist, missed the conspiracy against Stalin's group. In other words, he himself not only participated in it, but also provided cover. There was success in finding interrogations of some of the main participants in the conspiracy, in particular, the Kremlin commandant, Peterson. He was detained in Kiev in April 1937, and this began a wave of arrests in the army. Many names revealed in the conspiracy literally shocked Stalin, but especially two: Yanukidze and Tukhachevsky. Yuri Nikolaevich, isn't this conspiracy a myth? Maybe it is precisely the myth that is classified? More likely there is another reason. Peterson, who was responsible for the protection of the highest officials of the state, knew all the premises of the Kremlin, knew where the leading five usually met. In his testimony, he says that he needed no more than 10 to 15 people to arrest them. When did this Klubok conspiracy actually arise? In 1934-1935. This was a reaction to Stalin's new course, which began with joining the League of Nations and was continued in the development of a new constitution for the country. And here is what, from my point of view, is important to note. This is a new type of opposition that has nothing to do with the old ideological ones. For the first time, orthodox communists, apparatchiks, and the military, that is, true-believing communists initiated into the variants of global political scriptwriting, Freemasons and idealist bureaucrats power lovers, had united in it. But here begins a purely detective novel, which we historians have to conjecture for the characters. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November the 14th, 2002. And yet, what do we know absolutely reliably? We know that on June the 2nd, 1937, Stalin arrived at an expanded meeting of the Military Council under the USSR People's Commissar of Defense. After Voroshilov's report, which announced the arrest of Tukhachevsky, Putna, Kork, Yakir, Ubarievich, and other commanders involved in the conspiracy, Stalin also spoke. There is no doubt that the Kremlin plot, which was revealed right on the eve of the June 1937 plenum, was a severe blow for Stalin. He lost support in the army, and now, in the further struggle against party dogmatists, true-believing Marxists and the part of the bureaucracy under their control, he could rely only on the NKVD. The blood began to flow. Explain to me one riddle, Yuri Nikolaevich. Stalin learned, back in January 1935, that a ramified party military plot had developed against him, but only in May 1937 did he unleash his anger on the conspirators. Almost 2.5 years to watch for the moment for reprisals. Stalin divided the participants in the conspiracy, or rather his possible opponents, and he did so within the administrative framework. He appointed them to different places, necessarily under the control of the NKVD, disconnected them so as to hinder their contacts, to break their game. And if the Klubok case had disintegrated by itself, perhaps that would have been the end of the matter. But unfortunately it did not disintegrate, and Stalin knew it. When the hour of the main battle came, he decided to show his fist in advance. So it was a preemptive strike on his part. Yes, and not one. The second preemptive blow was struck at the partocracy. The meaning of the purge undertaken was quite clear. By dumping the first ballast, Stalin made it clear that real power was in his hands, and those who would resist the new electoral law could suffer the same fate. In short, the tone was set. And at that moment, from my point of view, the Stalinist team made a very serious mistake. By the fact that they brought the fire on themselves? I would say it differently. By the fact that they forced the party leadership to unite. Were the first secretaries on the lists of the ostracized? 4 people: Razumov, Shibaldayev, Lavrentiev, Kartvilishvili, and Rumyantsev, who respectively represented the East Siberian Regional Committee, Kursk, Crimean, and Western Smolensk-Bryansk regional party committees of oblasts. These were the most notable figures among the 28 disgraced persons. However, what specific offense before the party and the country they were accused of was never mentioned. It was supposed that the NKVD would sort it out. It was in the very amorphousness, abstractness of the accusations that could be brought against any participant in the plenum, and was the purpose of this preventive strike in the case, that the higher party apparatus would try to block the adoption of the new electoral law. And how did the apparatus endure this blow? As it is said, silently. Nobody asked a single question. Everyone voted in favor. But on June the 28th, the day of the opening of the plenum, far from all the members of the Central Committee arrived in Moscow. They were traveling by train. It seemed that victory could be celebrated. But the euphoria that lulled the vigilance of Stalin's team lasted exactly 1 day, June the 28th. On this day, on the sidelines of the plenum, there was a plot of the first secretaries, who had time to think about how to respond to the general line of the Politburo. That is, Freemasonry and true-believing Marxists, together with a part of bureaucrats loyal to them, rallied against the line of Bolshevism which had seized the Politburo. It was June the 29th. The plenum was already ending, when a note was received from the first secretary of the Regional Party Committee of the Novosibirsk Oblast, R.I. Eicher, to the Politburo, in which he asked the Politburo to temporarily endow him with emergency powers in the territory under his jurisdiction. In the Novosibirsk Oblast, he wrote, a powerful, huge in number, anti-Soviet counter-revolutionary organization which the NKVD authorities were unable to completely liquidate had been uncovered. It was necessary to create a troika in the following composition: the first secretary of the Regional Party Committee of Oblast, the Regional Prosecutor of Oblast, and the head of the Regional Department of the NKVD, with the right to make operative decisions on the exile of anti-Soviet elements and the imposition of death sentences on the most dangerous of these persons. That is, factually, a military field court, without defenders, without witnesses, with the right to immediate execution of sentences. Eicher motivated his request, saying that in the presence of such a powerful counter-revolutionary organization, elections to the Supreme Soviet could bring an undesirable political result. Eicher, R.I., 1890 to 1940, party member from 1905, participant of the revolution and the struggle for Soviet power in Latvia. From 1925, chairman of the Siberian Regional Executive Committee, first secretary of the West Siberian Regional Committee of the CPSUB. From 1937 to 1938, People's Commissar of Agriculture of the USSR. From 1930, a member of the Central Committee. From 1935, candidate member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, member of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. How can one explain why Stalin and his group, which at previous plenary sessions of the Central Committee had repeatedly fought off the demands of the party apparatus to introduce repressions, this time tacitly accepted the position of the majority? Were they afraid to lose? But the choice they made led to the defeat not only of the new course, they themselves lost face forever. My explanation boils down to the fact that if the Stalinist group had gone against the majority, it would have been immediately removed from power. It would have been enough for the same Eicher, if he had not received an affirmative resolution for his appeal to the Politburo, or Krushchev, or Postyshev. Postyshev is another supposedly innocent victim of Stalinism, about whose death in repressions N.S. Khrushchev expresses regret in his report to the 20th Congress of the CPSU. Or anyone else. They could have gone up to the podium and quoted Lenin, where he spoke about the League of Nations or about Soviet democracy. It would have been enough to pick up the program of the Comintern, approved in October 1928, where they wrote down as a model the system of governance that was fixed in our Constitution of 1924 and which Stalin tore to pieces when the new constitution was adopted. It would have been enough to present all this as an accusation of opportunism, revisionism, betrayal of the October Revolution, betrayal of the interests of the party, betrayal of Marxism-Leninism, and that's it. In this regard, let us mention the publication in Pravda during this period of J.V. Stalin's answer to the question about anti-Semitism in the USSR. In those conditions, it was not only a notification to the Bolsheviks about the Masonic fascistic character of the regime in the USSR, but also the anticipatory statement of J.V. Stalin of loyalty to the top leadership of world Freemasonry and its masters. I think Stalin, Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov would not have survived until the end of June. They would have been unanimously withdrawn from the Central Committee and expelled from the party at that very moment, handing over the case to the NKVD. And the same Yezhov, with the greatest pleasure, would have conducted a lightning-fast investigation into their case. If the logic of this analysis is brought to its conclusion, then I do not exclude such a paradox that today Stalin would be among the victims of the repressions of 1937. And Memorial is an international historical civil rights society which was formally established in Moscow in January 1989. And the commission of A.N. Yakovlev would long ago have procured his rehabilitation. This is the case when representatives of the official schools of historical science, who know many historical facts in detail, do not understand the role of Freemasonry in making global politics and the politics of states, both foreign and domestic. All claims against J.V. Stalin are conditioned not by repressions as such, but by the fact that he thwarted the implementation of the Masonic Marxist project, eliminating many Masons, but the millions of common folk who died before and after these repressions, about whom humanists and human rights activists from Freemasonry simply do not care a fig, would not have been remembered if J.V. Stalin had not buried the Marxist project. These are claims on the part of Freemasonry about the death of brothers, and if J.V. Stalin had been repressed in 1937, then only specialist historians would have known of him now, and would have known him precisely as a perverter of Marxism and a revisionist, who suffered a punishment which was well deserved from the point of view of the top of Freemasonry, and the question of his rehabilitation simply could not have been raised with the preservation in the country of the Masonic Marxist inter-Nazi fascistic regime. The question of the rehabilitation of a part of the repressed was raised in the 1950s in connection with the fact that Bolshevism had been drained of blood during the Great Patriotic War, and was incapable of resisting the bureaucracy and the Masoning Marxists. The question of a new round of rehabilitation arose during the years of Perestroika, owing to the fact that the bureaucracy had finally degraded, and Freemasonry decided to demonstrate who in the house was boss. Back to the interview. But that would have been if he had said no, but he said yes. What difference does it make to the millions of people to whom this terrible compromise caused so much misery? Why did it happen? And how was the soul of Comrade Stalin tormented at the same time? You know, there is a difference. If there had not been, the story would have gone differently. After all, already in 1938, Stalin was taking revenge. Almost all the participants in this plenum, who, having beaten Stalin, smashed his new course into smithereens, themselves came under repression, this time actually Stalinist. Here we note that Stalin was not taking revenge, but performing an act of social hygiene. Now let us turn to N.S. Khrushchev's version of the same events mentioned in his report to the 20th Congress. An example of vile provocation, of odious falsification, and of criminal violation of revolutionary legality is the case of the former candidate for the Central Committee Politburo, one of the most eminent workers of the party and of the Soviet government, Comrade Robert Eicher, who had been a party member since 1905. Comrade Eicher was arrested on April 29, 1938, on the basis of slanderous materials without the sanction of the state prosecutor of the USSR. This was finally received 15 months after the arrest. The investigation of Eicher's case was made in a manner which most brutally violated Soviet legality and was accompanied by willfulness and falsification. Under torture, Eicher was forced to sign a protocol of his confession, prepared in advance by the investigative judges. In it, he and several other eminent party workers were accused of anti-Soviet activity. On October 1, 1939, Eicher sent his declaration to Stalin, in which he categorically denied his guilt and asked for an examination of his case. In the declaration he wrote, "There is no more bitter misery than to sit in the jail of a government for which I have always fought." R.I. Eicher did not notice that the structure had changed. A second declaration of Eicher has been preserved, which he sent to Stalin on October 27, 1939. In it, Eicher cited facts very convincingly and countered the slanderous accusations made against him, arguing that this provocatory accusation was, on one hand, the work of real Trotskyites, whose arrests he had sanctioned as first secretary of the West Siberian Regional Party Committee, and who conspired in order to take revenge on him, and, on the other hand, the result of the base falsification of materials by the investigative judges. Acher wrote in his declaration, "On October the 25th of this year, I was informed that the investigation in my case has been concluded, and I was given access to the materials of this investigation. Had I been guilty of only 1/100th of the crimes with which I am charged, I would not have dared to send you this pre-execution declaration. However, I have not been guilty of even one of the things with which I am charged, and my heart is clean of even a shadow of baseness. I have never in my life told you a word of falsehood, and now, finding both feet in the grave, I am still not lying. My whole case is a typical example of provocation, slander, and violation of the elementary basis of revolutionary legality." The confessions which were made part of my file are not only absurd, but contain slander toward the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and toward the Council of People's Commissars. This is because correct resolutions of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and of the Council of People's Commissars, which were not made on my initiative and were promulgated without my participation, are presented as hostile acts of counter-revolutionary organizations made at my suggestion. I am now alluding to the most disgraceful part of my life and to my really grave guilt against the party and against you. This is my confession of counter-revolutionary activity. The case is as follows. Not being able to suffer the tortures to which I was submitted by Z. Ushakov and Nikolaev, Ushakov Z.M., Nikolaev Zhurid N.G., employees of the NKVD, arrested in 1939. In January 1940, they were shot by the verdict of the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR. Especially by the former, who utilized the knowledge that my broken ribs have not properly mended and have caused me great pain, I have been forced to accuse myself and others. The majority of my confession has been suggested or dictated by Ushakov. The rest is my reconstruction of NKVD materials from Western Siberia, for which I assumed all responsibility. If some part of the story, which Ushakov fabricated and which I signed, did not properly hang together, I was forced to sign another variation. The same thing was done to Moisey Ruchimovich, who was at first designated as a member of the reserve net, and whose name later was removed without telling me anything about it. The same was also done with the leader of the reserve net, supposedly created by Bukharin in 1935. At first I wrote my own name in, and then I was instructed to insert Valery Mezhlauk's. There were other similar incidents. I am asking and begging you that you again examine my case, and this not for the purpose of sparing me, but in order to unmask the vile provocation which, like a snake, wound itself around many persons in a great degree due to my faint-heartedness and criminal slander against me. I have never betrayed you or the party. I know that I perish because of vile and mean work of enemies of the party and of the people, who have fabricated the provocation against me. Ruchimovich M.L., 1889 to 1938, a party member from 1913, an active participant in the October Revolution and the Civil War in Ukraine. From 1920, chairman of the Donetsk Provincial Executive Committee. From 1925, in government and party work, People's Commissar of the Defense Industry of the USSR. From 1924, a member of the Central Committee of the party. Mezhlauk V.I., 1893 to 1938, party member from 1917. From 1920, Commissar of a number of railways. In government work, Deputy Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. From 1927, a candidate member of the Central Committee. From 1934, member of the Central Committee of the CPSU-B. In short, an excellent illustration on the theme people who live in glass houses. In the conditions when the anti-Masonic resolutions of the Second and Fourth Congresses of the Comintern were consigned to oblivion, both in the CPSUB and in the Comintern, for both Freemasons and true-believing Marxists, that is, accomplices of inter-Nazi Masonic fascism, enemies of Bolshevism, there was no opportunity to juridically formalize the repressed. Therefore, it was necessary in a number of cases to write deliberate lies and nonsense in the official legal cases of the repressed. But the Stalinist repressions, however, were personally targeted, well-grounded, and it was known who and for what. However, NS Khrushchev did not tell the Congress anything about the activities of R.I. Eicher, which preceded his arrest, from which it can be understood that in the opinion of the authors of the report on the cult of personality and its consequences, the inter-Nazi fascist R.I. Eicher did not commit any crimes against the higher-ups of the Masonic Marxist project of enslavement of Russia. Further, the continuation of publications in Komsomolskaya Pravda. Okay, let's return to the first period of Stalinist repressions. What happened after Eicher's note received an affirmative resolution from the Politburo right there at the plenum? Having dispersed to their seats, the most nimble party secretaries, by July the 3rd, sent similar requests to the Politburo about the creation of extrajudicial troikas. Our note. Factually, the leaders of Freemasonry, foreseeing that they would lose power for many years, struck a preemptive blow. They had to execute as many people as possible. First of all, the best specialists in various industries and regions, in order to weaken the USSR under the rule of the Stalinist Bolshevik bureaucratic regime and simplify aggression against it. At the same time, the governors of global politics sacrificed their true-believing Marxist periphery in the USSR, foreseeing that in any case the initiators of this event would have to answer for sabotage. Back to the quote. What is more, in them they immediately indicated the intended scale of repression. During July, such cipher telegrams came from all the territories of the Soviet Union. Nobody abstained. This irrefutably proves that there was a conspiracy at the plenum, and it was only important to create a precedent. Here in front of me is a photocopy of several cipher telegrams from the Russian State Archives of Contemporary History, which were recently declassified for purely propagandistic purposes. Already on July the 10th, 1937, the Politburo reviewed and approved the 12 applications that came first. Moscow Oblast, Kuibyshev Oblast, Stalingrad Oblast, the Far Eastern Territory, Dagestan, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, Belarus. I added up the numbers. In this one day alone, permission was given to subject 100,000 people to repression. 100,000. Such a terrible scythe has never swept over our Russia. Moreover, half of its first harvest fell in the Moscow Oblast, which is by no means the largest in the country. The troika formed here included, as is apparent, the first secretary of the Regional Party Committee of Moscow Oblast, N.S. Khrushchev. Next to his surname and signature, there is always the surname and signature of Radzinsky, the head of the NKVD department for the Moscow Oblast, a relative of N. Alliluyeva, Stalin's second wife. She committed suicide on the night of November the 7th, 8th, 1932. Radzinsky today is also on the list of victims of Stalin's tyranny. So, Khrushchev and Radzinsky presented, however, I'd rather quote their request to the Politburo. To be executed, Gulags 2,000, criminals 6.5 thousand, for deportation. Gulags 5,869, criminals 26,936. And that is just one sweep of the scythe. Did it keep on sweeping? Of course. After all, one-time limits were released for each territory, that is, The Politburo, nevertheless, imposed certain restrictions, finding that requests from the localities were too high. This was nothing. They adapted to this. After a month, or 2, or 3, some of the first secretaries requested new limits, and they got them. Limits for execution? Lord, and how could the Russian language withstand these monstrous words? Moreover, for execution, rounded off limits. For deportation, almost with fractions. Why? It is clear that the numbers were taken from thin air, and if they were rounded off, or deliberately presented in the form of accurate calculations, then what's the difference? Here we have an application from Dagestan. 600 people to be executed, 2,485 people to be deported. But now let's think about it. And where, for example, in Moscow Oblast in the summer of 1937, when the struggle against the Gulags had long since sunk into oblivion, did almost 8,000 Gulags suddenly appear from, and more than 33,000 criminals? What were these criminals and Gulags? Until historians are given the opportunity to precisely, according to the documents, verify who these people were, we are able only to assume. But let me state my assumption, especially since I am deeply convinced of it. Judging by the number of repressed people, these are, first of all, the same peasants from whom, quite recently, just a little over a year before, Stalin and Wyszynski had removed their convictions under the law of 3 spikelets, and to whom they returned voting rights in the hope that they would forgive Soviet power for its revolutionary excesses and would now vote for its new constitutional and parliamentary system. But the apparatus outplayed Stalin not only in the elections on December the 12th, 1937, but also for a good 50 years further. That year, by the way, a whole year later than Stalin had planned, the CEC ceased to exist, and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR took its place. But should I tell you what kind of Soviet parliament we got, and why even Stalin did not have a heart for it? I can guess. Eicher went to the Supreme Council. All the firsts passed. Now imagine people's representatives like Eicher, who shot so many people so that there would never be any real elections in the country, and from nowhere they voluntarily adopt the law that permits them. I will only add, in the spring of 1938, having spent only a few months in the post of People's Commissar of Agriculture, Eicher was arrested and shot. Revenge. We once again note, he did not take revenge, but carried out an act of social hygiene. And the words of A.Y. Wyszynski, that these enemies of the people should be shot like mad dogs, are not empty words, but correspond to the real organization of the psyche structure of these types, and the danger they pose to others in society, especially if they are in bodies of power. Back to the quote. How was it managed to put a stop to the bloody scythe? Throughout the second half of 1937, cipher telegrams poured into the Politburo with requests to increase the limits for the first category, executions, and the limits for the second category, deportation from the territory. Naturally, under the conditions of repression, there was no time for alternative elections. Just imagine the following situation. At polling station number such and such, a candidate from the party fails, and a candidate from a public organization wins. The local troika would immediately weave for him a case and put him under execution or send him to the Gulag. This threatened to take on such proportions that the country could slide into a new civil war. In October, the plenum of the party met again for the 3rd time during this terrible year. I have recently managed to find a unique document in the archives. On October the 11th, 1937, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Molotov signed a final renunciation of the Stalinist idea of competitive elections. In return, the plenum approved the alternativeless principle of one candidate, one seat, which automatically guaranteed the partocracy an absolute majority in the Soviet parliament. That is, 2 months before the elections, it had already won. Our note, that is, the conspiratorial Freemasonry and the egoistic bureaucracy were able to gain a foothold on important strategic lines, from which Bolshevism did not have time to throw them off before the start of the war. And after the war, it no longer had the strength for this, since several generations of Bolsheviks died in the battles of the Great Patriotic War. Back to the quote. You spoke about Stalin's revenge on these winners. You must understand, in 1937, there was not yet the all-powerful dictator Stalin. There was the all-powerful collective dictator named Plenum. Our note. There never was the all-powerful dictator J.V. Stalin. At first, there was the dictatorship of Freemasonry and true-believing Marxists. Then, there was a dual power, Freemasonry and Bolshevism, in the struggle for influence over the true-believing Marxists and the bureaucracy. The dual power was replaced by the dictatorship of the bureaucracy, which Bolshevism, exsanguinated by the Great Patriotic War, could not effectively resist due to the absence of a sociological theory alternative to Marxism. Sociological theory, which would include an effective theory of knowledge, governorially consistent philosophy, psychology, from which there would be practical outlets into pedagogics and psychiatry, economic science. Back to the quote. It was the main stronghold of the Orthodox Party bureaucracy, represented not only by the first secretaries, but also by the People's Commissars of the USSR, a large party, and state officials. Malenkov made the keynote speech at the January 1938 plenum. He said that the first secretaries did not even pull the lists of convicts by the troikas out of thin air, but only 2 lines indicating their number. Openly threw an accusation against the first secretary of the Regional Party Committee of Kuybyshev Oblast, P.P. Postishev. You imprisoned the entire party and Soviet apparatus of the region. To which Postishev replied in the style that, yes, he had arrested, he was arresting, and would continue to arrest until he destroyed all enemies and spies. Our note. But, as N.S. Khrushchev informs in his report at the 20th Congress, P.P. Postishev, at the February-March 1937 plenum of the Central Committee, said something quite different. I have philosophized that the severe years of fighting have passed. Party members who have lost their backbones have broken down or have joined the camp of the enemy. Healthy elements have fought for the party. These were the years of industrialization and collectivization. I never thought it possible that after this severe era had passed, Karpov and people like him would find themselves in the camp of the enemy. Karpov was a worker in the Ukrainian Central Committee whom Postishev knew well. Back to the quote. And now, according to the testimony, it appears that Karpov was recruited in 1934 by the Trotskyites. I personally do not believe that in 1934, an honest party member who had trod the long road of unrelenting fight against enemies for the party and for socialism would now be in the camp of the enemies. I do not believe it. I cannot imagine how it would be possible to travel with the party during the difficult years and then, in 1934, join the Trotskyites. It is an odd thing. Our note. Quote from N.S. Khrushchev's report on the cult of personality and its consequences. However, for some reason, N.S. Khrushchev did not cite the opinion of the same P.P. Postishev of the October 1938 version and explain such a striking difference from the opinion of a year and a half before. Back to the quote. But he found himself in dangerous isolation. 2 hours after this controversy, he was demonstratively removed from the candidates for membership in the Politburo, and none of the participants in the plenum rose to his defense. even Khrushchev, who also suffered from Malenkov in that report. In exactly 15 years, these two people would be the main contenders for the place of the late leader, which is why it is so interesting to understand the origins of their confrontation. Yes, Malenkov said in his report that a verification on deportations from the party and arrests carried out in Moscow revealed that the majority of those convicted were not guilty of anything at all. However, in January 1938, Khrushchev preferred to remain silent, to pretend that this criticism had nothing to do with him. Our note: he also did not remember in 1956, and G.M. Malenkov, for some reason, did not remind him of how it was in reality. Back to the quote. The fact is that precisely at the January plenum, he was dismissed from the post of First Secretary of the Regional Committee of Moscow Oblast and the Moscow City Committee of the Communist Party, and was appointed First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Ukraine. Our note: in other words, he received a promotion instead of being dismissed from his job and answering in court for abuse of power. This is one of the indicators that J.V. Stalin was not omnipotent and was forced to work with those people who there were. Back to the quote. And very soon after he took up his new position, a cipher message came from Kiev to the Politburo. Khrushchev immediately requested limits on the first and second categories for 30,000 people. And Stalin signed again, including for his future whistleblower? Tell me, well, this struggle of the two-faced against the two-faced, this plenum of duplicity, what could it give? Yes, but it was precisely this plenum that first said something intelligible about what was happening in the country. It adopted a resolution with a very long title on errors of party organizations in expelling communists from the party, on formal bureaucratic attitudes towards the appeals of those expelled from the VKPB, and on measures to eliminate these shortcomings. But of course, this decree, which in a veiled form spoke of terror, could not stop it. To do this, it was necessary to break the connection between the party democracy and the NKVD. Our note: the connection between party apparatus bureaucracy and NKVD bureaucracy. Back to the quote. Which had taken the form of a dangerous consolidation at the level of local organizations. And above all, Yezhov had to be removed from this connection. Our note: N.I. Yezhov was appointed to the post of People's Commissar of Internal Affairs in order to prevent this connection, but did not cope with the mission. The consequences of his sabotage, as far as possible, had to be corrected by L.P. Beria. Back to the quote. Former party worker N.I. Yezhov became the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs in October 1936. At first, all his activities in the new position boiled down to the arrest of about 4,000 Trotskyists and Zinovievites. But when he was allowed to arrest Tukhachevsky, Yakir, Ubarievich, and other prominent military figures, then members and candidates for members of the Central Committee, and then, on the eve of the June plenum, deputy chairmen of the Council of People's Commissars Rudzutaks and Antipov, that is, figures of the first row, the NKVD, like any punitive system in all countries and at all times, began to get a taste. Now hidden enemies were everywhere. Rapidly increasing the scale of repression, Yezhov made it clear how much the party and the country needed him, needed his repressive apparatus. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November the 19th, 2002. Our note: this is the behavior of a typical bureaucrat. If there is no real work, then he creates the appearance of work, for reporting to his superiors about his usefulness and irreplaceability. Back to the quote. When did Stalin decide to stop the NKVD? It is usually believed that the impetus for this was the sudden arrest in July 1938 of V.Y. Chubar, deputy chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, that is, Molotov himself. This seriously upset the balance of power in the Politburo, Out of 15 votes, the Stalinist group had 7. After Chubar's arrest, only 6 remained. But this was that same commission for resolving issues of a secret nature, which, contrary to the new constitution, usurped power in the country. Absolutely right. Yezhov was also a member of this commission. That is, the struggle began at the very top of the pyramid, and when the NKVD removed Chubar from the 7, Stalin decided to issue a second warning to Yezhov. And the first? He didn't say anything about the first one. Well, Yezhov accepted the first one with great happiness. In April 1938, he was appointed, concurrently, also as the People's Commissar of Water Transport. The second warning was issued in August. Stalin and Molotov spent 4 whole hours persuading Yezhov to agree to the candidacy of LP Beria as their first deputy. And here is the third, final act of this long procedure. On November the 23rd, Yezhov was again summoned to Stalin, with whom Molotov and Voroshilov were already. I was able to hold in my own hands a document that Yezhov had written clearly under their dictation. It is written on 3 pages, all of different sizes. That is, they grabbed the first pieces of paper that they could get their hands on and slipped them to Yezhov so that he would not stop writing. The wording of his removal from office changes twice. To all appearances, he resisted, objected. And it was necessary to wrest from him the decision to leave of his own free will. Immediately a draft resolution was written, which sounds like a guarantee. To keep for Comrade Yezhov the posts of Secretary of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks, Chairman of the Control Commission of the party, and People's Commissar of Water Transport. Finally, the statement was written and signed N. Yezhov. It was with this that the elimination of Yezhovism began. The Politburo sent telegrams to the localities with plain text to immediately end the repression and disband the troikas. Once again, seizing the initiative, the Stalinist group, already at the end of 1938, secured the first trials of NKVD workers accused of falsification and contrivance of cases in which thousands of people were tried, exiled, and executed over almost a year. This is how the Great Terror was stopped. And thus began, as I understand it, the second wave of repressions, the Terror of Revenge, which now descended on the heads of the initiators of the Great Terror. But the misfortune is that after all, the country did not emerge from this spiral of violence. Indeed, it would have been better if Stalin had rejected the trial balloon of Eicher at the risk of his own life, than allowed this on a national scale. Would it have stopped the Great Terror? Yes, undoubtedly. Stalin's affirmative resolution on the note of the party secretary of Novosibirsk is not just his monstrous mistake, but also a crime. The first secretary of the Central Committee of the party factually allowed the partocracy to create their own military field courts. Our note: this was not a crime, but a forced, tactical step, because he did not have cadres in order to resist the idealist bureaucracy of the apparatus, true-believing Marxists inspired by Freemasonry. In N.I. Yezhov, who was in advance promoted to the post of People's Commissar of Internal Affairs in order to subordinate the NKVD to the Bolsheviks, J.V. Stalin was deceived. The victims, unfortunately, found themselves in the position of grass on the battlefield. Conclusion: do not be grass. Back to the quote. Therefore, Stalin is not relieved of responsibility for the terror unleashed in the country. For all that, he was not the initiator of the terror. The initiators were others. This means that we are obliged to also verify the alternative version. And if it were not for this personal mistake, this personal crime of Stalin, what would have awaited the country? To be honest, I think our past would be even darker. By sweeping away the Stalinists along with their reforms, the partocracy would have established such a pseudo-revolutionary, anti-people regime that it would certainly have cost even more victims in order to curb it. Our note. First, pseudo-socialist, not pseudo-revolutionary. It would have been completely revolutionary extremist. Second, maybe it would not have cost an even greater amount of victims in the years that have passed until now. But the fact that it would have been inter-Nazi Masonic fascism is for sure. And that would have been much worse than victims, since victims are a loss of quantity, while a stable fascist anti-people regime is a loss of quality, which would have required a much greater amount of victims in subsequent stages of history in order to break through the inter-Nazi Masonic global fascism to the human quality of life. Back to the quote. During the ideological struggle between two worlds, all the time they talked about several million victims of Stalin. Is historical science ready today to answer how many people actually fell into the millstones of repression? Not yet fully, but the limits of the cataclysm are already clear. Russian and foreign historians today agree that two waves of terror claimed 300,000 to 400,000 lives. Naturally, the first was much larger than the second. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 20th, 2002. This is not the whole truth about that era. The whole truth simply cannot fit into any documentary. The result of the confrontation between different components of power at the end of the 1930s was such. True believing Marxists in their majority were executed. Freemasons lost public power and curtailed their own public activity. Freemasons inside the country were forced to hide and prepare for conspiratorial activities. Before that, Freemasonry succeeded in the execution of a significant number of the most qualified professionals in all sectors of the economy and in the spheres of the life of society, which caused great damage to Bolshevism and the USSR, undermining the potential for its further development. The idealist bureaucracy recognized in J.V. Stalin its master, and this word, for many years, became an allegorical designation of the leader in the circles of the bureaucracy, which, with greater than ever fervor, in awe in front of him and hatred for him, began to create his cult of personality, in order to turn J.V. Stalin into its hostage, isolate him from the people, and cover its so-called politics with his authority. World Freemasonry took the course towards the organization of the war between Hitler's Germany and the USSR, the main purpose of which was to discredit any kind of nationalism for the future by the example of the atrocities of Hitlerism, to lead Bolshevism to a state catastrophe in the war, and to revive the Masonic regime in the USSR. Internal Freemasonry began to prepare for the defeat of the USSR in the war with the German-Japanese bloc. J.V. Stalin, understanding what was happening, began to prepare the country for war. But, along with this, measures were taken to ensure that together with Hitler's Germany, there was no other Germany then, they egress from this scenario of world politics, directed primarily against the peoples of both states. Unfortunately, Hitler violated the agreements and attacked the USSR. And this was not a provocation of the German military, showing its aggressiveness against Hitler's will. One of the main reasons for the military catastrophe of 1941 was that the commander of the Western Special Military District, General D.G. Pavlov, did not fulfill the directive of the General Staff of June 18, 1941, on the deployment of troops in accordance with the plan to cover the state border. Moreover, a detailed analysis of the course of hostilities on the Soviet-German front shows that D.G. Pavlov was not the only supporter of the Wehrmacht among the highest command personnel. The oddities in the behavior of the command, leading to defeats, ceased only in 1943, after the results of the Battle of Stalingrad demonstrated that Germany was not in a position to defeat the USSR. Although in the initial period of the war, The Wehrmacht and its command possessed massive real experience in modern warfare, and the armed forces of the USSR and their command did not have such experience in conducting military operations. Nonetheless, the stream of real inability to command troops in the initial period of the Great Patriotic War, in some cases, was the disguise of isolated acts of purpose-oriented sabotage of conduction of military operations. General D.G. Pavlov, in July 1941, came under investigation and was convicted of treason, although at the trial he was able to write off his treasonous actions to unintentional negligence, which allowed the evasion of responsibility by other participants in the second layer of the military conspiracy, which was not revealed and not liquidated in 1937-1938. Coverage of this topic, however, is outside the scope of this material. The Khrushchev clique subsequently rehabilitated D.G. Pavlov, placing all responsibility for the military catastrophe of the summer of 1941 on J.V. Stalin personally, contrary to historical truth. However paradoxical it may seem, the first massively published source, which shows the colossal work done in the USSR in order to ensure victory in the war with Germany, even in the variants of more severe initial military defeats than in reality, are the books of V. Suvorov, V. B. Rezun, Icebreaker, Day M, Cleansing. In order to substantiate the version about the supposedly prepared Soviet strike against Germany, which Hitler allegedly thwarted with his attack, the orderers of this book had to tell the truth, that in military technical and military economic terms, the USSR had prepared for war and victory in it in the years after the terror of 1937-1938, as a result of which the fifth column was basically eradicated. Along with the rehabilitation of D.G. Pavlov in Khrushchev's times, the former People's Commissar of the Navy, N.G. Kuznetsov, was expelled from the fleet and began to suffer harassment. This was revenge for the fact that the Soviet Navy met the war on alert, and this fact rendered the myth of the sudden German attack on the USSR as nonsense in the minds of every thinking person. If one type of armed forces of the state encounters a war on military alert, but for others it starts suddenly, then this means that the branches of the armed forces for which the war is a surprise are under the command of traitors to the motherland, professionally not consistent and careless people, among the number of whom can also be counted the so-called Marshal of Victory, G.K. Zhukov, who headed the General Staff in the last 6 months before the war. The Leningrad affair was not fabricated either. Its participants, having exceeded their official powers, organized the Leningrad Trade Fair in January 1949, during which they rotted products worth 4 billion rubles, with an average salary in the country of about 1,000 rubles. In the course of the investigation, it was established that Kuznetsov, Popkov, Kapustin, Lazutin, Turko, Zakrzewskaya and Mikheyev plundered public funds and used them for personal enrichment. Before that, on December the 25th, 1948, during a joint regional and city party conference, the voting results were fabricated. This was announced by the author of an anonymous letter to the Central Committee, the verification of which confirmed the fact of fabrication and the involvement in it of Popkov, Kapustin, Kuznetsov. Kapustin, while on an internship in England in 1935-36, entered into an intimate relationship with a translator. In the late 1930s, the brakes were put on the case of the extramarital affair. But in 1949, the State Security exposed the fact that Kapustin had been recruited by British intelligence during his internship and had spied in its interests, for which he was arrested. Popkov, a nominee of Voznesensky, heading the Moscow Party Committee, demanded that the ministers, as party members, be subordinate to him, which was, in essence, the intervention of Popkov and the group of bureaucrats behind him and their idea givers in the affairs of the all-Union and all-Russian bodies of power, that is, a real attempt to seize power. Voznesensky, heading the State Planning Committee, fabricated statistical reporting, conducted planning in such a way that he programmed the emergence of significant intersectoral disproportions in output. As a result, some sectors produced products for which there were no consumers in other sectors, which reduced the overall efficiency and useful return of the country's national economy. This was done in many respects in order to simplify the making of careers for their own people, on the basis of creating conditions for them to overfulfill their plans and suppress career opportunities for those who were unwanted. Additionally, the State Planning Committee revealed the facts of the disappearance of secret documents without a trace. From 1944 to 1949, 236 secret and top-secret documents disappeared, 9 of them in the secretariat of Voznesensky himself. It must be noted that the system of secret office work in the USSR provided for a documented recording of the facts of creation of secret documents in the process of work, the facts of the existence of each of them in the archives and with the executor personally, the facts of transferal of secret documents from one executor to another in the process of work, the facts of sending and receiving of documents by special mail, the facts of duplication of documents, the facts of destruction of each document as unnecessary, and the facts of changing or removing the stamp of secrecy. That is, every sheet, every photograph or drawing pasted into the brochure was registered with the document. Therefore, if in such conditions about 40 to 50 documents per year disappear without a trace in an institution, including documents containing several tens or even hundreds of pages, this speaks volumes. And at the same time, it was established that Voznesensky was personally involved in the concealment of such facts. That is, even if one takes political articles out of the prosecution, then some economic crimes and numerous facts of the disappearance of secret documents, including a copy of the State Plan for the Development of the National Economy of the USSR for 1945, 209 A4 sheets, are quite sufficient in order to recognize the Leningrad affair not as inflated fabrication, but well-founded. In cadre politics, Voznesensky and Kuznetsov implemented the principle of their own team, promoting people loyal to them to positions, without caring about the professional compliance of their protégés with the new positions. That is, they factually worked for the bureaucratization of power. However, even with such an approach to the Leningrad affair outside of politics, it is an indicator that the bureaucracy was a parasite, becoming an instrument of foreign political forces. And despite the fact that the Leningrad affair also expressed the struggle for power of various internal mafias of the bureaucracy and bureaucratic clans, it is also an act of social hygiene. And if we talk about the cult of personality in connection with the report on this topic by N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress, then it was Kuznetsov, not to be confused with the People's Commissar of the Navy, and Voznesensky, who used the administrative resource in order to create the cult of their personalities. But in spite of this, N.S. Khrushchev, in his report, announced the Leningrad affair to have been fabricated. And this made it clear to the bureaucracy that an era of irresponsibility for incompetence, abuse of power, and self-interest of bureaucrats was beginning. That is, the entire report of N.S. Khrushchev is an indicator of the fact that he shielded Freemasonry, which, throughout the era of J.V. Stalin, acted in different ways in different spheres of the life of Soviet society. N.S. Khrushchev, with his report, shielded it as a factor in global politics. At the same time, the report was intended to solve three objectives: to demoralize Bolshevism, presenting J.V. Stalin as a monster in order that people would be ashamed of their alleged involvement in the crimes of their leader; to revive the Masonic Marxist project; to appease the bureaucracy and make it completely subject to Freemasonry. Of these three tasks, it was possible to solve only the first, and even that for a historically short period of time. Now, Bolshevism has freed itself from the power of Marxism and speaks its own language, as evidenced by the conception of social safety. The galvanization of the corpse of the Masonic Marxist project killed by J.V. Stalin did not take place due to the fact that the Marxist neo-Trotskyists of post-revolutionary generations showed a greater inclination to banquets and bardic songwriting, and did not at all want to perform revolutionary feats, risking their lives and their greater or lesser consumer welfare. By the 20th Congress, the party, Soviet and economic bureaucracies were tired of both revolutionary feats under the leadership of true-believing Marxists and of the fear in which they lived working for Bolshevism under the leadership of J.V. Stalin. Therefore, wishing for a quiet life for themselves, they quickly, by historical standards, got rid of N.S. Khrushchev, accusing him of the same sins of the cult of personality and professional incompetence of which he had accused Stalin at the 20th Congress. World Freemasonry was forced to accept this position of the Soviet bureaucracy since, from the beginning of the 1940s, it began to develop a new global revolutionary project, this time not on the basis of materialistic atheism, but on the basis of idealistic atheism, choosing for these purposes historically established Islam as an ideological platform. By the end of the 20th century, this global revolutionary project had begun to bear its first fruits. The history of recent decades shows that the United States works for it as stupidly, thanks to the mafia-Masonic nature of state power within it, as during the first half of the 20th century they worked for the Marxist project, first taking part in financing the revolutions of 1917 and, in the 1930s, providing the USSR with significant assistance in industrialization and then in its nuclear project, although the latter took place largely against the will and desire of the American bureaucracy. If we sum up the results of J.V. Stalin's activities, then, as Churchill said, he inherited Russia with a wooden plow and left it in possession of atomic weapons. J.V. Stalin fulfilled Lenin's parting words, reply to the notes of Sukhanov Himmel. The educational level of the population of the USSR became the highest in the world in the middle of the 20th century, although the quality of education, in the sense that it was still based on the biblical culture, remained unchanged. And although J.V. Stalin was unable to lead society to the victory of Bolshevik socialism, for this it was necessary, first of all, to rid society of the power of Marxism and the Bible over minds. Before leaving for another world, he left a parting word to the Bolsheviks of future generations, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, and pointed out a number of problems that need to be solved. De-Zionization, the fight against cosmopolitanism and the doctor's plot, of the life of society, and, above all, of its culture, which must be carried out without falling into the power of anti-Jewish racism and xenophobia. Elimination of the mafia character of the organization of science, Marxism and problems of linguistics, and in relation to the reply to the greetings of the workers of the chief railway workshops in Tiflis, the elimination of the Masonic mafia character of science as one of the branches of human activity. Debureaucratization of the sphere of governance.
Товарищи, разрешите выразить благодарность от имени нашего съезда всем братским партиям и группам, представители которых почтили наш съезд своим присутствием, или которые прислали съезду приветственные обращения. Выразить благодарность.
The 19th Congress was held in Moscow from October the 5th to October the 14th, 1952. It elected a new composition of the Central Committee of the party. In order to understand why history has confirmed exactly the capitulatory, self-liquidating essence of the CPSU, one should turn to a little-known episode from the activities of the Central Committee elected by the 19th Congress. After the Congress, on October the 16th, a plenum of the Central Committee was held. J.V. Stalin spoke at the plenum. His speech was unexpected for the plenum participants, not in the sense that no one expected the party leader to speak at the plenum, but in terms of its content. This speech by J.V. Stalin threw the plenum into a stupor. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, J.V. Stalin directly warned the members of the Central Committee about the readiness to betray the cause of Spravedlivosť to bourgeois degeneration and to collusion with imperialism, of those whom the crowd considered to be his closest, most faithful companions, and in some cases, his successors. So, J.V. Stalin directly expressed his distrust of V.M. Molotov and A.I. Mikoyan. Secondly, J.V. Stalin told the members of the Central Committee about what they should have guessed themselves, that he was already old and tired, and therefore the time would come fairly soon when he would not be able to lead the party and the state, as a result of which it was necessary to think, in order to elect in advance another person to the post of General Secretary of the Central Committee of the governing party. This notification of the content of the speech of J.V. Stalin could have been limited and could have proceeded to further consideration of the problematics. But it is better to turn to the testimony of a participant in the plenum, since otherwise our conclusions about the attitude of the participants in the plenum to this episode may seem to some to be groundless slander. The well-known, authoritative, and respected writer and poet K.M. Simonov became a candidate member of the CPSU Central Committee elected by the 19th Congress. In his memoirs, recorded on a tape recorder in the hospital shortly before his death, deciphered and published under the title Through the Eyes of a Man of My Generation after his passing away, he, referring to one of his diary entries, reports the following about the plenum on October the 16th, 1952. In the March 1953 record of this plenum, for many reasons, I did not expatiate, but nevertheless, first I will quote, as it is, a brief note from that time, and then, from memory, I will decipher some moments that now, 27 years later, it will probably be less of a sin to decipher than to consign to oblivion. Although, we note, it was a sin to keep silent about this plenum throughout the entire Khrushchev-Brezhnev era. Back to the quote. Here is this entry in its original form. Naturally, I have no right to record everything that happened at the plenum of the Central Committee, but without touching on the questions that were raised there, I still want to record some details. Our note. During the years of the existence of the USSR, there was the concept of party secret. Some issues of the life of society and the state were considered at the so-called closed party meetings and sessions of plenums and congresses. Non-party members were not allowed to attend closed meetings, and the materials of closed meetings, plenums, and meetings of congresses were not published in the media. Back to the quote. When the plenum began at exactly the appointed moment, everyone was already sitting in their places, and Stalin, along with the rest of the members of the Politburo, having come out of the back door, began to approach the presidium table. Those gathered in the Sverdlovsk hall applauded him. Stalin entered with a very professional, serious, concentrated face, and, having quickly glanced around the hall, made a very short but powerful hand gesture from his chest in our direction. And in this gesture it was expressed that he understands our feelings towards himself, and that we must realize that this is a plenum of the Central Committee, where we should get down to business. One of the members of the Central Committee, speaking at the rostrum, said at the conclusion of his speech that he was a devoted disciple of Comrade Stalin. Stalin, listening very attentively to this speech, sitting behind the speakers in the presidium, briefly replied, "We are all students of Lenin." We note that this is about the issue of how the personality cult of J.V. Stalin was created over the course of decades. Speaking himself, Stalin, talking of the need for firmness and fearlessness, spoke about Lenin, about the measure of fearlessness displayed by Lenin in 1918, what an incredibly difficult situation was then, and how strong the enemies were. "And what about Lenin?" asks Stalin. "And Lenin? Reread what he said and what he wrote then. He thundered then in this incredibly difficult situation. Thundered. Was not afraid of anyone. Thundered." Stalin repeated this word twice or thrice, over and over again. Thundered. Our note. J.V. Stalin recalls the time when the conflict, Bolshevism and socialism in one country on the one side, world behind the scenes and world revolution on the other, was the most acute. The situation in 1918 was qualitatively in many respects analogous to the situation in 1952. Back to the quote. Then, in connection with one of the questions that arose at the plenum, it was the question of the removal from J.V. Stalin of part of his official duties. K.M. Simonov reports on this in detail further on. Speaking about his duties, Stalin said, "Since I was entrusted with this, then I do it. Not so that it will be written after me that I did it. I was not brought up like that." He pronounced the last part very sharply. What happened, and what was behind this short note I made in 1953? I will try to recall and explain to the best of my understanding. I do not want to take a sin onto my soul and try to restore those details of what happened at the plenum which I remembered, but at the time did not write down. I will only speak about what really engraved itself in my memory and remained in it, as a difficult and even tragic reminiscence. It is difficult, we note, to die as a Psycho-Trotskyist without having fulfilled your duty to the future. The entire plenum lasted, as it seemed to me, a little over 2 hours, of which Stalin's speech took about an hour and a half, and the rest was taken up by the speeches of Molotov and Mikoyan, and the elections of the executive bodies of the Central Committee that ended the plenum. As far as I can remember, while Stalin was speaking, Malenkov led the plenum, the rest of the time Stalin himself. Almost immediately after the beginning, Malenkov gave the floor to Stalin, and he, going around the back of the presidium table, went down to the chair, which stood a few steps below the presidium table, in the center of the rostrum. He spoke from beginning to end harshly and without humor. No sheets or pieces of paper lay in front of him. Our note. That is, J.V. Stalin found it necessary to speak without a prepared text, or at least the theses of his speech, which could have become known in advance to any of his guardians from the staff of the Central Committee apparatus. Back to the quote. And during his speech, he carefully, tenaciously, and somehow heavily peered into the hall, as if trying to penetrate into what these people think, sitting in front of him and behind. The tone of his speech, the way he spoke, his eyes grasping at the hall, all this led everyone sitting into a kind of stupor. I experienced a particle of this stupor on myself. The main thing in his speech boiled down to the fact, if not textually then along the lines of thought, that he was old. The time was approaching when others would have to continue doing what he did, that the situation in the world was difficult, and the struggle against the capitalist camp would be difficult, and that the most dangerous thing in this struggle would be to falter, to be frightened, to retreat, to capitulate. This was the most important thing that he wanted not just to say, but to impress into those present. Our note is that this is a recognition that they understood that Stalin was not a power-hungry person, but was concerned about the continuity of the cause of Bolshevism. Back to the quote. Which in turn was connected with the theme of his own old age and his possible departure from life. All this was said harshly, and in places more than harshly, almost ferociously. Perhaps at some points in his speeches there were elements of play and calculation as constituent parts, but behind all this there was a true anxiety. Our note is that this is another admission that Stalin was sincere in his concern for the future and was not a power-hungry person. Back to the quote, which was not devoid of a tragic background. It was in connection with the danger of concessions, fear, and capitulation that Stalin appealed to Lenin in those phrases that I already quoted in my entry at that time. 1953, with which we began quoting the memoirs of K.M. Simonov. Now, in essence, it was about himself, about Stalin, who may leave, and about those who may remain after him. But he did not talk about himself. Instead of himself, he talked about Lenin, about his fearlessness in the face of any circumstances. The main feature of Stalin's speech was that he did not consider it necessary to talk about courage or fear, determination or capitulationism. Everything that he said about these qualities he connected concretely to two members of the Politburo who were sitting right there, in the room, behind his back 2 meters from him. To people about whom I, for example, least expected to hear what Stalin said about them. First, with all this synodic of accusations and suspicions, accusations of instability, suspicions of cowardice, capitulationism, he fell upon Molotov. It was so unexpected that at first I could not believe my ears. I thought that I had misheard or not understood, but it turned out that this was exactly the case. It followed from Stalin's speech that the person most suspected by him of the capability of capitulationism, the person most dangerous in this sense for him that evening, at that plenum, was Molotov. Not any other person, but Molotov. He spoke about Molotov for a long time and mercilessly. He cited some examples I did not remember of the erroneous actions of Molotov, connected mainly with those periods when he, Stalin, was on vacation, and Molotov remained in his place and incorrectly resolved some issues that it had been necessary to resolve otherwise. Which I don't remember, probably partly because Stalin spoke to an audience that was more aware of the political intricacies associated with these issues than I was. I didn't always understand what it was about. And secondly, probably because the accusations that he presented were somehow incomplete, unclear, and vague. In any case, in my perception, it seemed to be so. And this forgetfulness of the essence of the matter arising from the unwillingness to understand the matter, is a characteristic feature of Psyche-Trotskyism. It is not the content and not even the form of presenting information, not the meaning of what is said, that is remembered, but the emotional impression of what happened, conditioned by one's own raviousness first of all, and not events as such. On August 4th, 2002, Radio Svoboda, in a program dedicated to the next anniversary of the massacre against the leaders of the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, also recalled this plenum and the claims made by J.V. Stalin against V.M. Molotov. According to Radio Svoboda, among these claims was the accusation that following the lead of his wife, P.S. Jemchuzhina, V.M. Molotov in certain circumstances became a conductor of Zionist, i.e., inter-Nazi politics in the top leadership of the USSR. This message from Radio Svoboda, taking into account the fact that the intelligentsia of the USSR, for the most part, and K.M. Simonov personally, were always very attentive to the Jewish question, suggests that in this case we are dealing not at all with the forgetfulness of K.M. Simonov, but with his unwillingness to go into details. We return to the quote. I could simply not understand in what Molotov was to blame. I only understood that Stalin accused him of a number of actions in the post-war period, accusing him with anger of such intensity, which seemed to be connected with a direct danger for Molotov, with a direct threat that those final conclusions, which, recalling the past, could have been expected from Stalin, would be made. In essence, the main content of his speech, the entire system of accusations of cowardice and capitulationism and calls for Leninist courage and inflexibility, Stalin concretely attached to the figure of Molotov. He was accused of all sins that should not have a place in the party when the time would come and Stalin would cease to be the head of the party. If J.V. Stalin had been mistaken in his description of V.M. Molotov, then, a few years later, Molotov would not have turned out to be a member of the anti-party group, consisting of Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Shipilov, who joined them later, who allegedly opposed Khrushchev's policy of resuming the Leninist norms of party life, and wanted to restore the order in the party and the state that existed under Stalin. K.M. Simonov, however, does not recall this. If J.V. Stalin had been mistaken in his description of V.M. Molotov, then Khrushchev, Malenkov, and Marshal of the Soviet Union Zhukov, who joined them later, would have been part of the neo-Trotskyist anti-people group. Zhukov supported Khrushchev by providing the delivery of members of the Central Committee to the plenum by aircraft of the Air Force. And in the USSR, after the defeat of the neo-Trotskyist group, there would not have been stagnation, but real socialism, in all formal and informal indicators of the quality of life, surpassing the real capitalism of both the developed countries of Europe and America and the neo-colonial countries. Returning to the quote. For all the anger of Stalin, which sometimes even smacked of intemperance, what he said had the iron construction peculiar to him. The next part of his speech, dedicated to Mikoyan, had the same construction, shorter, but in some of its shades, perhaps even more angry and disrespectful. Our note about Mikoyan. In 1962, popular unrest broke out in the city of Novocherkassk, Rostov region, caused by an increase in food prices, in particular for meat, which immediately followed an increase in production rates at the Novocherkassk electric locomotive plant. The rally in the square demanded a meeting with A.I. Mikoyan. Mikoyan at that time was secretly in the city and did not come out to meet the people. K.M. Simonov does not recall this either, although he might not have known about the whereabouts of A.I. Mikoyan at that time. Everything ended with the introduction of military units into the city for suppression and firing from machine guns. There were victims. After the rally was dispersed, The ringleaders were arrested, brought to trial, and shot. Alexander Ivanovich Lebed, as a teenager, was sitting in a tree during the rally. When the first machine gun fire was heard, other teenagers sitting on the same tree as Alexander, a branch above and a branch below, fell dead from the tree. Alexander flew from the tree safe and sound, but he remembered this episode for the rest of his life. He remembered it also in August 1991, for which Muscovites should be grateful to him. As for the rise in prices in the post-Stalin era, prices in the national economy decrease as the range of production grows and needs are satisfied, as was accomplished under J.V. Stalin. In an anti-people economy, prices rise regardless of the dynamics of the range of production, since a rise in prices devalues wages, pensions, savings, and thereby puts everyone who lives by their own labor into a personal slavery dependence on the owners of the system. In accordance with this circumstance, in relation to Y.T. Gaidar and the Union of Right Forces as a whole, A.B. Chubais, V.S. Chernomyrdin, A.Y. Lifshitz, and many others, it is better to keep silent, rather than to say that they are the true spokesmen for the democratic idea. We return to the quote. There was a terrible silence in the hall. I didn't look back at my neighbors, but I did see the 4 members of the Politburo sitting behind Stalin at the podium from which he spoke. They all had petrified, tense, motionless faces. They did not know, just like us, where and when and at what point Stalin would stop, whether he would move on to someone else after Molotov and Mikoyan. They did not know what was yet to be heard about others, and maybe about themselves. The faces of Molotov and Mikoyan were white and dead. These faces remained the same white and dead once Stalin had finished and returned to sit down at the table, and they, first Molotov, then Mikoyan, went down one by one to the podium where Stalin had just stood. And there, Molotov for longer, Mikoyan shorter, tried to explain to Stalin their actions, deeds, to justify themselves, to tell him that they were never cowards nor capitulators and would not be afraid of new clashes with the capitalist camp and would not capitulate to it. And these attempts at self-justification by Molotov and Mikoyan are common civility. After the cruelty with which Stalin spoke of both of them, after the rage that sounded in many parts of his speech, both speakers appeared to be last word-taking defendants, who, although they deny all the guilt they are charged with, can hardly hope for a change in their fate, already decided by Stalin. A strange feeling that I then remembered. They entered, but it seemed to me that they were not the people whom I had seen many times, and quite close to myself, but white masks worn on those faces, very similar to those faces themselves, and at the same time completely different, already inanimate. And this is a description of a zombie, which, by all appearances, corresponds to the structure of the psyche of both. The person himself is responsible for his own psyche structure, and not someone else. If both are zombies, then it is themselves who are to blame, not J.V. Stalin. I do not know if I have expressed myself accurately enough, but I had such a feeling, and I'm not exaggerating it in hindsight. I don't know why Stalin chose Molotov and Mikoyan as the 2 main objects of his mistrust in his final speech at the plenum of the Central Committee. The fact that he clearly wanted to compromise both of them, to belittle, to deprive the halo of some of the first historical figures to come after him was beyond doubt. He wanted to belittle them, especially Molotov, to nullify the halo that Molotov had. If the cult of his own personality was objectionable to Stalin, then why should he be pleased with the little cult of Molotov's personality, which flourished in the shadow of the personality cult of Stalin himself? Despite the fact that, in essence, in recent years he was largely removed from affairs, despite the fact that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was already headed by Wyszynski, despite the fact that his wife was in prison, The name of Molotov's wife was Perl, born Perl Semyonovna Karpovskaya, which means pearl, and which became her party pseudonym, later turning into a family name, Zhemchuzhina, origin Jewish. If Molotov was also under the heel, then she was imprisoned for the revealed anti-Bolshevik inter-Nazi influence which she exerted on her husband, a member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the USSR. Despite all this, to many, many people, and the wider the circle you take, the more of them there will be, the name of Molotov was called, or was recalled, directly after the name of Stalin. This is precisely what Stalin apparently did not want. He strove to make this understood and felt to everyone who had gathered at the plenum, to all old and young members and candidates of the Central Committee, to all old and new members of the executive bodies of the Central Committee who had yet to be elected. For some reason, he did not want Molotov after him, if something happened to him, to remain the first figure in the state and in the party, and his speech excluded such a possibility. One more thing, I don't remember, in the same speech, even before Molotov and Mikoyan were allowed to speak or after that, in another short speech that preceded the election of the executive bodies of the Central Committee, I'm afraid to even say that such a second speech happened. Perhaps everything was said in the first speech. Stalin, standing at the podium and looking into the hall, spoke of his old age and the fact that he was not able to fulfill all the duties that were entrusted to him. He can continue to carry out his duties as chairman of the Council of Ministers. He can fulfill his duties, leading, as before, the meetings of the Politburo. But he is no longer able, as Secretary General, to preside over the meetings of the Central Committee. Therefore, he asks to be released from his last post, that his request be granted. In approximately such words, I convey it almost word for word, it was expressed. But it's not about the words themselves. Stalin, saying these words, looked into the hall, and behind him sat the Politburo, and standing at the table was Malenkov, who was holding the meeting. And on Malenkov's face I saw a terrible expression, not of fright, not that he was frightened, but the expression that a person can have, clearer than all others, or clearer in any case than many others, who has realized the mortal danger that hung over everyone's heads, and which others had not yet realized. You cannot agree to this request of Comrade Stalin. You cannot agree that he resign from this one, the last of his three powers. You cannot. Malenkov's face, his gestures, his expressively raised hands, were a direct plea to all those present to immediately and decisively deny Stalin his request. Our note. Malenkov subsequently somehow overlooked, sensed something in the wrong way, and ended up in the anti-party group, together with Molotov. But it is possible that the Khrushchev neo-Trotskyists, knowing him well, did not take him into their team and preferred to get rid of him, enrolling him in the anti-party group of Molotov, Kaganovich, and Shipilov, who joined them later. Back to the quote. And then, having silenced out the words which came from behind Stalin's back, "No, please stay," or something like that, the audience buzzed with the words, "No, no, please stay. Please take your request back." I don't presume to quote all the words of the shouts that sounded at that moment, but in general the audience understood something, and perhaps, for the most part, understood earlier than I did. At the first second. The first impression coming from the depths of the psyche, as statistics show, is, in the majority of cases, the closest to the objectively true. And all that followed was an attempt at self-justification, an attempt to justify the subsequent Khrushchevism and Brezhnevism, whose nomenclature was quite friendly towards K.M. Simonov. At the first second, it seemed to me that this was all natural. Stalin would preside over the Politburo, he would be chairman of the Council of Ministers, and the General Secretary of the Central Committee would be someone else, as was the case under Lenin. That is, the well-intentioned poet-lyricist K.M. Simonov was, at heart, a supporter of the monarchical variant of ensuring the continuity of power. The leader prepares a new leader during his lifetime. But what I did not immediately understand, what many immediately or almost immediately understood, and Malenkov, on whom, as presiding at that moment, lay the greatest part of the responsibility, and in which case the blame immediately understood, was that Stalin was not going to give up the post of General Secretary, that this is a test, probing the attitude to the question raised by him. How ready are they, sitting behind him in the presidium and sitting in front of him in the hall, to release him, Stalin, from the post of General Secretary, because he is old, tired, can no longer bear this third duty? When the hall buzzed and shouted that Stalin should remain in the post of General Secretary and lead the Secretariat of the Central Committee, Malenkov's face, I remember this well, was the face of a man who had just passed a direct, real, mortal danger, because it was he who made the report on Party Congress and led practically the majority of sessions of the Secretariat of the Central Committee, presiding at this meeting of the plenum. It was he who, in the event of a different solution to the question, was a natural candidate for the third post of Comrade Stalin, which the latter allegedly wanted to leave because of old age and fatigue. Our note. Unlike K.M. Simonov, Malenkov understood that this was not at all a certainty, and unlike the well-intentioned K.M. Simonov, the intra-party mafia already then stood for the second monarchical variant. The conclave of associates itself nominates a new leader, proceeding from its own interests, at the same time perhaps deciding the question of when to bury the former leader. It was this that was manifested in Malenkov's reaction to the proposal of Stalin, which, if there had been Bolsheviks at the plenum and not serfs, would have made the intra-party mafia scenario impossible. Back to the quote. And if Stalin felt that there behind his back, or in front of his eyes, supporters of granting his request, I think the first who would have answered with his head would have been Malenkov. What it would have cost on the whole, it is difficult to imagine. In essence, this episode demonstrates that the initiative of J.V. Stalin to transfer his official powers as General Secretary of the Central Committee of the party to a successor on the basis of the open nomination of candidates, their discussion at the plenum, and the election of a new General Secretary in a completely democratic way, was rejected carelessly and irresponsibly by the members of the Central Committee themselves, elected by the 19th Congress, who followed the lead of one of the leaders of the apparatchiks, G.M. Malenkov, who chaired the plenum. This is an indisputable indicator that 13 years after the crowd-elitarian 18th Congress, the crowd-elitarian character of the party and members of its Central Committee was still preserved, although as far back as 1953, as noted by K. Simonov himself, he understood that the Congress and the plenum were convened in order to deal with business, and not for the participants to express their feelings for J.V. Stalin. That is, J.V. Stalin faced the same problem as Henry Ford, but, unlike Henry Ford, at the statewide level. But the vast majority of men, within a crowd elite society, want to stay put. They want to be led. They want to have everything done for them and have no responsibility and care. Therefore, in spite of the great mass of men, the difficulty is not to discover men to advance, but men who are willing to be advanced. The anti-Stalinists, whose foresight and intellectual power do not know the limits of socialist resourcefulness, in their comments to this episode, like K.M. Simonov himself, assert that the members of the plenum presidium, who were sitting behind J.V. Stalin, behind the podium, and the members of the Central Committee, who were sitting in the hall, immediately guessed that the insidious J.V. Stalin was looking for another favorite of the party, who could eventually replace him, the earthly god, that is allegedly immortal, as leader of the party and head of the state, in order to start a new wave of unjustified repressions. In our opinion, everything is simpler. Of Bolsheviks in the hall, there was only one, J.V. Stalin. All the rest were cowardly, self-serving, and, therefore, совестливо careless, frightened opportunists. Psychologically, they were slaves, who, as a result of the Great October Socialist Revolution, had formed a new, luxuriating stratum, and held the high opinion of themselves as the true elite of Soviet society. This servile, careless, but with claims to luxuriation, attitude towards the destiny of the motherland was not only shown by K.M. Simonov in describing the course of the plenum, but was clearly expressed in his personal attitude towards life in the post-Stalin era. Actually, it is in order that this statement of ours would not be perceived as unfounded that we have cited such an extensive quotation, so that those who watch this documentary could feel the conveyed by K.M. Simonov spirit of frightened party nomenclature servitude, which was openly manifested at that plenum. How J.V. Stalin reacted to the results of the plenum, he and God truly know. The members of the intra-party mafia, frightened during the first attempt at the illegitimate, in their opinion, transfer by J.V. Stalin of his official powers of General Secretary of the Central Committee, decided not to wait for the manifestations of the further initiative of J.V. Stalin and the party in this direction, and eliminated J.V. Stalin less than 6 months later, carrying out a palace coup. But, as a result of such behavior of the plenum of each of its participants, as earlier, Bolshevism had left the hierarchy of the Russian Orthodox Biblical Church, so over the next decade, Bolshevism also left the organizational structures of the CPSU. Bolshevism truly left the organizational structures of the CPSU, but did not disappear from society, and it will not enter the organizational structures of any other party, the organizational principles of building of which impede the personal development of the individual. The transcript of the speech of J.V. Stalin at the October 1952 plenum of the Central Committee was not published either during his lifetime or after his death. Largely thanks to this, it was possible to maintain in society the myth of the dictatorial omnipotence of J.V. Stalin and his thirst for power for the sake of power. Some might think that J.V. Stalin himself did not want to publish his speech at the plenum. However, such an assumption implies that J.V. Stalin himself was a capitulator, a coward. That is, it is incompatible with the testimony of K.M. Simonov about what happened at the plenum. Much speaks to the fact that J.V. Stalin, throughout his career as party leader and head of the state, was heavily encircled by the apparatus mafia, which used his name and the slogans of socialism and communism as a cover in its self-serving activities. This situation continued to persist in 1952, and therefore, unexpected for the apparatus and the guardians within it, the speech at the plenum of the Central Committee, without a prepared text, was for J.V. Stalin almost the only opportunity to break through the informational blockade and convey to the rest of society, through the members and candidates for members of the Central Committee, his true opinion, expressed directly and not in hints or in the subtext of some kind of narrative. However, out of several dozen participants in the October 1952 plenum of the Central Committee, this, and what is more, 27 years later, was done only by K.M. Simonov, and even then, on his deathbed, not wanting to leave for another world with his sin on his soul, with the sin of hiding in his servile silence the truth, known to him, but concealed from the rest of society by the mafia power. Furthermore, it should be understood that J.V. Stalin, at the October 1952 plenum of the Central Committee, really tried in his actions to rely on intra-party democracy, of the carrying out of which the participants in the plenum turned out to be incapable. And he did not only wish to express some thoughts on the assumption that the delegates would spread them throughout the Union. He needed an irreversible result in the life of the party itself, and not just for his words to be spread by delegates to all ends of the Union, where they would not entail any consequences and would soon be forgotten under the influence of the current events. Therefore, a speech similar in content at one of the sessions of the 19th Congress, which, as it might seem, could solve the problem of disseminating information within society better as a consequence of the large number of participants in the Congress, was not suitable for Stalin's attempt to rely on real intra-party democracy. Suppression of the individual by the psychological effects of herdness in a larger Congress audience would have been stronger. The relatively small audience of the plenum was more suitable for awakening the political will of the people, and the informal, coming from the people, Bolshevik power of ordinary party members over the apparatus would finally emerge in the party. Unfortunately, this did not happen. Concerning the possibilities of J.V. Stalin's speeches in the press, however, there was a multi-level system of self-censorship of the crowd elite society, from direct administrative bans and direct mafia collusion of the periphery of the world behind the scenes, to pressure on the psyche of individuals by herd effects generated in society by the cult of Marxism and the personality cult of J.V. Stalin himself, in which false ideas about the latter were formed. Stalin had no power over this multi-level system of censorship, and therefore was forced to adapt to it and bypass it and all the rest in his public activities. The difference in this adaptability to the system between J.V. Stalin and most other opportunists was that J.V. Stalin adapted to it, orienting on the strategy of transforming the life of the global civilization on the basis of the ideals of a previous community of free people, Communism, while the majority of opportunists solved the selfish tasks of today and of the near future, as a minimum of their own survival in the system and as a maximum of joining the systemic elite on the basis of suppressing the lives of others. A society of a previous community made up of scoundrels. This is a preemptive characterization by V.O. Krushchev about the attempt to introduce into the organizational forms of socialism a multitude of carriers of crowd elite algorithmics of the psyche. It is useful to remember this whenever it concerns all kinds of abuse of power in the era of Stalinist Bolshevism. Stalin's lack of freedom in the opportunity to appear in print is also confirmed by the history of the termination of the publication of his collected works. From 1945 to 1951, the first 13 volumes were published, including books written by him, articles and texts of oral presentations up to 1934 inclusive. However, the preparation for the publication of the 14th to 16th volumes proceeded so slowly that it can be considered that in fact the publication of the collected works of J.V. Stalin was terminated in 1951, even during the life of the allegedly omnipotent dictator. No public statements about the termination of proceedings on the publication of the works of the leader of the Soviet people were made during his lifetime. But, for the majority, there was simply an inexplicable delay in the release of the successive volumes of the subscription edition. Subscription editions of books were distributed by subscription in approximately the same way as newspapers and magazines are now distributed, with the only peculiarity that some of the subscription editions were delivered by mail to the customer at home, and some were distributed through a network of bookstores, which kept records of subscribers and their receipt of ordered publications. Accordingly, more than a year's delay in the release of successive volumes of the subscription edition of Stalin's works could not have passed unnoticed, and could not have but caused bewilderment among a fairly wide circle of people, as a minimum, in all cities of the Soviet Union. The only explanation for this delay is that the proceedings on the publication were terminated by the method of purposeful delay and the introduction of incessant rectifications, allegedly with the objectives of improvement. So, the question may arise. So the omnipotent dictator allegedly did not understand what was happening? Or was he going to live forever, and therefore postponed the release of the final edition of the collection of his revelations for a chronologically undefined later? J.V. Stalin, as an acting, conceptually powerful politician Bolshevik, interfered with the world behind the scenes, starting from the pre-war years. We have had too bitter an experience during the past 15 years. This is how the Documents on American Policy and Strategy, 1945-1950, NSC 20/1, dated August 18, 1948, characterizes the period after 1933, when the undivided power of the Trotskyist inter-Nazis in the USSR was interrupted by Stalin's Bolshevism. Extensive extracts from this directive of the US National Security Council with the title US Objectives with Respect to Russia have been published in the book by N.N. Yakovlev, CIA Target the USSR. After, at the end of the Great Patriotic War, the course of political life in the USSR had acquired a stable directionality on the irreversible liberation from the power of the inter-Nazism of the world behind the scenes. The world behind the scenes was forced to curb the USSR and solve the problem of minimizing the damage inflicted on itself by the activities of J.V. Stalin. The further publication of his works, which were supposed to have been included in the 14th to 16th volumes of the collected works, and were supposed to convey in a concentrated form to contemporaries and descendants the Stalinist vision of the course of events in 1934 to 1952, would also have been an obstacle to the implementation of the political scenarios of the world behind the scenes. The publication of the texts of Stalin's speeches, his articles and letters relating to these years, if it had been carried out in 1951 to 1953 within the composition of the 14th to 16th volumes of the collected works, could have significantly complicated and, in some ways, made impossible the neo-Trotskyist politics of the regime of N.S. Khrushchev. The newspaper St. Petersburgsky Vedomosti, dated 10th of March 1992, in the article, the CIA had plans to assassinate the Father of Nations, with reference to the book of the American historian Burton Hirsch, The Old Boys, the American Elite, and the Origins of the CIA, informed that the plan of the assassination of J.V. Stalin was approved by the CIA Director Allen Dulles in 1952. From this, it can be understood that the influence of J.V. Stalin on global politics was a very significant obstacle. If an operation of this kind had been planned against an old man, on December 6, 1952, J.V. Stalin turned 74 years old. The real date of birth, confirmed by an entry in the church books, is December 6, 1878. An old man who, taking into account the state of his health and lifestyle, had only a few years to live. Accordingly, having made a decision on the elimination of J.V. Stalin, the world behind the scenes preemptively gave instructions to slow down the publication of his works, believing that with the establishment of a new regime in the USSR under its control, the crowd would not dare to demand the continuation of the publication of the collection of his works, and, being conceptually powerless, it would not be able to ensure the continuation of the Stalinist political course. And thus it happened. The set of volumes 14 to 16 and proof prints were destroyed with the coming two-state power in the USSR of the new Psycho-Trotskyist anti-Bolshevik regime of N.S. Khrushchev. and the question of continuing the publication of the works of J.V. Stalin, as far as is known, at the plenums and the congresses of the capitulatory party for the self-liquidation of socialism did not rise, nor was it posed by the general public. In the USSR, only pro-bourgeois individualistic dissidents from the category of low worshippers of the West were active. Therefore, in reality, nothing speaks to the fact that in 1952, J.V. Stalin was able, bypassing the not subject to him hierarchically multi-level self-censorship of crowd elitism, directly tell society, through the mass media of the USSR and the scientific press, what he thought, including the giving of instructions to publish in newspapers and magazines his speech at the October plenum of the Central Committee, or some other speech, the meaning of which was beyond the ability of society to adequately perceive. K.M. Simonov was one of the most widely erudite cultural figures of the USSR, in many cases an independent, not stereotypically thinking person. However, even with these qualities, he turned out to be psychologically unprepared to meaningfully perceive even that small part of socio-scientific truth that was expressed by J.V. Stalin in his speech at the plenum of the Central Committee. His example is one of the many indicators that there are statistically objective limits of perception of information by any audience, from one person to humanity as a whole, beyond which anyone who brings information to people has no possibility to go without the audience experiencing psychological breakdown of one kind or another, depression, stupor, hysteria, directed at the audience itself or at others. The discussions that took place in the press on various questions in the post-war years, the letters received by the Central Committee and the government, and personally addressed to him, provided a good idea of the world view and world understanding in society, what it could accept and understand, and what it would reject, without bothering itself with the rethinking of life and the said. This is well illustrated by the text of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Judging by the reconstruction of the algorithmics of the collective psyche of Soviet society of that era, including on the basis of an analysis of the testimonies of contemporaries, certain censorship in the press and other media that was not subject to J.V. Stalin could have been escaped only by his particular written works and oral speeches matured in such a linguistic style that formally corresponded to the linguistic culture of Marxism prevailing in the USSR. They were not perceived by the apparatus mafia itself as a danger, and the world behind the scenes, even if it was able to understand the danger for its politics of what was said, simply did not have time to react through its periphery to these or those leaks of conceptually alien to society information. In such conditions, the continuity of conceptual power of Bolshevism was ensured. Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR is both a report by J.V. Stalin on the achievements during the period of his leadership of the party and the state, and a report on unresolved problems, as well as a testament to the Bolsheviks for the future. This collection of works was released as a separate edition in 1952. And although after the death of J.V. Stalin, his works were withdrawn from funds of public access in libraries, they ceased to be studied in school and university courses of sciences of a philosophical socio-scientific profile. Nonetheless, copies of a small brochure survived Khrushchevism and stagnation on the shelves of family libraries, and came into demand by successors continuers belonging to the new generation of Bolsheviks. Stalin did not walk away into the past, he dissolved into the future, no matter how it may sadden many who are slaves at heart, even those with claims to slave ownership and luxuriation.
Да здравствует мир между народами. Да поджигателей войны.
The content of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR suggests that this work of J.V. Stalin became the property of the people, having passed the heterogeneous self-censorship of the crowd elite society in exactly the following way. The executive apparatchiks thoughtlessly did not understand and let it go to press. The more deeply thinking world behind the scenes, acting through its periphery, did not manage to prevent the publication and spreading of this work in society. This work is characterized by the fact that it is impossible to read it unambiguously without an understanding of the general course of global history. In other words, as the understanding of the general course of global history is, so is the meaning extracted by the reader from Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. If there is no understanding of the general course of history, then the named work of J.V. Stalin is a collection of platitudes and senseless Marxist chatter. There are many people, fruitlessly dreaming of communism, having not freed themselves from the power of Marxism over their world understanding, who refer to Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR precisely as an example of the development by J.V. Stalin of Marxist theory oriented towards the building of communism. They do not realize that this work is a death sentence to Marxism, but expressed in the linguistic forms of Marxism itself. They do not realize this fact in the same way as it was not realized in 1952 by the guardians of J.V. Stalin from the apparatus mafia and from the world behind the scenes, allowing the publication of this collection of articles and letters responses to the participants in the economic discussion. This erroneous opinion stems from two circumstances. First, the unwillingness and ineptitude of people in independently comprehending the course of life. Second, in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, there are many phrases that give the impression that J.V. Stalin is a faithful servant of Marxism. One of the more impressive phrases of this kind goes like this. To describe Comrade Yaroshenko's opinion in a couple of words, it should be said that it is un-Marxist, and hence profoundly erroneous. In other words, only an approach to emerging problems from the standpoint of Marxism provides the keys to their solution, and thereby enriches Marxist science. Marxism regards laws of science, whether they be laws of natural science or laws of political economy, as the reflection of objective processes, which take place independently of the will of man. Man may discover these laws, get to know them, study them, reckon with them in his activities, and utilize them in the interests of society, but he cannot change or abolish them. Still less can he form or create new laws of science. And accordingly, for success in the building of communism, it is necessary to educate the younger generations in the spirit of Marxism-Leninism. Hence, the laws of political economy under socialism are objective laws, which reflect the fact that the processes of economic life are law-governed and operate independently of our will. People who deny this postulate are, in point of fact, denying science. And by denying science, they are denying all possibility of prognostication, and consequently are denying the possibility of directing economic activity. It may be said that all this is correct and generally known, that there is nothing new in it, and that it is therefore not worth spending time reiterating generally known truths. Of course, there really is nothing new in this, but it would be a mistake to think that it is not worth spending time reiterating certain truths that are well known to us. The fact is that we, the leading corps, are joined every year by thousands of new and young forces who are ardently desirous of assisting us and ardently desirous of proving their worth, but who do not possess an adequate Marxist education, are unfamiliar with many truths that are well known to us, and are therefore compelled to grope in the darkness. They are staggered by the colossal achievements of Soviet government. They are dazzled by the extraordinary successes of the Soviet system, and they begin to imagine that Soviet government can do anything, that nothing is beyond it, that it can abolish scientific laws and form new ones. During the life of one generation, the Soviet people went from almost universal illiteracy, plows and splinters, to the highest level of education in the world. Industry on the basis of advanced for their time designs and technologies, and prepared for the first flights into space. Continuing the quote, "What are we to do with these comrades? How are we to educate them in Marxism-Leninism? I think that the systematic reiteration and patient explanation of so-called generally known truths is one of the best methods of educating these comrades in Marxism. When reading these fragments from Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, if one does not delve into the meaning of certain details, the general impression is that this is a typical example of campaigning for the study of Marxism and the propaganda of Marxism as a theoretical basis for the building of communism. However, what we have shown in the given selection of fragments is a template of perception, slipped to believers in Marxism who do not know it and who do not understand life, which allows them to calmly classify J.V. Stalin as a Marxist, and therefore not interfere with the spread of this work in society, in the culture of which the cult of Marxism is dominant. And there is more than one such template of perception in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR that unambiguously leads to the opinion, this is Marxism. Therefore, everyone who wants to believe this, not wanting to think and take responsibility for themselves, believe that J.V. Stalin was a true Marxist who creatively developed the Marxist legacy in relation to the new historical conditions, or that he was stupid, like all Marxists, and therefore tried to solve the emerging problems on the basis of Marxism without leaving its framework. If one does delve into the comprehension of precisely the details distributed throughout the text of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, knowing Marxism at least in its main provisions, then this work in its content is merciless anti-Marxism, having quietly infiltrated into the authoritative classics of Marxist literature of those years, speaking in the common language of Marxism. Its anti-Marxist essence is one of the reasons as a consequence of which Marxists of the subsequent time recall it neither well nor badly. If they don't understand, then they at least sense. Discussing it in society is the public death sentence for Marxism. Indeed, as Marxism teaches, the fundamental question of any philosophy is the question of the relationship of consciousness to being, thinking to matter, nature, considered from two sides. First, what is primary? Spirit or nature, matter or consciousness? And secondly, how does knowledge about the world relate to the world itself? Or, in other words, does consciousness correspond to being? Is it capable of correctly reflecting the world? This problematics can be raised to the rank of the fundamental question only by the orderers of philosophy designed to tear a person away from life and make him dependent on the interpreters of the flow of life events, who rely on some other philosophy that they conceal from the rest of society. This is so because without any intellectual tricks and logical proofs and historical philosophical erudition, for most people, one way or another forced to solve big and small problems in their lives on a daily basis, the following is intuitively clear. Regardless of the answer to the first component of the question, spirit, i.e. God, is primary, nature, the product of spirit, God, is secondary, or nature is primary, human consciousness is secondary, a person is not able to change the objectively existing given of being. And the answer to the question, which of the two opinions corresponds to the objective truth, lies outside the realm of proofs by means of any logic, which is confirmed by the millennia-long, endless dispute between logical and quotation dogmatic philosophical schools of scientific materialism and occultism, scientific idealism. On the second component of the fundamental question of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, it is also intuitively clear to the majority, without any logical tricks, that knowledge about the world may or may not correspond to the world itself. In those cases where people act on the basis of knowledge corresponding to the world, their activity is successful. If they act on the basis of knowledge or false knowledge, illusory views, that does not correspond to life circumstances, then their activity achieves results worse than expected before its start, up to the point that it suffers a complete collapse, and this can entail a great number of human victims and natural disasters. And therefore, the only philosophy that has real practical significance in the daily life of the majority is a philosophy that is capable of giving answers to questions in real life. Will the results of an activity be worse than those which were desired before the start? Or will they be no worse? That is, exactly as it was supposed, or even better than was desired before the start. In other words, the fundamental question of practically useful wisdom is the question of the predictability of consequences with a detailedness sufficient for the conduct of activities by people, including the governance towards circumstances, both alone and collectively in real-life circumstances. And according to this practically useful, everyday wisdom, which has nothing to do with the far-fetched logical and schizophrenic construction of Marxism, in which the problems of governance are not considered either in general or in any particular aspects, undermining the dominance of Marxism and the fundamental question of its philosophy over the minds of people in society, J.V. Stalin writes, "The laws of political economy under socialism are objective laws which reflect the fact that the processes of economic life are law-governed and operate independently of our will. People who deny this postulate are, in point of fact, denying science, and by denying science, they are denying all possibility of prognostication, and consequently are denying the possibility of directing economic activity." In Marxism, the problematics of prognostication and governance towards all kinds of processes and the organization of their self-governance are not considered, and the philosophy and political economy of Marxism are structured in such a way as to impede the understanding of processes of governance on the basis of prognostication in general and in economics in particular. And it is precisely because of all this that what is written by J.V. Stalin in this fragment has no meaningful relation either to Marxism or to its so-called creative development in relation to new historical conditions. However, it is known that from a sufficiently large text covering a wide range of dissimilar problems, one can extract quotations, arrange them in a certain sequence, comment on them, and thus, in words, prove practically any pre-ordered conclusion. Nonetheless, this shown by us non-Marxist approach of J.V. Stalin to the problem of governing the economic life of society is not the result of this kind of abuse of the selection of facts and the logic of their comprehension. According to our statement of the problem of organizing the governance towards the economic life of society, J.V. Stalin expresses his rejection of Marxist political economy, on the basis of which the organization of governance towards the economic activity of society, either practically or theoretically, is impossible. Absolutely mistaken, therefore, are those comrades who allege that, since socialist society has not abolished commodity forms of production, we are bound to have the reappearance of all the economic categories characteristic of capitalism: labor power as a commodity, surplus value, capital, capitalist profit, the average rate of profit, etc. These comrades confuse commodity production with capitalist production and believe that once there is commodity production, there must also be capitalist production. They do not realize that our commodity production radically differs from commodity production under capitalism. Further, I think that we must also discard certain other concepts taken from Marx's Capital, where Marx was concerned with an analysis of capitalism and artificially applied to our socialist relations. I am referring to such concepts, among others, as necessary and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus time. Marx analyzed capitalism in order to elucidate the source of exploitation of the working class, surplus value, and to arm the working class, which was bereft of means of production, with an intellectual weapon for the overthrow of capitalism. It is natural that Marx used concepts, categories, which fully corresponded to capitalist relations. But it is strange, to say the least, to use these concepts now, when the working class is not only not bereft of power and means of production, but, on the contrary, is in possession of the power and controls the means of production. Talk of labor power being a commodity and of hiring of workers sounds rather absurd now under our system, as though the working class, which possesses means of production, hires itself and sells its labor power to itself. It is just as strange to speak now of necessary and surplus labor, as though, under our conditions, the labor contributed by the workers to society for the extension of production, the promotion of education and public health, the organization of defense, etc., is not just as necessary to the working class, now in power, as the labor expended to supply the personal needs of the workers and his family. It should be remarked that in his critique of the Gotha program, where it is no longer capitalism that he is investigating, but, among other things, the first phase of communist society, Marx recognizes labor contributed to society for extension of production, for education and public health, for administrative expenses, for building up reserves, etc., to be just as necessary as the labor expended to supply the consumption requirements of the working class. We will leave aside the question of commodity production and the market in the planned economy of a socialist state for the time being, and turn to identifying the meaning of the rest of the text and the subtext in the given fragment. If we discard from the political economy of Marxism such concepts as necessary and surplus labor, necessary and surplus product, necessary and surplus time, as J.V. Stalin directly and unequivocally suggests, then it will crumble into debris, and along with it, Marxism as a whole will collapse, since its political economy is a product of its philosophy, as a consequence of which the collapse of political economy will inevitably entail a revision of philosophy, and, as a further consequence, a revision of sociology as a whole, and the system of views about the history of global civilization and its prospects. However, economic theory and sociology as a whole is necessary for a socialist society. Starting with a seemingly casual, but in its essence deadly for Marxism proposal to discard the conceptual categories of Marxist political economy he enumerated, J.V. Stalin concludes the section with a direct instruction to scientists to work out a qualitatively new economic theory that corresponds to the life and social needs of governance towards the economy. I think that our economists should put an end to this incongruity between the old concepts and the new state of affairs in our socialist country, by replacing the old concepts with new ones that correspond to the new situation. We could tolerate this incongruity for a certain period, but the time has come to put an end to it. But the question may arise, how to understand J.V. Stalin's direct references to Karl Marx, standing in the text between the proposal to abandon the conceptual categories of the political economy of Marxism and the proposal to scientists to work out an economic theory that corresponds to the reality of life. In this regard, it is useful to recall that J.V. Stalin was once a seminarian, and in the seminary he was taught well quotation dogmatic philosophy, which works on the principle: a question arises, look for a suitable quotation in authoritative sources. In order to be a good dogmatist, quote a reader, it is necessary to know and remember well the texts of the works of the founders of the philosophical school and their students, commentators and successors, recognized by the established tradition as legitimate authorities. If the classics, raised to the rank of infallible authorities, were in some way mistaken, or did not consider some question, then quotation dogmatic philosophy turns out to be worthless for solving problems arising in life. But Stalin overcame the limitations of quotation dogmatic philosophical culture in his youth. This is expressed in his works in the fact that he could freely express his thoughts in the form of a sequence of quotations from generally recognized authoritative texts, combining different quotations within one narrative in his own words, entrusting his words with the mission of governing the meaning of the consolidated text, which includes quotations. The given fragment of the text of Stalin, with references to Karl Marx, to his works, where Karl Marx considered something and came to some conclusions, will not lose its meaning if references to Karl Marx are removed from it, and only the narrative is left. In other words, what is important in it is the meaning of what has been said, and not whether Karl Marx or someone else came to some conclusions on these or those questions or not. The same applies to the first fragment we quoted, which was about the objectiveness of the laws of science and the subjectiveness of their application, including for the governance towards the economic life of society. However, the presence in the text of references to Karl Marx, when considering the thematics chosen by J.V. Stalin, creates the appearance that economic problems of socialism in the USSR belongs to Marxist literature. Overall, however, this is anti-Marxist propaganda. The fact is that the reading of such texts depends on the reader. Those who read and memorize only words without considering the interconnections of words with real life, they are indifferent about the meaning of the words. But those who, sincerely wanting to understand life itself in the conditions of the domination of the cult of Marxism in society, inevitably face the imposition on them of Marxist templates of world understanding. They, statistically predeterminedly, will come to the question: why, in political economy, have the concepts, categories named by J.V. Stalin suddenly become irrelevant? And if those who ask this question stand firm in their aspiration to find an answer to it, they will not become Marxists, but will become the liberators of society from the power of Marxism and its behind-the-scenes masters. And the answer to the question we have named is simple and stems from a practical question that is natural to the point of childish naivety, which a thoughtful student of a natural science or technical profile will inevitably someday ask himself, or a teacher of Marxist political economy. And how to measure necessary and surplus labor time in real production activity, how to distinguish and separate necessary from surplus in the finished goods warehouse? There are no answers to such questions either in Marxism or outside of it. And the absence of answers to these questions implies the metrological inconsistency of Marxist political economy. There are no objective phenomena at the basis of its concepts, or the parameters chosen for describing objective phenomena do not lend themselves to identification and measurement in life. All true sciences are metrologically consistent. The phenomena they consider objectively exist. The parameters of objective phenomena, juxtaposed with their conceptual apparatus, are objectively identifiable and measurable. Only pseudosciences, including Marxism, are metrologically inconsistent. For example, transfer of value from means of production to product is a concept of Marxist political economy. In life there is no such objective phenomenon, but there is an accounting procedure for attributing to the cost of production the amortization deductions, which are a juridically legalized share of the cost of the means of production of an enterprise. If J.V. Stalin had said bluntly that Marxism is a pseudoscience, then the society, intoxicated by the cult of Marxism, would hardly have agreed with him. The majority of individuals constituting society, not wanting to take care and responsibility, not wanting to think for themselves, would rather have agreed with the faithful Marxist Psyche-Trotskyists, who would have slipped them an explanation that did not oblige them to rethink and review life. For example, something similar to the following. Comrade Stalin was fatigued from his hard work. He had a nervous breakdown, as a result of which his judgments became inadequate, and therefore he must be released from work, treated, and then given the rest he deserves in a cozy dacha under the supervision of the best doctors. However, J.V. Stalin said that Marxism is a pseudoscience between the lines, in the stream of representational imagery accompanying the text. For some, it went unnoticed, and some did not explain it to those who did not understand. But this shows that Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR is a text that can be read only by those who feel life itself, and whose right hemisphere of the brain, responsible for representational imagery, carries out the function of conceptual thinking, functions normally, and not by itself, but in tune with the left, responsible for linguistic forms and logic of transitions. Thus, with one phrase, about the conceptual categories of the political economy of Marxism, J.V. Stalin egregorially programmed the collapse of Marxism. And since a holy place is never empty, he also programmed the development in Russia of a kind of world understanding that would meet the needs of the Bolshevik global civilizational building. That is, he factually killed Marxism as a system of world understanding. And one should not think that J.V. Stalin killed Marxism allegedly by accident, out of his ignorance and intellectual primitiveness, not understanding the meaning of his own words, and not foreseeing the consequences of the publication of this work, just as many Stalinists and anti-Stalinists of the past and present did not understand and do not understand the meaning of his words. J.V. Stalin struck the most vulnerable point of Marxism, struck it targetedly and mercilessly, with an infliction concealed from the enemy. Since then, Marxism has existed in the regime of a dead man zombie. Public Marxists never understood this, and Marxist esotericists, initially based on a different world view and world understanding, who only hide behind Marxism in their actions, are in no hurry to share this unpleasant for them news with their flocks. Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR also contains the following very significant text. Should there be a special chapter in the textbook on Lenin and Stalin as the founders of the political economy of socialism? I think that the chapter, The Marxist Theory of Socialism, Founding of the Political Economy of Socialism by V.I. Lenin and J.V. Stalin, should be excluded from the textbook. It is entirely unnecessary, since it adds nothing and only colorlessly reiterates what has already been said in greater detail in earlier chapters of the textbook. In our opinion, servile contemporaries simply brought J.V. Stalin to the point where he could no longer write without sarcasm, either about the formed by that time Marxist theory of socialism and the political economy of socialism as a science, or about the role of V. Lenin and his own one in the creation of this intoxicating verbiage, the spread of which in society he alone, however, could not openly prevent. And by default, the same text is a mockery of those who were engaged in the creation of the personality cult of J.V. Stalin himself. And we think that those who have not lost their sense of humor and literary style will agree with our understanding of the given passage. However, direct evidence of J.V. Stalin's concern that there was no sociological theory in the USSR that met the needs of socialist and communist construction has also survived. Let us quote in confirmation an excerpt from an interview with R. Kosalapov, published in the newspaper Zavtra, number 50-211, December 1997. From the end of the 50s till the beginning of the 70s, I had to collaborate with Dmitry Chesnakov, a former member of the Central Committee Presidium, who was exiled to Gorky in 1953. Khrushchev couldn't explain to him the reason for that. This is the opinion, and that's it. This is the same Chesnakov, whom Stalin, 1 or 2 days before his death, had told by telephone, "You should take up the further development of the theory as soon as possible. We can mix something up in the economy, but we will improve the situation somehow. If we make a mess of the theory, we will ruin everything. Without the theory, we are dead, dead, dead." Speaking in essence, if J.V. Stalin recognizes Marxism as a theory of building socialism and communism, then he has no reason to convince D.I. Chesnakov that without a theory, the cause of Bolshevism is dead. After all, as Comrade Lenin said, the Marxian doctrine is omnipotent because it is true. If J.V. Stalin definitely knows that there is something not right with Marxism, then his appeal to D.I. Chesnakov is a direct instruction to develop a sociological theory, alternative to Marxism, if one recalls what has already been said in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. We could tolerate this incongruity between the conceptual apparatus of Marxism and real life for a certain period, but the time has come to put an end to it. Moreover, it must be understood that if the Marxian doctrine is omnipotent because it is true, then the words "we will ruin everything" in the conditions of the cult of Marxism, which embraces the entire society, are inappropriate. If the doctrine of Marx is nonsense, however, with which the heads of people are fooled, then, without the further development of the theory and the liberation on its basis of the minds of millions of people from the power of Marxism over them, the whole cause of the transition to a society of a previous community will inevitably be ruined and will have to restart anew under the harsh pressure of objective circumstances, but at a different historical time. In addition to remarks on economic questions connected with the November 1951 discussion, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR also includes reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin concerning the errors of Comrade L.D. Yaroshenko, reply to Comrades A.V. Sanina and V.G. Venger. Those who think that in the era of J.V. Stalin there was a terrible tyranny, nonetheless should admit that all the comrades mentioned by name wished themselves to express their views on certain questions without fear that they would be convicted under Article 58 for counter-revolutionary activity if the tyrant did not agree with their opinions. None of them ended up in the Gulag, and L.D. Yaroshenko, who lived to see perestroika, even gave interviews about how Stalin did not understand the problems of the national economy and economic science. This fact, and indeed the testimonies of those who really worked with J.V. Stalin, solving various problems in the life of the country, demonstrate the slanderousness and deceit of the following statement of Krushchev. Stalin acted not through persuasion, explanation, and patient cooperation with people, but by imposing his concepts and demanding absolute submission to his opinion. Whoever opposed these concepts or tried to prove his own viewpoint and the correctness of his own position was doomed to removal from the leadership collective and to subsequent moral and physical annihilation. This is from the so-called secret report of N.S. Khrushchev at the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which, 6 months later, was fully published in the United States, but until the very beginning of the struggle against Stalinism during perestroika, was concealed from the peoples of the USSR. If N.S. Khrushchev personally, and others like him, were themselves ignorant and so cowardly that fear fettered their intellect to such an extent that it was impossible to convince them of anything, and the ideals of socialism and communism caused them unconscious disgust and unmotivated rejection of decisions aimed at realizing it, then blaming Stalin for his own ignorance, obvious pervertedness, cowardice, and stupidity is despicable. All of the already mentioned chapters from Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, that is, reply to Comrade Alexander Ilyich Notkin concerning the errors of Comrade L.D. Yaroshenko, reply to Comrades A.V. Sanina and V.G. Venger, are in their subtext subordinated to the main idea of the collection. Bolshevism needs a sociological theory capable of freeing society, humanity as a whole, from the power of Marxism and the mafia of its masters. However, since these are works that are heterogeneous in terms of thematics and its significance, respectively, the hierarchy of priorities of generalized means of governance, we will consider them in accordance with the hierarchy of significance of the questions raised by Stalin in their interconnection. Therefore, let us continue our analysis of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR from the opinion expressed by J.V. Stalin about the mistakes of Comrade L.D. Yaroshenko. Some time ago, the members of the Political Bureau of the CPSUB received a letter from Comrade Yaroshenko, dated March the 20th, 1952, on a number of economic questions which were debated at the November discussion. The author of the letter complains that the basic documents summing up the discussion and Comrade Stalin's remarks contain no reflection whatever of the opinion of Comrade Yaroshenko. Comrade Yaroshenko also suggests in his note that he should be allowed to write a political economy of socialism, to be completed in a year or a year and a half, and that he should be given 2 assistants to help him in the work. As previously reported, to describe Comrade Yaroshenko's opinion in a couple of words, it should be said that it is un-Marxist, and, hence, profoundly erroneous. But, if J.V. Stalin really wanted a non-Marxist sociological theory, including political economy, to be developed in the USSR, then the question arises: why in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR did he publicly oppose L.D. Yaroshenko's proposal to be allowed to write a political economy of socialism, to be completed in a year or a year and a half, and that he should be given 2 assistants to help him in the work? Or, the same question in a different formulation: in what are the mistakes of Comrade Yaroshenko concluded, which have nothing to do with the question of his loyalty to Marxism? Having defined the formulation of this key question, let us turn to the text of J.V. Stalin. Under socialism, Comrade Yaroshenko says, men's production relations become part of the organization of the productive forces as a means, an element of their organization. If that is so, what is the chief task of the political economy of socialism? Comrade Yaroshenko replies, the chief problem of the political economy of socialism, therefore, is not to investigate the relations of production of the members of socialist society. It is to elaborate and develop a scientific theory of the organization of the productive forces in social production, a theory of the planning of economic development. That, in fact, explains why Comrade Yaroshenko is not interested in such economic questions of the socialist system as the existence of different forms of property in our economy, commodity circulation, the law of value, etc., which he believes to be minor questions that only give rise to scholastic disputes. He plainly declares that in his political economy of socialism, disputes as to the role of any particular category of socialist political economy, value, commodity, money, credit, etc., which very often with us are of a scholastic character, are replaced by a healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in social production, by a scientific demonstration of the validity of such organization. In short, political economy without economic problems. Comrade Yaroshenko thinks that it is enough to arrange a rational organization of the productive forces, and the transition from socialism to communism will take place without any particular difficulty. He considers that this is quite sufficient for the transition to communism. He plainly declares that under socialism, the basic struggle for the building of a communist society reduces itself to a struggle for the proper organization of the productive forces and their rational utilization in social production. Comrade Yaroshenko solemnly proclaims that communism is the highest scientific organization of the productive forces in social production. It appears then that the essence of the communist system begins and ends with the rational organization of productive forces. From the last two paragraphs, it should be clear that the assertion that communism, Bolshevism, means to confiscate and divide the property of others, systematically promoted by the Russian mass media and public politicians, including Boris Yeltsin, since 1985 and even more so after 1991, is the vile slander of fools on Bolshevism. That J.V. Stalin did not at all think that the achievement of a sufficiently high value by the range of production per capita would automatically lead to general prosperity in communism. This is a remark for those who see in communism and Bolshevism the spiritless desire of primitives to fill their bellies and grab some clothes. A little further in the text, continuing a more detailed examination of the views of L.D. Yaroshenko, Stalin expresses his thoughts with an appropriate quote from the legacy of Karl Marx. Marx said, "In production, men not only act on nature, but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place." Having demonstrated himself with the help of this quote to everyone who wants to be a true Marxist, J.V. Stalin continues his thought and again turns to the views of L.D. Yaroshenko. Consequently, social production consists of two sides, which, although they are inseparably connected, reflect two different categories of relations: the relations of men to nature, productive forces, and the relations of men to one another in the process of production, production relations. Only when both sides of production are present do we have social production, whether it be under the socialist system or under any other social formation. Comrade Yaroshenko, evidently, is not quite in agreement with Marx. He considers that this postulate of Marx is not applicable to the socialist system. Precisely for this reason, he reduces the problem of the political economy of socialism to the rational organization of the productive forces, discarding the production, the economic relations, and severing the productive forces from them. If we followed Comrade Yaroshenko, therefore, what we would get is, instead of a Marxist political economy, something in the nature of Bogdanov's universal organizing science. Hence, starting from the right idea that the productive forces are the most mobile and revolutionary forces of production, Comrade Yaroshenko reduces the idea to an absurdity, to the point of denying the role of the production, the economic relations, under socialism. And instead of a full-blooded social production, what he gets is a lopsided and scraggy technology of production, something in the nature of Bukharin's technique of social organization. The impression takes shape that the appeal to the non-Marxist views of Comrade Yaroshenko in economic problems of socialism in the USSR for J.V. Stalin is only a convenient excuse to warn against both empty chatter on the theme of the sufficiency of replacing a conceptually determined theory with a healthy discussion of the rational organization of the productive forces in a social production, and against attempts in the development of theory to rely on something qualitatively homogeneous to the universal organizing science of A. Bogdanov. As for the first, the so-called healthy discussion on the organization of processes of governance and self-governance in society at the rate of emergence of problems, J.V. Stalin, over the decades of his party and state work, especially after 1923, to the measure of the concentration into his hands of the highest party-state power, became skilled in this kind of healthy and erroneous discussion, flowing in the lexical forms of Marxism and economic science, the conceptual apparatus of which expressed the I-centric thinking of the elite of pre-socialist formations. And when these discussions were healthy, which was expressed in the successes of the economy of the USSR, they hid from people not involved in governance the factually absolute and hopeless practical theoretical inconsistency of Marxism, the state of affairs of which clearly did not satisfy J.V. Stalin. And the fact that claiming the healthiness of discussion free from disputes of a scholastic character, that is, from the need to determine the meaning of each of the concepts used and their interconnections with life and among themselves, L.D. Yaroshenko was not capable of healthy discussion, is convincingly shown by J.V. Stalin in his answer, if not to L.D. Yaroshenko himself, then to many readers of Stalin's work. This is clear if we understand that J.V. Stalin was not a Marxist, and L.D. Yaroshenko, not understanding either this fact or Marxism as such, claimed the creative development of Marxist theory in relation to new historical circumstances. Accordingly, using the example of L.D. Yaroshenko, under the guise of criticism of his non-Marxist views, J.V. Stalin showed the futility of attempts to creatively develop Marxism in relation to new historical circumstances, and ridiculed the tendency of healthy discussion to replace a conceptually determined, life-consistent theory. In general, as historical practice shows, so-called healthy discussion either results in the creation of life-consistent scientific theories that not only do not deny healthy discussion, but become their skeletal basis when solving problems facing society, opening up possibilities for people to understand both the problems themselves and the causes of their occurrence, as well as ways and methods of their solution, or remains I-centric idle chatter, with which sometimes quite wide social groups live, but which is not suitable for creation, and therefore much can be ruined with attempts to rely on it in the politics of society and the state. But there is also a third possibility. There are experts of healthy discussion whose speeches are designed to mislead other people, giving them false representational imagery about the phenomena of life, as a result of which, for healthy discussion, these people find themselves depending on those experts, the representational thinking of whom, despite their words, is still consistent with the objective phenomena of life. An earlier, but written example of this kind of healthy discussion on the themes of history and sociology is Mein Kampf by A. Hitler, and apparently J.V. Stalin actively wanted the peoples of the USSR to become free from the power over them and their destinies of this kind of healthy discussion. And, accordingly, the question of A. Bogdanov's universal organizing science raised by J.V. Stalin is more significant than the non-Marxist views of L.D. Yaroshenko himself and his inclination to healthy discussion, with claims to replace life-consistent theory with itself, and which became the basis for mentioning the problematics of universal organizing science as such. And this is also a conspiratorial question in the general context of economic problems of socialism in the USSR, although today's lovers of conspiracy theories do not delve into it. A. Bogdanov, Malinovsky, real name, Alexander Alexandrovich, 1873 to 1928, economist, philosopher, naturalist, politician, science fiction writer, member of the Social Democratic Party from 1896 to 1903, joined the Bolsheviks. His views were largely non-Marxist. In 1909, he was expelled from the party. Subsequently, he joined various party factions. After the Great October Socialist Revolution, he gradually retired from political activity and devoted himself to scientific work. He was a doctor by education, organizer and director from 1926 of the world's first blood transfusion institute, which later was named after him. He died on April 7, 1928, as a result of a medical blood transfusion experiment which he conducted on himself. From the scientific heritage of A. Bogdanov throughout the entire time, the greatest interest is caused by the universal organizing science, or by its other name, techtology. According to an article in the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, in techtology, A. Bogdanov was one of the pioneers of the systemic approach in modern science. In a number of recent studies by Soviet and foreign authors, it is noted that some provisions of techtology anticipated the ideas of cybernetics, the principle of feedback, the idea of modeling, etc. Universal Organizing Science is a large-scale, worldview treatise that many educated people have heard of, but few have read, because in Soviet times, as a work which, in terms of the views expressed in it, was non-Marxist, it was not republished, and it could be found only in special depositories of leading scientific libraries or in a small number of family book collections. It is an attempt to break free from the power of Marxism over the world understanding of a person on the basis of what, in its essence, is a version of the sufficiently general theory of governance in the forms of its presentation by A. Bogdanov. However, J.V. Stalin did not find this attempt successful, and he was right in this. If it had been successful, then, as a result of the appearance in 1913 of the first chapters of this work by A. Bogdanov, there would have been a restructuring of the algorithmics of the noosphere of Earth, and the problem of overcoming Marxism would have somehow been resolved in the first half of the 20th century. The history of the 20th century would have been different. Those who disagree with J.V. Stalin on this issue can find the works concerning techtology as a universal organizing science and start studying and mastering them. They would not be the first. After the collapse of the cult of Marxism in the USSR, many who understand that the science of governance is the key to everything follow this path. But before embarking on this path, it is better to see what those who have already learned something of it take away from the study of technology. Like any person in the fullness of his activity, J.V. Stalin had a border that separated what he understood quite definitely from what went beyond the boundaries of his understanding and what was conditioned by the interaction of his psyche at the unconscious levels with egregors, with the psyches of other subjects, with guidance from above. This applies both to accomplished events, including the evaluation of technology, and current affairs, as well as foresight. However, regardless of where this border ran in the activities of J.V. Stalin, in the fact that in a few phrases in a pseudo-Marxist text he egregorially programmed the death of Marxism and matrixly excluded the possibility of necessity of Bolsheviks in the future for any nraviously sterile, atheistic, universal organizing science, in this fact the providence of God supporting the Bolsheviks expressed itself. J.V. Stalin was accurate in his selection of the title Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, and not something along the lines of Instruction on the Governance towards the Socialist Economy on the Path to Communism. It is this thematics of unsolved problems that impede the further building of socialism and communism, including the irrelevance of Marxism and technology, which is of chief importance in remarks on economic questions connected with the November 1951 discussion. And it would seem that what J.V. Stalin said in remarks is quite sufficient, if in world understanding, to rely on Marxism. However, after he had already stated his vision of this problematics and his understanding of its essence in remarks, J.V. Stalin twice repeats in his replies to the letter of A.I. Notkin and to the letter of A.V. Sanina and V.G. Venger much of what has already been said by him in remarks. Therefore, if you read Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, oriented on developing an understanding of the course of economic processes and governance towards them, then the question inevitably arises: for what? For what purpose did J.V. Stalin include in his collection his answers to these two letters, although in these responses he generally only repeats, often quoting himself, what has already been said by him, seemingly sufficiently clearly, in remarks on economic questions? The answer to this question, however, a question of exceptionally high significance in our days, cannot be obtained either on the basis of Marxism and its limitations, or on the basis of the I-centric, private ownership, capitalist world understanding, and even more so, in the course of considering the text of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR outside of history. To answer it, the world understanding must go beyond the limits of Marxism, since on the basis of the elite, Marxist, esoteric world understanding, the problems about which J.V. Stalin writes seem to be divorced from real economic life, significant only for the system of propaganda, as a system of suppression of the psyche and political will of members of society with one or another opinion, which is the basis of the power of the governing oligarchy in any crowd elitism. And on the basis of the world understanding of the crowd sincerely believing in Marxism, these same problems seem to have been solved by the great and wise leader and teacher of the Soviet people, J.V. Stalin. From the standpoint of the I-centric worldview and world understanding of private ownership, capitalist entrepreneurship, what J.V. Stalin writes about as problems can be perceived precisely as an expression of capitulationism and of the impossibility of realization in life of the ideals of socialism, and, in the future, of communism. Stalin's warning about the danger of capitulationism at the October 1952 plenum of the Central Committee correlates with this possibility of Nravius ethical unpreparedness to resolve these problems. However, without the development of worldview and world understanding, the actual economic problems of socialism, the problems of organizing governance and self-governance in their essence within the national economy, cannot be resolved. This was confirmed by the subsequent history of the USSR and the post-Soviet states on its territory, including Russia. And we have shown that economic problems of socialism in the USSR contain beacons that allow its thoughtful reader to determine the directionality of the development of his own worldview and world understanding, and correlate with the dominant in society worldview and world understanding, which are automatically reproduced by culture and the noosphere egregorially in the continuity of generations. Furthermore, to obtain an answer to the posed question, it is necessary to return to the historical reality of the 1930s, early 1950s. J.V. Stalin definitely and substantively knew that capitalism in the United States was no longer the free market capitalism of the element of private entrepreneurship in the sphere of production and trade, which, without going into consideration of the activities of the banking system and stock exchanges, was described by Karl Marx in Capital and F. Engels in Anti-Düring. And he knew that it was not the state monopolistic capitalism that Lenin attempted to describe in his work, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. In particular, the United States came out of the Great Depression after the stock market crash in 1929, not on the basis of free private entrepreneurship and the activity of the mechanism of market self-regulation, but on the basis of restrictions on freedom of market self-regulation in the process of organization under the leadership of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 30th of January 1882, 12th of April 1945, of state regulation of their multi-sectoral production-consumption system. On this state-planned basis, during the Second World War, the U.S. system of production provided not only the needs of its population, without especially impinging on its usual, peaceful way of life, and the needs of its armed forces, which waged a brutal and investment-heavy war against Japan for the Pacific Ocean. But, along with this, also ensured the supply of all military technology, industrial equipment, food, vehicles to the Allies in the anti-Hitler coalition. For the United States, the war, in terms of damage inflicted, was not so much bloody and costly as investment-heavy. Over the entire period of the war, their armed forces lost about 500,000 people, and there was no destruction on the territory of the United States itself. One of the indicators of the investment heaviness of the war is the US Navy, with which they ended the war. It became then the most powerful in the world, and almost all of it, including dozens of heavy ships, battleships and aircraft carriers, and several hundred light ships, cruisers, destroyers, escort aircraft carriers, and many ships and vessels for other purposes, was built during the war in 3.5 years after 1941. Shipbuilding programs of this kind, including the development of production capacity for the industries serving shipbuilding, were usually carried out in peacetime over several decades. As a consequence of the peculiarities of the geographic location of the United States and the character of its participation in the war, the production capacity of its national economy increased significantly during the war, which distinguishes it from the other warring countries. In other words, investments in the war paid off with relatively small irrecoverable losses in relation to their population. 500,000 from a population of 150 million, while in Belarus losses amounted to about 2 million deaths from a population of 8 million. US spending on the Lend-Lease Act from March the 11th, 1941 to August the 1st, 1945 amounted to $46 billion, 13% of all military spending during the war years, and more than 50% of exports, from the share of which $9.8 billion was allocated to the USSR, according to data from the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. And no matter what the propaganda says about the volume of supplies from the US of military equipment in relation to the volume of its own production and the quality of American tanks and aircraft, one must not forget about the Studebaker trucks and some other positions of the types of products consumed in the war, for which deliveries from the US, if not decisive, were significant enough to ease the burden of war on the economy of the USSR. Moreover, during the war, the United States carried out a directive addressedly governed project of creation of nuclear weaponry, in which, often without knowing it, private and state enterprises of almost all sectors of its economy participated. The same applies to Germany, and in even more striking manifestations. The planned principle of a nationwide scale was one of the factors with the help of which the Hitler regime brought the country out of the economic crisis that began in 1929, in which it found itself as a result of the liberalism, including in the field of economics, of the regime of the Weimar Republic. Without the planned principle of a nationwide scale introduced into the economy by the Hitler regime, it would have been impossible for Germany to either prepare for war with the achieved by her indicators of military economic power, or to resist the Allies in the anti-Hitler coalition, above all the USSR, in the World War for almost 4 years, starting from June 22nd, 1941. What came before this date can be considered the period in which Germany was being drawn into the war. Therewith, during the war itself, unlike the USSR, Germany, in conditions of a raw material shortage and almost complete foreign trade isolation, not counting robbery by her of enslaved Europe, was forced to develop, to expand production, and adopt new generations of aviation and tank technology, and almost managed to complete the program of re-equipping aviation with jet technology, developed and adopted missile weapons of operational tactical range of two types, V-1 cruise missile and V-2 ballistic missile, worked on the creation of intercontinental ballistic missiles and support for the launch of missiles from submarines, led her own program for the creation of nuclear weapons, the reasons for the delay of which, by the end of the war, is a theme for special research and investigation. These and other well-known facts indicated that the planned principle of a nationwide scale somehow finds a place in the market regulation of capitalist states, at least in the most advanced of them, but without violating the very principles of crowd elite organization of capitalism. Even from the newspapers at that time, it was possible to learn that after the end of the war in the capitalist countries, an intensive development of the state sector of the economy began, which inevitably led to the creation of a state system of governance towards it. In particular, at the end of the war, Great Britain nationalized a number of industries. The attempt to remove the state-planned principle from the economic activity of society, undertaken by scoundrels and idiots. This is not an emission of negative emotions, but a justified by life characterization of their nravious ethical qualities and intellectual power, became an illustrative example of the fact that the high-tech industries, aerospace, fundamental science, and so forth, are not life-capable without a state-planned principle, especially in conditions of their strangulation by bank usury. As is known, directly in the post-war years, the USSR mastered the scientific technical achievements of the Third Reich and the United States. They copied the American B-29 bomber, a carrier of nuclear weapons, studied and mastered in production their samples of electronic techniques for various purposes, the Soviet nuclear project was carried out, among other things, on the basis of the study of American developments, which became available thanks to the activities of intelligence and of L.P. Beria personally. The first engines of the Soviet post-war jet aircraft were copied and modified from captured German samples. Although the creator of the German V missiles, Werner von Braun, settled in the US after the war and continued to work there, some of his developments ended up in the USSR. The German weapons testing area and the main plant were located in Poland and were studied when creating Soviet missiles. Products of peaceful and household use of foreign developers were copied and mastered in production. Moreover, it was clear to many that the appearance of all this and much more, in some cases outstripping by a decade the achievements of the Allies in the anti-Hitler coalition in Germany during the war, in the conditions of the termination of the exchange of scientific technical information with other states, in conditions of a raw material shortage and foreign trade isolation, in the conditions of a brain drain. Many scientists and engineers, one way or the other, connected with Jewry, emigrated from Germany, as well as sabotage in Germany and in the subordinate to her Europe, organized by opponents of the Hitler regime, that all this is the result not only of the fact that the Nazi regime relied on traditional German culture, which for several centuries encouraged education, training, invention, and conscientious diligence in labor, but was also the result of the fact that the system of state governance of the Third Reich provided a very high quality of governance towards diverse resources, including the identification and use of heterogeneous creative potential of the population of the Third Reich. And although this system of governance towards the economy and its self-regulation, created by the Nazi regime, was turned by it into evil, it was a very effective production-distribution system, which, under different political leadership, would have worked no less effectively for the realization of different objectives. Its effectiveness was ensured by a combination of the state-planned principle in determining the range of production and the distribution of resources between projects in the first place and sectors in the second place, with the activity of the market mechanism that ensured the maximum degree of self-sufficiency of enterprises by reducing production costs and expenses. We have provided an evaluation of the quality of governance towards macroeconomic systems of developed capitalist states in the 1930s, 1940s, according to well-known facts that characterize them integrally. However, it must be remembered, several Soviet intelligence agencies were also involved in detailed coverage and analysis of global political and economic processes and the situation in foreign countries. Analysts of all such services of a sufficiently high level are always free from the dominant in their societies cultivated ideologies or public opinions, which in some cases they themselves form. And therefore, in the internal kitchen of the special services, themes are always touched upon in one way or the other that aren't subject to unpunished discussion in their societies. And therewith, things are called by their proper names, as far as the terminological apparatus mastered by the society and the special services and the self-censorship of crowd elitism allows. It is another matter whether their opinions are expressed in public politics and how they are expressed. Among the special services operating in the USSR, there were special services and branches of the special services that worked for J.V. Stalin personally. Therefore, J.V. Stalin knew the facts, read analytical reviews, which reached him through the system of self-censorship of the special services and the system of apparatus guardianship in relation to him, from which it clearly followed that the state-planned principle penetrates into the governance towards the economy of developed capitalist states, while preserving in them the activity of market mechanisms of self-regulation of the economy, thereby increasing in them the productivity of social labor and the stability of the capitalist system as a whole, without burdening the system of production and distribution of products with a super-proportional growth of the bureaucratic stratum. We are not trying in hindsight to present J.V. Stalin as more intelligent and more far-sighted than he really was, but on the issue of introducing the planned principle of a state-wide scale into the economy of capitalism, J.V. Stalin did right. In Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, we read the following. Coalescence of the monopolies with the state machine. The word coalescence is not appropriate. It superficially and descriptively notes the process of merging of the monopolies with the state, but it does not reveal the economic import of this process. The fact of the matter is that the merging process is not simply a process of coalescence, but the subjugation of the state machine to the monopolies. The word coalescence should therefore be discarded and replaced by the words subjugation of the state machine to the monopolies. It would seem that J.V. Stalin says nothing in the given fragment about planning on a statewide scale under capitalism, but the question arises: what happens in the process of the so-called merging of monopolies with the state, or rather, in the process of subjugation of the state machine to the monopolies? If we, substantively according to its essence, imagine the activities of directorates of monopolistic associations and the state apparatus, then the answer to this question is simple. The planned principle, the culture of planning of the development and organization of production, planning and organization of the development of new types of products, which has developed within the boundaries of intra-sectoral monopolies and multi-sectoral concerns of capitalist society, having exhausted its possibilities for increasing profits of capitalists, begins to master a new area of activity for itself, planning and organization of production on a state and trans-state scale, as a result of which the directorates of monopolies are forced, by all means available to them, to subordinate the state apparatus, which in turn is forced, under pressure from the directorates of monopolies, to organize economic planning on a statewide scale in the interests of monopolies, or, rather, in the interests of the capitalists, the owners of these monopolies. And now this process has gone so far that states, under pressure from transnational monopolies, create transnational planning bodies, IMF, World Bank, and so forth, increasingly abandoning their sovereignty in the field of national economic politics and finance, but preferring in doing so to avoid the very term planning, so as not to put many private entrepreneurs and ordinary people before the question of how the enforcement of plans and control over their implementation on a global scale is carried out, and for what goals it is objectively done. And with these external economic circumstances manifested in the developed capitalist countries, J.V. Stalin correlated the Soviet socio-economic reality and thought about the prospects. By the early 1950s, the multi-sectoral production-consumption system of the USSR had been, as a whole, it would be foolish to deny mistakes and abuses, but they were of a limited character, as a consequence of which the Bolshevik state, the first in the history of the current global civilization, did not collapse, successfully developing for a quarter of a century, and governance towards it was sufficiently effective in order to do the following. Prepare the USSR for victory in the war. Be victorious in the Great Patriotic War, which proceeded according to one of the most difficult scenarios out of many possible. Restore, in the course of the first post-war 5-year plan, that which had been destroyed by the war, and liquidate the US nuclear monopoly. Reach the first place in the world, according to indicators of the educational level of its population. And this was possible because the pace of socio-economic development of the USSR during the years of Stalinist Bolshevism, even with the sabotage and subversion that took place throughout this era by opponents of building socialism were the highest in the world. As a result, the rationing system for distribution of products was abolished in the USSR earlier than in the other warring countries of Europe. The USSR rebuilt what was destroyed in the war earlier than the other countries of Europe, as well as the former allies of the USSR at the time. Hoped that it would take more than 20 years to restore what had been destroyed in the USSR. Despite the fact that the European states, in the restoration of their economies, continued to receive aid from the US on the basis of the Marshall Plan, and the USSR was conducting the restoration of the national economy on its own, in addition, providing all possible assistance to other states that had chosen the socialist path of development. It is enough to consider the assistance to the peoples of China in primary industrialization and the creation of scientific technical schools. Moreover, by the beginning of the 1950s, the demographically conditioned spectra of production and consumption had reached in the USSR the level of minimum sufficiency. Education was available to everyone, including higher education. Medical care, high level according to the world standards of those years, was available. Everyone was well fed, dressed, there were no homeless and unemployed, there was no class of people living from the garbage. There was free time for recreation and personal development. The range of supply and quality of mass-produced products, although they did not correspond to the elitarian consumer standards of developed capitalist countries, were generally higher than the average standards of most of them, and higher than the standards of 1913, still remembered by the population of the USSR, and did not cause any particular complaints from the population of the USSR. The level of social protection of the individual was qualitatively higher than in any of the capitalist countries. However, the further growth of the range of production and consumption in qualitative and quantitative terms was in many respects problematic as a consequence of the fact that the national economy of the country was governed solely on the basis of personal address distribution of both directive and reporting control information. Herewith, as a consequence of the elitization of governors' professionals, largely conditioned by the impact of the noosphere and culture, although it would be wrong to write everything off to automatic impact of the noosphere and culture, inherited from the past, the objectives of ensuring personal and family well-being of officials supplanted in the motivation of their behavior the objectives corresponding to social interest in the performance of their official duties. In the words of V.I. Lenin, they were very far removed from the people. As a consequence of the orientation towards the satisfaction of their selfish, momentary interests, the core of governors' professionals, becoming elitized, gradually lost understanding of the essence of those things that were becoming alien to it, technological, organizational, and processes of social life in general that were under its governance. As a result of the decline in the qualifications of governors and the need to ensure governance, it grew, numerically outstripping the growth of production, and gradually turned into a mafia stratum of mentally impotent bureaucrats, parasitizing on the process of governance and the life of society. This equally characterizes both the bureaucracy of the party apparatus and the bureaucracy of all other branches of society, statehood, business executives, education and science, etc. Science, fundamental and applied, including design development works, also became in the USSR a sphere of clan mafia, bureaucratic activity, and this also did not bode well for the future. The danger of clan mafia bureaucratic degeneration of science was also pointed out by Stalin directly. Question: did Pravda act rightly in starting an open discussion on problems of linguistics? Yes, it did. Along what lines the problems of linguistics will be settled will become clear at the conclusion of the discussion. But it may be said already that the discussion has been very useful. It is brought out, in the first place, that in linguistic bodies, both in the center and in the republics, a regime has prevailed, which is alien to science and men of science. The slightest criticism of the state of affairs in Soviet linguistics, even the most timid attempt to criticize the so-called new doctrine in linguistics, was persecuted and suppressed by the leading linguistic circles. Valuable workers and researchers in linguistics were dismissed from their posts or demoted for being critical of N.Y. Mar's heritage or expressing the slightest disapproval of his teachings. Linguistic scholars were appointed to leading posts not on their merits, but because of their unqualified acceptance of N.Y. Mar's theories. It is generally recognized that no science can develop and flourish without a battle of opinions, without freedom of criticism. But this generally recognized rule was ignored and flouted in the most unceremonious fashion. There arose a close group of infallible leaders who, having secured themselves against any possible criticism, became a law unto themselves and did whatever they pleased. That is, it would be a lie to assert that J.V. Stalin was in a state of self-delight from what had been achieved both by the state that he governed and society as a whole, as well as from what had been achieved by him personally in the growth of his career. It would be a lie to assert that he did not see the problem of governorial inconsistency, of the growing and bourgeois degenerating party and other bureaucracy, and did not search for a means and ways to resolve this problem. J.V. Stalin was not satisfied with the anti-communist tendencies that were gaining strength in the country, with his personal position, or with the supporters who belonged to a parasitically degenerated and governorially inconsistent bureaucracy. In addition, from the mid-1920s to the end of the 1930s, L.D. Trotsky publicly blamed him for the bureaucratization of life in the USSR. And no matter how negatively J.V. Stalin viewed Marxism as a whole, being well read in Marxist literature, he knew that in his definition of bureaucracy as a phenomenon in the life of a crowd elite society, Karl Marx was correct. However, except for the last phrase in Karl Marx's definition of this term of sociology, which we cite below. The bureaucracy is a circle from which no one can escape. Its hierarchy is a hierarchy of knowledge. The highest point entrusts the understanding of particulars to the lower echelons, whereas these, on the other hand, credit the highest with an understanding in regard to the universal, and thus they deceive one another. The general spirit of the bureaucracy is the secret, the mystery, preserved inwardly by means of the hierarchy and externally, in relation to society, as a closed corporation. To make public the mind and the disposition of the state appears therefore to the bureaucracy as a betrayal of its mystery. Accordingly, authority is the principle of its knowledge and being, and the deification of authority is its mentality. So Karl Marx explained ahead of time who created the personality cult of J.V. Stalin within Soviet society, for what reasons and for what objectives it was created. As far as the individual bureaucrat is concerned, the end of the state becomes his private end, a pursuit of higher posts, the building of a career. However, concerning the individually considered bureaucrat, Karl Marx's opinion on this question is false. In reality, the opposite is true. It is not the end of the state which becomes the private end of the bureaucrat, which any statehood could only dream of, but his own personal or family clan end. In fact, many bureaucrats are under the thumb, or poor cousins, in the clans that have adopted them, possessing a position in this or that sphere of life of society. The bureaucrat strives to elevate this end to a statewide rank, to present it in the quality of a statewide end, and if this is impossible or fails, then to do his vile business in secret from society. On the basis of the aspiration for this, the bureaucracy is actually formed as a mafia corporation, a circle from which no one can escape alone, and so on in the text of Karl Marx, excluding his rejected by us opinion about the essence of the activity of the individual bureaucrat, which distorts the idea about bureaucracy as a phenomenon in the life of a crowd elite society. Including, and in accordance with this warning, anticipating events, J.V. Stalin knew that the bureaucracy was not capable of ensuring the governance towards production and distribution of products within society in concordance with the needs of building socialism and communism. And in accordance with this, he saw in it, as a whole and in every individual bureaucrat, the enemy of the ideas and cause which he sincerely served. However, to the Soviet bureaucracy of the 1920s, 1930s, there is something to be grateful for. This thoughtless and will-less monster, whom J.V. Stalin was able to ride, turned out to be quite suitable for the suppression of the open, pseudo-democratic mafia omnipotence of Marxist Psyche-Trotskyism in the 1920s, 1930s. But by the end of the 1940s, it had already become an obstacle to the further development of the USSR. The correctness of this warning was revealed even in the course of the Great Patriotic War, but one shouldn't change horses midstream, besides in exceptional cases. Accordingly, the highest ranks of the Air Force and aviation industry were brought to justice after the war for malfeasance in office during the war years, by mutual conspiracy of high-ranking officials of both departments of the Air Force. They received obviously defective aviation equipment from the aviation industry, as a result of which there occurred many aviation accidents and disasters in which, outside of combat, the pilots were injured and wounded, or perished. Although this episode from the history of the USSR in recent years has been presented by the mass media as an example of the allegedly unjustified repressions that took place in the post-war years, nonetheless, this is not the only case of the bureaucracy's manifestation of its anti-people essence. It simply became one of the most famous of many such cases of the Soviet era, accompanying the bureaucratic style of governance towards development and production of products throughout the post-Petrine history of Russia to the present. The lapses committed by the Soviet bureaucrats in the field of governance towards the national economy are also mentioned in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, which will be discussed further on. Accordingly, in order to not again find themselves in the yoke of a global biblical or any other oligarchy of pseudo-Zretzes, the peoples of the USSR really needed to start solving the problems of socialism, the construction of which had not yet been fully completed. And in life, there is a certain correspondence in the system, objectives, problems that need to be resolved on the path to realization of objectives. In other words, certain objectives, certain problems, other objectives, other problems. The objectives of the following stage of social development of the USSR, J.V. Stalin, in Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, indicated quite definitely and precisely. It is necessary, in the third place, to ensure such a cultural advancement of society as will secure, for all members of society, the all-round development of their physical and mental abilities, so that the members of society may be in a position to receive an education sufficient to enable them to be active agents of social development. To be active agents of social development, this implies the conceptual powerfulness of the common people, of the lower classes, in the terms of crowd elitism, and the unconditional subordination of this power to the statehood. Despots and tyrants, power lovers, do not call for such things. And in a position freely to choose their occupations and not be tied all their lives, owing to the existing division of labor, to some one occupation. What is required for this? It would be wrong to think that such a substantial advance in the cultural standard of the members of society can be brought about without substantial changes in the present status of labor. For this, it is necessary, first of all, to shorten the working day at least to 6 and subsequently to 5 hours. This is needed in order that members of society might have the necessary free time to receive an all-round education. It is necessary, further, to introduce universal, compulsory, polytechnical education, which is required in order that members of society might be able freely to choose their occupations and not be tied to some one occupation all their lives. It is likewise necessary that housing conditions should be radically improved and that real wages of workers and employees should be at least doubled, if not more, both by means of direct increases of wages and salaries, and, more especially, by further systematic reductions of prices for consumer goods. These are the basic conditions required to pave the way for the transition to communism. J.V. Stalin proved in practice that the macroeconomy of the state can work stably in a mode of systematic, planned regular reduction of prices. After the abolition of the rationing system in 1947, prices were reduced annually, which reflected an undeniable growth in the productivity of social labor. As a result of this policy, the well-being of all grew, and not predominantly the well-being of those who know how to settle into the groove, and those who live not only off one salary, with a wide margin from the indicators of the rest of society. The world behind the scenes and its henchmen, financial and stock exchange tycoons, and the sociological science and the fed-by-them journalists, also cannot forgive Stalin for this. On the other hand, the current Russian opposition are either fools or, in the end, have become frightened, and, therefore, do not dare to confront the regime with the demand, "Long live the Stalinist policy of systematic, planned regular reduction of prices." From this it can be understood that the national economy of the USSR was meant to work not at all to fill the belly of the townsfolk, flood them with beer, vodka, shower them with clothes, and, by reducing the working day, provide time for those no less stupefying than alcohol and other drugs, perversions of sexual promiscuity, contributing to the flourishing of the porn industry, gambling, and show business. It was meant to work not so that there would emerge a new, luxuriating elite of highly cultured, salon, parasites idlers, divorced from life, for whom everyone else would have toiled like mules. This is a life-consistent alternative to the self-destructive way of survival, and not of life, of civilization, which the developed capitalist countries achieved from 1952, having ruined the backward countries. The national economy was meant to work to free up for all people the free time that they needed in order to deeply feel, realize, and understand themselves, to master their potential of personal development, in order to help children and grandchildren in the mastering of their potential of personal development, in order that people might become active practitioners in social development. In other words, if this transition point of socio-economic development, indicated by J.V. Stalin back in the middle of the 20th century, had been achieved, then, during the period of entry into life of 2 to 3 generations, i.e. over the course of approximately 70 years, there could have taken place the birth of a new human and his civilization, in comparison with which all current regional civilizations and global civilization as a whole would have appeared in their true form. Subhuman savagery and anti-human demonism, underdevelopment and perversion of nerves and of the essence of the personality of man. Had this transformation been completed, it would have excluded the very possibility of any tyranny in relation to this society and any of its members. As a consequence of this, the world behind the scenes did everything possible in order to ensure that this transition point was not only not reached, but that almost everyone, as far as possible, would forget about it, and that the crowd elite society of the USSR would slip from the heights to which it had risen under the leadership of J.V. Stalin. If J.V. Stalin had not written Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, in which he killed Marxism and pointed out an inconsistent-to-life prospect of development, if he had not spoken out at the October 1952 plenum of the Central Committee against the elitization of the apparatus, then the world behind the scenes would have introduced his name into history as the name of an outstanding Marxist communist, and would have begun to spread the positive developments of the USSR in the field of reining in the consumption race to the developed capitalist countries. In this case, Stalin, in his essence, would not have been. Instead, there would have been another, more successful than L.D. Bronstein, Trotsky in spirit, in the organization of the psyche, including raviousness. However, since all the developments were associated with the name and political will of J.V. Stalin, the world behind the scenes was forced to take up the eradication from society of the spirit of Stalinist Bolshevism. The world behind the scenes, in an attempt to write off the Geschäft on Stalin, miscalculated. Yes, they wrote it off, but thanks to the activities of J.V. Stalin, the Geschäft became national property, and, together with Stalin, dissolved into the future, in which there is no place for the world behind the scenes. For this eradication of the spirit of Stalinist Bolshevism, the periphery of the world behind the scenes suppressed and perverted the processes that began in the era of Stalin's Bolshevism. Although Stalin marked the earlier quoted passages with the words "in the third place," as a consequence of the fact that he lived in a society in which the materialistic world understanding prevailed, and, as now, many thought then that something else was more significant than cultural growth and the personal development of people, nonetheless, this "in the third place" is preceded by two more conditions, which, in the conditions of the dominance of the materialistic world understanding, are a guarantee of the realizability of this very "in the third place." It is necessary, in the first place, to ensure not a mythical, rational organization of the productive forces, but a continuous expansion of all social production, with a relatively higher rate of expansion of the production of means of production. The relatively higher rate of expansion of production of means of production is necessary not only because it has to provide the equipment, both for its own plants and for all the other branches of the national economy, but also because reproduction on an extended scale becomes altogether impossible without it. It is necessary, in the second place, by means of gradual transitions carried out to the advantage of the collective farms, and hence of all society, to raise collective farm property to the level of public property, and also by means of gradual transitions to replace commodity circulation by a system of products exchange, under which the central government or some other social economic center might control the whole product of social production in the interests of society. The first in its essence means that it is necessary, in a short time by historical standards, to create a production technological base, which, with a working day of no more than 5 hours, allows guaranteed satisfaction of all demographically conditioned needs of society, including with the growth of culturally conditioned needs of people, as it is presupposed by the basic economic law of socialism in its formulation by J.V. Stalin. The creation of this production base requires the development and improvement of new generations of means of production, the production of which, to replace obsolete means of production must be maintained at a sufficiently high level so that new, effective equipment, organization of works and technologies would predominate in production in all sectors of the national economy. Accordingly, the production of the latest effective means of production should prevail over the production of products of final consumption. The second, in its essence, means that this process should be accompanied and ensured by the creation of a state-wide system for governing the development, production, and distribution of products. Since without such a system of governance, the shift to a new transition point of social development, indicated by Stalin, is unrealizable. According to these three circumstances, the enemies of the people, hiding behind the feeble-minded in relation to the positions held careerists, and the susceptible to pressure clever men of the minute, under the guise of a struggle against the cult of the personality of Stalin, which they themselves had previously created and supported, they began to fight the impact of the ideas of Stalinist Bolshevism on the world understanding of people, for which they removed all works of J.V. Stalin from libraries and political studies, including economic problems of socialism in the USSR, and launched a smear campaign against both Joseph Stalin personally and the entire era of Stalinist Bolshevism. Supported the bureaucratic mafia in science and design and engineering activities, and encouraged it to persecute and corrupt creatively gifted people, to suppress pioneering developments, to refuse to implement them, to waste resources and intellectual potential in dead-end areas. This is why, being the owner of many inventions recognized all over the world and used outside its borders, and moreover of applications rejected by its patent service, which Japan was ready to buy in bulk, the USSR at the beginning of the 1980s had one of the most backward production facilities in the world. Hindered the organization of effective systems of social governance in all spheres of activity. For what purpose? In the thematics of the courses of higher education, of the majority of institutions of higher education, the subjects, such as dynamic programming, linear and nonlinear programming, automatic control theory, since there was no other more general theory, which are unknown to the vast majority of graduates of universities in the USSR and the Russian Federation, subjects on the basis of which, in the course of study, a general understanding of the processes of governance in life could be formed, which would allow them to solve specific practical problems in the fields of technology, agriculture, science, and politics as tasks of governance. These subjects were not allowed. Continued to put pressure on the psyche of the population, and, above all, of the younger generations, with the cult of Marxism, thereby perverting the world understanding of people and the views of life prevailing in society. Neither the crowd elite party, nor the crowd elite society of the USSR as a whole, gave this perversion of the course of building of communism a proper rebuff, as a result of which, the economic and related problems of socialism in the USSR were not only unresolved, but new problems and corpses of previously resolved problems resurrected from the dead were added to them. However, they will have to be identified and resolved in any case, because in the highest predestination there is no place for a civilization of speaking humanoid intelligent apes and their demonic masters and higher-ups. Therefore, let us return to what J.V. Stalin saw as the indisputable achievements of socialism, and how he understood the problems that needed to be resolved. J.V. Stalin considered the national economy of the USSR as a systemic integrity, that is, as an object of governance formed by a set of functionally different elements interacting with one another. The development of this multi-sectoral production-consumption system appeared to him as the development and renewal of its element base, as well as the development and renewal of the system of interconnections between its elements. Everyone can be convinced that this is exactly the case by delving into the text of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Moreover, the functioning of this systemic integrity had to be stably subordinate to certain laws that form a hierarchy of mutual nesting. The first in importance within it should be the basic economic law of socialism, the securing of maximum satisfaction of the constantly rising material and cultural requirements of the whole society through the continuous expansion and perfection of socialist production on the basis of higher techniques, in its formulation by J.V. Stalin. It, in turn, should be subject to the law of planned proportional development of the national economy, understanding the meaning of the words planned and proportionality. Explaining the interrelationship of the economic laws of socialism with each other and their interconnection with life, J.V. Stalin drew attention to the fact that, in contrast to the operation of the law of value under the elemental market capitalism, the economic laws of socialism do not have such automation of activity, but they require cognition, and it is only on this basis that effective planning and governance towards the national economy becomes possible in accordance with them and social needs as such. In particular, that means that the law of balanced development of the national economy makes it possible for our planning bodies to plan social production correctly. But possibility must not be confused with actuality. They are two different things. In order to turn the possibility into actuality, it is necessary to study this economic law, to master it, to learn to apply it with full understanding, and to compile such plans as fully reflect the requirements of this law. It cannot be said that the requirements of this economic law are fully reflected by our yearly and 5-yearly plans. Contrary to the belief of many that J.V. Stalin did not attach any significance to the law of value as a set of objective indicators of economic efficiency, cost of production, market prices, and profitability, as a result of which the national economy of the USSR was extremely ineffective, this is absolutely not so. J.V. Stalin attached special significance to the law of value, which he considered unattainable in the conditions of capitalist economy. However, scientists, economists, and, above all, titled fools from the economic department of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR and the Union Republics, and the current Russian Academy of Sciences throughout the years since the release into the world of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, either could not or did not wish to understand either what J.V. Stalin had written, or what in real life resides behind the accounting entries in the process of economic activity. About the law of value, J.V. Stalin wrote literally the following: "The sphere of operation of the law of value is limited by the social ownership of the means of production, and by the law of balanced development of the national economy, and is consequently also limited by our yearly and 5-yearly plans, which are an approximate reflection of the requirements of this law." What is significant here is that J.V. Stalin, speaking precisely about an approximate reflection of the objective law, recognized the inevitability of errors conditioned by various reasons that are inherent in every plan, as a result of which the exact execution of the plan is not the best, from the multitude objectively possible, way of using the production capacity of the national economy. Some comrades draw the conclusion from this that the law of balanced development of the national economy and economic planning annul the principle of profitableness of production. This is quite untrue. It is just the other way around. If profitableness is considered not from the standpoint of individual plants or industries, and not over a period of 1 year, but from the standpoint of the entire national economy and over a period of, say, 10 or 15 years, which is the only correct approach to the question, then the temporary and unstable profitableness of some plants or industries is beneath all comparison with that higher form of stable and permanent profitableness which we get from the operation of the law of balanced development of the national economy and from economic planning, which save us from periodical economic crises disruptive to the national economy and causing tremendous material damage to society, and which ensure the continuous and high-rate expansion of our national economy. When speaking in my remarks of the profitableness of the socialist national economy, I was controverting certain comrades who alleged that by not giving great preference to profitable enterprises and by tolerating the existence side by side with them of unprofitable enterprises, our planned economy is killing the very principle of profitableness of economic undertakings. The remarks say that profitableness considered from the standpoint of individual plants or industries is beneath all comparison with that higher form of profitableness which we get from our socialist mode of production, which saves us from the crises of overproduction and ensures us a continuous expansion of production. But it would also be mistaken to conclude from this that the profitableness of individual plants and industries is of no particular value and is not deserving of serious attention. That, of course, is not true. The profitableness of individual plants and industries is of immense value for the development of our industry. It must be taken into account both when planning construction and when planning production. It is an elementary requirement of our economic activity at the present stage of development. Therewith, J.V. Stalin directly provides a caveat. There can be no doubt that under our present socialist conditions of production, the law of value cannot be a regulator of proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. This function, regulation of intersectoral proportions, should be carried by the basic economic law of socialism, from which the setting of objectives for the system of production stems, and the law of planned, proportional development of the national economy, which opens up the possibility of ensuring the best correspondence of production possibilities to the needs of society for products. But this raises the question of how the highest profitability of the national economy as a whole correlates with the profitability of each of the sectors, and, in essence, with the profitability of a number of enterprises in these sectors, moreover, belonging to various forms of ownership: state, cooperative, collective farm, possibly sole proprietor. If everything is clear with the profitability of any enterprise, the income from the sale of its products should normally be greater than its expenses in the process of producing these products, since otherwise the enterprise requires subsidies. Then what is the profitability of the national economy as an integral system in the time interval of 10 to 15 years? Many do not understand. Many don't understand, first of all, because the socialist state is not one of the many users of the credit financial system, but its owner. In addition, the state, as the owner of the credit financial system and a number of enterprises, does not receive financial profit and does not suffer losses if some values from the balance sheet of one enterprise are transferred to the balance sheet of another enterprise, which is accompanied by a corresponding transfer of amounts from the account of the second enterprise to the account of the first one. In reality, everything is not as complicated as it might seem to some. The gross range of production at any given time interval can be univocally estimated both at cost price and at actual prices. Accordingly, in the same time interval, the cost of a newly put into operation means of production, including the equipment of the system of distribution of products, ensuring the storage and sale of products to its final consumers, can be estimated in its composition. Over time, these means of production will produce the goods that the consumer will receive. It does not matter how the consumer will pay for these products, what the prices will be for them, when considering the issue of the profitability of the national economy as an integrity. What matters is something else. If the national economy as a whole is profitable over a certain time interval, then the value of the range of production obtained as a result of the introduction of new means of production in all sectors, in constant prices, prime costs at the beginning of the period, should be higher than the value of these means of production. Naturally, the shorter the period during which the newly introduced means of production are compensated by the goods produced by them, the more efficient they are, and the higher the profitability of the national economy as an integral system is. And at the same time, the production of means of production that are superior in efficiency to those previously produced should be of a predominant character in relation to the production of products of final consumption. This is the guarantee of the stability of the described mode of functioning of the national economy in the successive sequence of the planned production cycles under consideration, the intervals for monitoring system-wide profitability. The profitability of the national economy with this approach is evaluated by the activities of exclusively the production sector, with the inclusion of the system of delivery of products to the final consumer. Everything that is not directly related to the production and distribution of products is excluded from the evaluation of the profitability of the national economy as an integral system, since the very possibility of the activity of other sectors of the economy is conditioned by the ability of the production-distribution sector to feed and equip the life of those employed in other sectors. With this approach, scientific, technical, and organizational technological progress goes into the margin of stability of evaluating the profitability of the national economy. And the speculative sector of the economy, engaged in the extraction of income from securities and the resale of products produced by others, is excluded from consideration as parasitic. This is the general approach. In practice, it should be implemented on the basis of a determined, classified nomenclature of products, including services, lying at the basis of planning, accounting for production and distribution of products, their actual consumption, which, the nomenclature, should ensure the comparability of indicators at the beginning and end of the control period. Otherwise, the non-determinateness of the classified nomenclature, significant changes to it in the considered time interval, exclude the comparability of indicators. The division of the national economy into sectors and the classification of sectors are of a secondary character in relation to the classified nomenclature of products, as a consequence of the fact that the composition of sectors and the character of their interconnections over long intervals of time inevitably changes under the impact of scientific technical and organizational technological progress. In other words, the system of long-term strategic planning of production, distribution, consumption, and utilization of products can and should be a derivative of a stable nomenclature of a demographically conditioned spectrum of needs, and not a consequence of an unstable nomenclature of sectors. The duration of the period for the evaluation of the profitability of the national economy as a whole was defined by J.V. Stalin as 10 to 15 years. This means that within 10 to 15 years, practically all investments should normally pay off, in the sense of the just described approach, thereby ensuring the profitability of the national economy as a whole, calculated in constant prices. Furthermore, in essence, by his formulation of the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy, J.V. Stalin implicitly laid down the requirements for planning to ensure, every 10 to 15 years, a qualitative update of the entire technical, technological, and correspondingly organizational base of the national economy as an integral production-consumption system. This does not mean that the national economy cannot have more long-lived equipment and infrastructures and projects with longer payback periods, or planned unprofitable, but socially necessary projects, which means that more efficient equipment and technologies than existing ones should be introduced en masse in all industries, and so it should be in the successive sequence of the planned production cycles. The foregoing shows that Stalin did not expect any long-term construction during which the project manages to become obsolete and lose the meaning of its implementation, and the structures and equipment being built begin to collapse. This kind of long-term construction, which later became the norm, is a perversion of the Byabakovites in the Khrushchev-Brezhnev-era State Planning Committee of the USSR and the Republics. But everything said by J.V. Stalin about the order of subordination of the law of value to the principle of highest profitableness of the national economy at intervals of 10 to 15 years, with the subordination of the multisectoral production-consumption system to the basic economic law of socialism and the law of planned proportional development of the national economy, is the setting of two interconnected tasks. The first, maintaining in the national economy the tax-subsidized balance, i.e., ensuring the financial stability of planned unprofitable and low-profitable enterprises by means of redistribution of the superprofits of highly profitable enterprises and sectors in favor of planned unprofitable and low-profitable ones. The second, using the above-planned production capacities, which, firstly, are inevitably present in the system as a consequence of accounting errors and the need to ensure the margin of stability of the plan for the resources and capacities involved in production, and secondly, which are newly emerging as a result of scientific, technical, and organizational technological progress in the process of fulfilling state planning targets. These two interconnected tasks should be set in such a way that the products that can be produced by them would find a consumer and would be useful to society. But both of these tasks are unsolvable in the conditions of bureaucratic governance. This is one of the reasons why J.V. Stalin wrote quite correctly, "Under our present socialist conditions of production, the law of value cannot be a regulator of proportions of labor distributed among the various branches of production. The fact is that the bureaucrat, whose duties include governing the tax-subsidy balance, cannot distinguish the loss or low profitability of the enterprise, which arose as a result of bad bureaucratic governance towards it, and the plundering of socialist property, from the loss or low profitability, which is a consequence of the state policy of price formation, which pursues in essence non-economic objectives, relying in their achievement on the principle of the highest stable profitability of the national economy as an integral system expressed by J.V. Stalin. As a consequence of this, the bureaucrat, in principle, can maintain the tax-subsidized balance by distributing subsidies in favor of fools and thieves at the expense of the laborers, acting in such a way, quite well-intentionedly, contrary to the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy. In order not to make a mistake, and not to undermine with his mistake the state price-forming policy which pursues objectives that are really incomprehensible to him, but to maintain the tax-subsidized balance, not in general, but in line with the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy, this is above the abilities of a high-ranking bureaucrat. A lower-ranked bureaucrat, whose job it is to govern the enterprise, is no better. He not only does not understand the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy, but this principle is repugnant to him to the very depths of his soul, since his personal and clan objectives replace in his behavior public ones, for which the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy as an integral system is called upon to work. Although this principle guarantees him in the future an improvement in well-being on an equal basis with everyone else, nonetheless, the subordination of the activities of the enterprise to it, that is, the use of resources and production capacities in accordance with it, prevents the bureaucrat from abusing his official position and from enriching himself at the expense of everyone else, both right now and in the future. Likewise, the task of using above-planned capacities is, in the conditions of bureaucratic governance, unsolvable. In essence, the use of above-planned capacities requires the expansion of the area of operation of commodity money exchange in the socialist economy, and the inclusion into this area of enterprises in the state sector of the national economy. This would allow the organization of self-regulation of the use of above-planned production capacities in the national economy at the rate of their identification or freeing from planned works on the initiative of those who directly govern them, eliminating the loss of time in the procedure of putting forward plan proposals by enterprises to the top, agreeing on additional planned tasks, making changes in the already implemented state plan, or would allow the exclusion of idle capacity before their being loaded upon the release of planned products in the next planning period. However, bureaucratic governance excluded such a possibility, since the legalization of the mechanism of market self-regulation in the use of above-planned production capacities, which are factually at the absolute disposal of bureaucrats, heads of enterprises, automatically led to their sabotage of planned tasks. First of all, low cost and planned unprofitable, both deliberate, purpose-oriented, in order to discredit socialism and in order to restore capitalism, and sabotage out of ignorance, pushing for the pursuit of profit. In order to improve the well-being of its own collective, the Yugoslav model of socialism, to the detriment of solving production problems of social as a whole significance. The dominance of the political economy of Marxism excluded the possibility of exposing malicious sabotage and excluding sabotage out of ignorance. This statement needs to be clarified. Stalin writes about the problematics of the indistinctness of the political economy of Marxism in the coverage of such questions. It therefore follows that in the sphere of foreign trade, the means of production produced by our enterprises retain the properties of commodities, both essentially and formally, but that in the sphere of domestic economic circulation, means of production lose the properties of commodities, cease to be commodities, and pass out of the sphere of the operation of the law of value. Because regardless of which enterprise they are located in, they belong to the Soviet state, retaining only the outward integument of commodities, calculation, etc. How is this peculiarity to be explained? If the matter is approached from the formal angle, from the angle of processes taking place on the surface of phenomena, one may arrive at the incorrect conclusion that the categories of capitalism retain their validity under our economy. If, however, the matter is approached from the standpoint of Marxist analysis, which strictly distinguishes between the substance of the economic process and its form, between the deep processes of development and the surface phenomena, one comes to the only correct conclusion, namely, that it is chiefly the form, the outward appearance of the old categories of capitalism that have remained in our country, but that their essence has radically changed in adaptation to the requirements of the development of the socialist economy. If one approaches the matter without constraining oneself with the norms of Marxism, then it is possible to draw only one correct conclusion. The political economy of Marxism calls many things and phenomena by names that are not peculiar to them, as a consequence of which there arises in the Marxist description a discrepancy between the form of the phenomenon and its content. Coordination of form and content in such situations is of a subjective character. J.V. Stalin, in favor of public property de facto, the planned principle of the statewide scale, the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy as a whole, on the basis of effective governance towards enterprises and prices in accordance with the real, current and future needs of Dobrosovesh's laborers and the needs of the state in products and services. A Soviet bureaucrat, a Marxist dogmatist, in favor of his own benefit and of the detriment of society, of the detriment of the ideals and cause of communism, and one can't find fault. Everything is justified by communist practicability, expressed in the forms of Marxism, the right to one interpretation or another of which is determined by the position in the hierarchy of mutual subordination of positions. In order to establish the unity of form and content in this kind of non-coincidence between them, arising not only from Marxism, but from any modification of the I-centric world-view and world-understanding, an alternative encompassing sociological theory was needed, in which things and phenomena would be called by their proper names, providing thus the univocal understanding of life by different people. With the development of a theory with such qualities, well-intentioned ignorant bureaucrats, mastering it, would change the organization of their psyche and acquire the correspondence to real life of their subjective views on it, as a result of which they would cease to be bureaucrats and would become governorially consistent professionals, Bolshevik entrepreneurs. A theory with such qualities would allow the overwhelming majority of people to expose, with all the repressive consequences arising from this fact, the malicious clever men who pursue the objective of destroying the achievements of socialist construction and restoring the legitimized crowd elitism in any of its forms. As a consequence of the totality of these and other unresolved problems, in those socio-historical conditions, J.V. Stalin was right to limit the sphere of commodity money exchange, trade in the sphere of production, by the interaction of the state sector of the economy and the cooperative collective farm sector on the basis of prices set by the state. But even in these conditions, nothing except for bureaucracy and governance towards the cause prevented the increase of the profitability of enterprises in the cooperative collective farm sector in relation to the level attainable on the basis of the planned procurement prices of the state. The same applies to increasing the profitability of state sector enterprises in relation to the level set in the plans. Connected with this is also the question as to why J.V. Stalin writes that the growth of the people's well-being should be ensured in two ways, both by directly raising wages and especially by further systematic reduction of prices for consumer goods. The answer to this question precisely expresses the fact that in a socialist economy, the following two principles should be combined. The first is the principle of the highest profitability of the national economy as a whole, which is expressed in a systematic, planned regular reduction of prices to the measure of growth in the productivity of social labor and the range of production, as well as the needs of people in diverse products, including service. The second is the principle of achieving the highest degree of self-sufficiency of enterprises, as a consequence of which savings in the production of a unit of accounting and above planned production should be expressed not only in a decrease in prices and an increase in production rates, but in an increase in the nominal income of enterprises, which makes it possible to increase their collectives of public consumption funds and reward their own laborers, thereby directly stimulating Dobrosovesh's labor without waiting for the next statewide price reduction. The fact that in post-Stalinist times the strategy was perverted does not at all mean that J.V. Stalin was mistaken in his ideas about the interconnection between the planned principle of a statewide scale and the principles of self-sufficiency, profitability of both individual enterprises and the national economy as a whole. Stalin explains the issue of commodity production under socialism and accordingly the issue of the functioning of the market as follows. Commodity production must not be regarded as something sufficient unto itself, something independent of the surrounding economic conditions. Commodity production is older than capitalist production. It existed in slave-owning society and served it, but did not lead to capitalism. It existed in feudal society and served it, yet, although it prepared some of the conditions for capitalist production, it did not lead to capitalism. Why then, one asks, cannot commodity production similarly serve our socialist society for a certain period without leading to capitalism? Bearing in mind that in our country, commodity production is not so boundless and all-embracing as it is under capitalist conditions, being confined within strict bounds, thanks to such decisive economic conditions as social ownership of the means of production, the abolition of the system of wage labor, and the elimination of the system of exploitation. Of course, when instead of two basic production sectors, the state sector and the collective farm sector, there will be only one all-embracing production sector with the right to dispose of all the consumer goods produced in the country, commodity circulation, with its money economy, will disappear as being an unnecessary element in the national economy. But so long as this is not the case, so long as the two basic production sectors remain, commodity production and commodity circulation must remain in force as a necessary and very useful element in our system of national economy. How the formation of a single and united sector will come about, whether simply by the swallowing up of the collective farm sector by the state sector, which is hardly likely, because that would be looked upon as the expropriation of the collective farms, or by the setting up of a single national economic body, comprising representatives of state industry and of the collective farms, with the right, at first, to keep account of all consumer product in the country, and eventually also to distribute it, by way, say, of products exchange, is a special question, which requires separate discussion. Consequently, our commodity production is not of the ordinary type, but is a special kind of commodity production without capitalists, which is concerned mainly with the goods of associated socialist producers, the state, the collective farms, the cooperatives, the sphere of action of which is confined to items of personal consumption, which obviously cannot possibly develop into capitalist production, and which, together with its money economy, is designed to serve the development and consolidation of socialist production. Wherever commodities and commodity production exist, there the law of value must also exist. In our country, the sphere of operation of the law of value extends, first of all, to commodity circulation, to the exchange of commodities through purchase and sale, the exchange, chiefly, of articles of personal consumption. Here, in this sphere, the law of value preserves, within certain limits of course, the function of a regulator. But the operation of the law of value is not confined to the sphere of commodity circulation. It also extends to production. True, the law of value has no regulating function in our socialist production, but it nevertheless influences production, and this fact cannot be ignored when directing production. As a matter of fact, consumer goods, which are needed to compensate the labor power expended in the process of production, are produced and realized in our country as commodities coming under the operation of the law of value. It is precisely here that the law of value exercises its influence on production. In this connection, such things as cost accounting and profitableness, production costs, prices, etc., are of actual importance in our enterprises. Consequently, our enterprises cannot and must not function without taking the law of value into account. Is this a good thing? It is not a bad thing. Under present conditions, it really is not a bad thing, since it trains our business executives to conduct production on rational lines and disciplines them. It is not a bad thing because it teaches our executives to count production magnitudes, to count them accurately, and also to calculate the real things in production precisely, and not to talk nonsense about approximate figures spun out of thin air. It is not a bad thing because it teaches our executives to look for, find, and utilize hidden reserves latent in production, and not to trample them underfoot. It is not a bad thing, because it teaches our executives systematically to improve methods of production, to lower production costs, to practice cost accounting, to make their enterprises pay. It is a good, practical school which accelerates the development of our executive personnel and their growth into genuine leaders of socialist production at the present stage of development. The trouble is not that production in our country is influenced by the law of value. The trouble is that our business executives and planners, with few exceptions, are poorly acquainted with the operations of the law of value, do not study them, and are unable to take account of them in their computations. This, in fact, explains the confusion that still reigns in the sphere of price-fixing policy. The sphere of price-fixing policy is the integral evaluation of economic literacy of the generation of leaders of enterprises and of economists brought up on the basis of the political economy of Marxism. Here is one of many examples. Some time ago, it was decided to adjust the prices of cotton and grain in the interest of cotton growing, to establish more accurate prices for grain sold to the cotton growers, and to raise the prices of cotton delivered to the state. Our business executives and planners submitted a proposal on this score which could not but astound the members of the Central Committee, since it suggested fixing the price of a ton of grain at practically the same level as a ton of cotton. And, moreover, the price of a ton of grain was taken as equivalent to that of a ton of baked bread. In reply to the remarks of members of the Central Committee that the price of a ton of bread must be higher than that of a ton of grain, because of the additional expense of milling and baking, and that cotton was generally much dearer than grain, as was also borne out by their prices in the world market, the authors of the proposal could find nothing coherent to say. The Central Committee was therefore obliged to take the matter into its own hands and to lower the prices of grain and raise the prices of cotton. What would have happened if the proposal of these comrades had received legal force? We should have ruined the cotton growers and would have found ourselves without cotton. These fragments demonstrate J.V. Stalin understood that the objective law of value cannot be avoided in the economy during the construction of socialism and communism. However, the ignorance of the directors' corps and economists, an example of which he gives in the quote, hinders the achievement of the highest efficiency of the planned socialist economy of the USSR, including through the inclusion of market mechanisms for self-regulation of the use of objectively available, above-planned capacities. Without overcoming this ignorance, which is impossible in the limitations of economic theories expressing I-centrism, both of Marxism and of private property, the task of combining a socially useful, demographically conditioned plan and a market mechanism into one multi-sectoral production-consumption system is unsolvable. But that is not all. Had the carrying out of de-bureaucratization been successful, exposing the bureaucrats' criminals and educating the ignorant bureaucrats on the basis of a theory alternative to Marxism, the market mechanism could, by means of the tax subsidy mechanism, have been subordinated to the planned principle and the basic economic law of socialism, and have been included in the economy of socialism. However, the market mechanism as a regulator did not suit J.V. Stalin, since, in the quality of governance towards the economy, it did not guarantee superiority over capitalism, which had already tried to combine in its economy the planned principle of a statewide scale with market self-regulation. Therefore, J.V. Stalin, explaining the question of the law of value under socialism, poses one more task, more significant than the combination of a plan and a market mechanism for self-regulation of the use of above-planned capacities in the national economy of the USSR. In the second phase of communist society, the amount of labor expended on the production of goods will be measured not in a roundabout way, not through value and its forms, as is the case under commodity production, but directly and immediately by the amount of time, the number of hours expended on production of goods. If one clarifies here, technically and organizationally conditioned by technological time, and if one remembers that scientific technological progress and organizational technological progress go into the margin of stability of plans, then everything is correct. No metrologically inconsistent man-hours of labor necessary to accomplish scientific discovery arise. Back to the quote. As to the distribution of labor, its distribution among the branches of production will be regulated not by the law of value, which will have ceased to function by that time, but by the growth of society's demand for goods. It will be a society in which production will be regulated by the requirements of society, and computation of the requirements of society will acquire paramount importance for the planning bodies. If one delves into the essence of accounting of the needs of people and the orientation of production directly towards the identified needs, then this presupposes the creation of a system of production and the creation of a system of governance towards production and distribution of products that ensure the production of almost everything, if not at the rate of issuing an order, then at the rate at which the consumer does not experience unacceptable for him inconveniences during the time in which his order is being fulfilled. Naturally, seeing in this system an alternative to the market, capable of surpassing it in effectiveness, J.V. Stalin did not wait for the building of communism to transition to it, but initiated its action. We still have no developed system of products exchange, but the rudiments of such a system exist in the shape of the merchandising of agricultural products. For quite a long time already, as we know, the products of the cotton growing, flax growing, beet growing, and other collective farms are merchandised. They are not merchandised in full, it is true, but only partly. Still, they are merchandised. Be it mentioned in passing that merchandising is not a happy word and should be replaced by products exchange. The task is to extend these rudiments of products exchange to all branches of agriculture, and to develop them into a broad system under which the collective farms would receive for their products not only money, but also and chiefly the manufactures they need. Such a system would require an immense increase in the goods allocated by the town to the country, and it would therefore have to be introduced without any particular hurry, and only as the products of the town multiply. But it must be introduced unswervingly and unhesitatingly, step by step contracting the sphere of operation of commodity circulation and widening the sphere of operation of products exchange. Such a system, by contracting the sphere of operation of commodity circulation, will facilitate the transition from socialism to communism. Moreover, it will make it possible to include the basic property of the collective farms, the product of collective farming, in the general system of national planning. With a meaningful attitude of the state towards this undertaking, in the process of socio-historical development, it would involve an increasing number of enterprises in all sectors of the economy in this system of self-regulation of production and consumption, on the basis of virtual structures of governance towards production and consumption exchange of products. However, development along this path was suppressed after the assassination of J.V. Stalin. The reformers economists of both the Khrushchev-Brezhnev era and after the collapse of the USSR showed their capitulationism to capitalism. Some showed stupidity, orienting towards the problematics of introducing a functioning market mechanism in Russia, first as a means to improve the functioning of the planned principle, and then as an alleged alternative to it. When reading the above fragments about replacing commodity production and accordingly trade with direct product exchange, one should not think that J.V. Stalin was an idiot, as did the reformers of the early 1990s, who, out of stupidity and zeal, were unable to cope with the attunement of the credit financial system to the accompaniment of product exchange, and brought the country to barter, the exchange trade of primitive times. Those who perceive what was said by him about direct product exchange in this sense are themselves idiots, insensitive to the flow of life, and unable to think. J.V. Stalin had a clear mental picture about how the planned economy of socialism should function in the process of transition to communism, but the culture of society did not have a conceptual, terminological apparatus that would allow him to clearly express his thought. J.V. Stalin did not create this apparatus himself to carry out the day-to-day governance towards the state, and along the way, to recreate philosophy and sociology corresponding to the ideals of communism and the practice of its construction. Moreover, in the atmosphere of the cult of Marxism, in its essence hostile to communism, this turned out to be beyond his strength. Concentrating and holding in his hands the highest public power in the USSR, as the leader of the party and head of the state, for 30 years, J.V. Stalin on the whole successfully led society to the next transition point of rethinking and reviewing the past and developing intentions for the future. And with the help of those means of expressing thoughts, which the culture of society possessed at that time, he identified and defined those problematics, the unresolvedness of which prevented the further development of society in the USSR and global civilization. And for this one should be grateful to him, as well as for the fact that, in spite of the tendencies characteristic of crowd elitism, he was able to organize victory in the Great Patriotic War. It will not be possible to enter paradise on someone else's hump. These and other problems had to be solved by science. The fact that these problems have not only not been solved by science, primarily on the territory of the USSR, but they have been forgotten, is an expression of the parasitism, intellectual and professional inconsistency of all holders of academic titles, from a candidate of sciences and higher, in the field of philosophy and economics, as well as other branches of sociology. Economic problems of socialism in the USSR is an indictment against them. Everything we have cited shows that economic problems of socialism in the USSR also contains an answer to the questions as to why the economic reform of the Khrushchev era, with its system of regional economic soviets, which was entrusted with the task of governing regional production systems, did not justify itself, and why the Soviet economic reform, also known as the Kosygin reform, of the first half of the 1960s, went wrong and did not provide any useful results, both for socialism and communism, and for the generation of pro-bourgeois dissidents of the 60s, who then did not manage to snatch everything from life, right now. Without solving the problems directly posed or indirectly raised by J.V. Stalin, however, there are no prospects for the current generation of Russian reformers. And the general global crisis of capitalism as a result of this will be aggravated, acquiring more and more faces: ecology, terrorism, epidemics of insanity, and so forth. In addition to what we have considered from economic problems of socialism in the USSR, it also includes less significant, in our opinion, problems that we will not touch upon in this documentary, since their coverage does not correspond to its thematics. Also, along with highlighting the problems that needed to be solved, J.V. Stalin expressed a number of opinions about acceptable and unacceptable governorial decisions in the further advancement of the USSR towards communism. For the most part, these opinions are conditioned by the socio-economic reality that had by those years taken shape in the USSR, and are inextricably connected with it. As a consequence of the fact that the Khrushchev Psycho-Trotskyist regime led the country on a political course towards the self-liquidation of the achievements of Stalinist Bolshevism, as a result of which other socio-economic circumstances arose, these opinions of J.V. Stalin lost their relevance and are only of historical interest. Therefore, if someone is interested in these questions, then he should turn to the very testament of J.V. Stalin to the Bolsheviks for the future. With the publication of Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, the higher-ups of Freemasonry realized that J.V. Stalin was not a Masonic agent in the Bolshevik Party, but a real Bolshevik who caused irreparable damage to the Marxist project of liquidating capitalism and replacing it with inter-Nazi fascism in the economic forms of socialism on a global scale. But it was already too late to take any action in order to save Marxism. Nonetheless, the second part, continuation, of economic problems of socialism in the USSR, according to the testimony of F.I. Chuyev in the book Molotov, the Semi-Sovereign Ruler, J.V. Stalin gave it to V.M. Molotov to read. After the elimination of J.V. Stalin, this book was not published, and nothing is known about its content to this day. For Bolshevism and apostasy from the common cause of Freemasonry, undermining the system of power based on the cult of personalities and the mutual correspondence of esotericism-exotericism, they could not forgive J.V. Stalin, and therefore had to take some actions towards the salvation or modification of the biblical project of enslavement of all. So the 20th Congress became not only a belated revenge of the higher-ups, fueling the biblical project of enslavement of all, on J.V. Stalin, who had passed away, and in whose confidence they were deceived in 1923, but also an attempt, if not to eradicate Bolshevism forever, then to curb the original development of its world understanding, for some as long as possible time, sufficient to replace the Marxist project killed by J.V. Stalin with some new project. The problems created by the capitalism of the biblical civilization still had to be resolved. However, apparently, J.V. Stalin did not confine himself to publishing only Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, a work oriented primarily towards the specific conditions of the USSR itself. In 1952 in Madrid, the publishing house Nos published the book Red Symphony, Sinfonía en Rojo Mayor, by a certain José Landowski, translated into Russian by Mauricio Carlavilla. In the afterword of the translator, it is indicated that the manuscript was found during World War II in a hut near Leningrad on a corpse with documents addressed to José Landowski by a certain Spaniard named A.I. One might think that he was in the Blue Division of Franco, which fought on the side of the Nazis on the Leningrad front, and was subsequently delivered to Spain. A chapter from this book, entitled X-Ray of Revolution, was published in Russia by the magazine Молодая Гвардия, number 3/4, 1992, with reference to the 9th Spanish edition, published in Barcelona. This chapter tells the story of the interrogation of the Trotskyist S.G. Rakovsky, allegedly carrying out a special mission of the NKVD in 1938. The interrogation was organized in the form of a conversation over dinner. It is reported that during the interrogation, C.G. Rakovsky was under the influence of psychotropic substances, which deprived him of his ability to restrain himself, as a result of which he answered the questions asked to him sincerely. That is, he said what he really thought. What is published in Молодая Гвардия gives the impression that in order to introduce into public circulation certain information concerning Marxism and the world behind the scenes, the special service that worked for J.V. Stalin personally produced a hoax novel and introduced it into the culture of the West. Therewith, everything that is said about Marxism and the world revolution during the interrogation at the special dacha, the character, named after the real Trotskyist who was sentenced in 1938 to 20 years, C.G. Rakovsky, is true. But the story of how the doctor, José Landowski, who was recruited by the NKVD for his outstanding achievements in the field of narcology and toxicology, and who was present during the interrogation, how he was tapping an unaccounted copy of the interrogation transcript with 2 fingers on a typewriter, how he left his job in the NKVD, and the NKVD then forgot about its secret carrier and left him out of sight. As a result of this, during the Great Patriotic War, the secret carrier ended up alone on the Leningrad front, along with his personal archive, which he secretly took from the NKVD from the special department, where he lived while working in the NKVD. Thanks to all this sequence of gross violations of the functioning of the system of protecting state secrets in force in the USSR, a personal archive full of secrets was found on the corpse. All this is a hoax, designed to plausibly explain how this information, which really is not subject to public discussion, either in the USSR or in the West in Marxist Psycho-Trotskyist circles, became public. All this strongly resembles the real story of how, during the Second World War, Great Britain contributed to the scenario in which A. Hitler ordered preparation for the repelling of the landing of the Allies of the anti-Hitler coalition in Greece in 1943, while the real preparations were being made for the landing in Italy, which was actually carried out. A. Hitler consulted with a personal astrologer, another astrologer, who, through joint work conducted before the war, knew the personal astrologer of A. Hitler, knew his system, during the war years was recruited to work as a consultant in Great Britain in order to duplicate on the basis of a general system of recommendations that A. Hitler received from his personal astrologer. The consultant double came to the opinion that A. Hitler would be given a recommendation that it was necessary to prepare to repel the landing of the Allied troops in Greece. When this was reported to W. Churchill, he gave the order to prepare a landing in Italy, although the headquarters at that time were indeed developing an operation to open a second front in Greece. After that, a corpse in the uniform of a British officer with a briefcase full of secret documents was found in the Atlantic Ocean, from which it followed that a landing and the opening of a second front in Greece were being prepared. These documents were transferred to the leadership of Nazi Germany. All this was accompanied by searches, naturally unsuccessful, by the British for the secret carrier, which also became the property of German intelligence. As a result, the German leadership was convinced that it was correctly preparing to repel the Allied invasion of the continent in Greece, and that it was necessary to continue building up its military potential precisely there. But the landing of the Allies took place in 1943 in Italy, and the personal astrologer of A. Hitler ended his life in a concentration camp. In general, the trick with the corpse of the secret carrier is a standard one in the arsenal of Secret Services scenarios. We do not insist that Joseph Djugashvili wrote not only under the pseudonym of Joseph Stalin, but once published a book in Spain under the pseudonym José Landowski. But the fact that Red Symphony appeared almost simultaneously with economic problems of socialism in the USSR, and that they mutually complement each other thematically, this is not just a game of blind and meaningless chance. Chance, that powerful and instantaneous instrument of providence. In 1997, the writer, formerly better known as a playwright, screenwriter, and now as a historian-analyst, biographer, Edward Radzinsky, wrote the book Stalin. It contains the following passage. We must try to understand the mentality of this Russian intellectual. Our note is that earlier in this text, narration was about the hysterical letters of Bukharin to Stalin from prison. Back to the quote. The upright liar, the helpless strongman, the noble scoundrel, the bold coward, and at the same time immensely talented even in his humiliation, incapable of saying, I simply dread the wrath of these hideously cruel people, he has to invent a great idea to justify his behavior. How well I understand, and yes, love him, for I too am a child of fear. My whole conscious life has been lived in that land of fear. Have pity on me. You who know me so well will understand. This, as can be understood from the quoted fragment, is from Bukharin's letter to Stalin. Yes, Stalin knew them all so well, which was why he had devised the trials. So Radzinsky admits that the nraviousness and ethics of one of the most revered by the domestic liberal intelligentsia, innocent victims of Stalinism, left much to be desired. And although he acknowledged this fact in essence, he did not understand that a person with such a nraviousness and ethics cannot be innocent. In particular, In a personal letter from prison to J.V. Stalin, after the death sentence had been passed, N.I. Bukharin admits that in the past he was a double dealer, which means he was a criminal in relation to the statehood of the USSR, and tries to assure J.V. Stalin of the fact that now he was finally convinced of the correctness of Stalin, and that Stalin could completely rely on him. But Stalin needed Bukharin's help precisely at that time when he was a double dealer, just like the Apostle Judas. It is also useful to pay attention to the fact that Radzinsky mentions certain deathbed letters of N.I. Bukharin, but does not quote it in his treatise, either in full or in fragments, in our opinion because N.I. Bukharin showed himself in it in such a way that he does not cause sympathy, either as a personality or as a politician and statesman. And Radzinsky did not understand the main thing, but already in relation to himself. One cannot write about that era being a child of fear. But along with his historically inconsistent maxims on the themes of the collapse of Stalin and Stalin's affairs, Radzinsky gives evidence of an episode from the early childhood of J.V. Stalin, about his relation towards villainy and prabhusness. His friend Davrishevi remembered his grandmother reading the New Testament to them, the story of Judas's kiss of betrayal. But why didn't Jesus draw his saber? Little Soso asked indignantly. He couldn't do that, Grandma answered. He had to sacrifice himself for our salvation. That was something little Soso was incapable of understanding. All through his childhood he had been taught to answer blow with blow. He resolved to do what seemed to him the obvious thing, to take vengeance on the Jews. Even in those days he was a good organizer, but he himself remained behind the scenes, for fear of his mother's heavy hand. One typical plan was carried out by little friends. They let a pig into the synagogue. They were found out, but did not give Soso away. Shortly afterward, an Orthodox priest told his parishioners in church, "There are those among us, some lost sheep, who a few days ago committed a sacrilege in one of God's houses." That was quite beyond Soso's understanding. How could anyone defend people of another faith? The relation of J.V. Stalin, already in childhood, towards the events in the Garden of Gethsemane, is one of the indicators of the Nravious worldview skeleton, core, of his personality. But Radzinsky distorts the situation. In his relation towards the events in the Garden of Gethsemane, little Soso could not understand how one could indulge the villains. However, in order not to discuss the unpleasant for him personally and for many others question about the essence of villainy in general and his own villainy concretely, Radzinsky also dragged in here an episode with a pig launched by children into a synagogue. The grandmother who read the New Testament to children did not have the opportunity to read the Quran, unlike all our fellow citizens, including Radzinsky, and therefore did not know other opinions about the fate of Jesus, and did not have the opportunity to ponder on what actually happened. The Quran gives another version of what God needed, different from the church version, which was followed by the grandmother. They slew him not, nor crucified him, but it appeared so unto them. And lo, those who disagree concerning it, that is, disagree with the Quranic words, are in doubt thereof. They have no knowledge thereof, save pursuit of a conjecture. In the translation of Daryabadi, they but follow an opinion. They slew him not, for certain, but God took him up unto himself. God was ever mighty. In the translation by Abdullah Yusuf Ali, exalted in power, wise. There is not one of the people of the scripture but will believe in him before his death, and on the day of resurrection he will be a witness against them. Likewise, the episode with the desecration of the synagogue as the house of God is also not in accordance with the theme, if we relate not to the evaluations of Radzinsky, but to life. This was not blasphemy, but it also has a direct relation to the question of the essence of villainy and the relation towards villains. In the synagogue, which was allegedly desecrated by children by throwing a pig into it, and in the church, they taught that the providence of God is expressed in the sociological doctrine of Deuteronomy Isaiah, quoted earlier in part 2 of this documentary cycle. Radzinsky refers to the authority of the representative of the Church when he assesses the children's far from prank as blasphemy, without saying a word about the essence of this doctrine, without giving it a Navius evaluation. However, there is a point of view that this doctrine is abominable, and that it is attributed to God as an expression of his providence, precisely by the apostates. Therefore, the Bible, as a whole, is a blasphemous book, and thoughtlessly traditional consent of believers with it is villainy. If someone does not have enough fortitude to agree on the basis of their sophist with the expressed opinion, and to step over the fence of the coral of traditional culture, then he should know that there are other traditions, and therefore it is better to think about his direct interrelationship outside of traditions with God who is. In particular, in the Quran, about the essence of the biblical doctrine, it is said directly and univocally, "Those who swallow usury cannot rise up, save as he ariseth whom the devil hath prostrated by his touch. That is because they say, trade is like usury." In the translation by Ali Unal, they say interest is just like trading, whereas God permitteth trading and forbiddeth usury. He unto whom an admonition from his Lord cometh, and he refraineth in obedience thereto, he shall keep the profits of that which is past, and his affair henceforth is with God. As for him who returneth to usury, such are rightful owners of the fire, they will abide therein. God hath blighted usury, and made almsgiving fruitful. In the translation by Muhammad Asad, God deprives usurious gains of all blessing, whereas he blesses charitable deeds with manifold increase. God loveth not the impious and guilty. Lo, those who believe and do good works, and establish worship and pay the poor due, their reward is with their Lord, and there shall be no fear come upon them, neither shall they grieve. Surah 2, 275-277. The introduction of clarity in the Quran in the question of the fate of Christ after the prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane, and in the question of the right to usury, are the main reasons as a result of which a biased, negatively dismissive relation towards the Quran and Islam is being deliberately formed in Euro-American civilization, one of the manifestations of which is the preservation, in the majority of translations of the Quran into other languages, of the Arabic word Allah, in order, in the world understanding of people, to smuggle the opinion that Allah is not God, Creator and Almighty, but some other subject of unknown or obviously satanic origin. And according to this point of view, the, as it were, hooliganish prank of children in relation to the pig and the synagogue is not as univocal an act as Radzinsky considers it to be. The child's act objectively expressed the intuitive, unconscious rejection by children of the Church Orthodox connivance to the villainy which was taught and is taught both by the synagogue and the church. Moreover, this act is not so univocal because in Radzinsky's work it is accompanied by a description of the episode in which little Soso, to the measure of his child's understanding, directly raises the question of protecting previousness from villainy by all means, including the use of weapons, the consideration of which Radzinsky in all his written and oral speeches avoids, like the devil avoids incense. And if then the knowledge and intellect of the children were not sufficient for more than just showing, contrary to the culture of adults, their rejection of connivance to villainy, covered by the myth of the inspiration of the Bible in its historically formed by experts from the world behind the scenes shape, then the adult Stalin accomplished already other feats. But Radzinsky is of the opinion that the biblical abominable doctrine of buying up the world on the basis of a racial Jewish monopoly on usury is from God, and therefore Stalin for him is an incorrigible scoundrel from childhood, who, having come to power, destroyed a multitude of upright liars, noble scoundrels, bold cowards, immensely talented even in their humiliation. However, a society of a previous community cannot be made up of scoundrels. But what to do with the villains? Maybe the little boy Soso Jugashvili was right after all, when he asked the question, But why didn't Jesus draw his saber? And this was not an isolated episode in the life of Jugashvili, when he had not yet become Koba or Stalin, but turned to the question of the ways and methods of eradicating villainy from the life of society. From house to house he wandered, knocking at silent doors, his ancient oaken panduri voicing a motive pure. Within the melody's roulades, shining as pure sunstream, dwelled the unvarnished wisdom, truth, and the holy dream. Roused by the lonely chanting, were hearts from a stone-cold sleep. Lingering in the shadows, flame flew above the trees. People who cherished darkness turned from the godly trail, poured no mere wine but poison into his holy grail. Strange are thy words enchanting, truth of yours foreign to us. Drink till your cup is empty. Curse you, exclaimed the crowds. Scoundrels, including hypocrites, at the age of 18-19, do not write poetry on such thematics. One of these stanzas is emphasized in bold capital letters by us when quoting, since it gives an answer about the alternative of the higher order in relation to the saber, as a symbol of the protection of previousness from villainy by the force of various kinds of weapons. The only thing that it does not say is that a person is not only a living, beating heart, responsive to life and impacting her course, not only reason and faith towards God and towards ideals, but also a will that is capable of incarnating ideals into life and protecting them, if necessary, by force of arms. And why did J.V. Stalin keep N.I. Bukharin's suicide letter in his desk at the Kremlin? Maybe because he did not have the knowledge and skills that would have allowed him to help N.I. Bukharin in advance to prevail over his own psyche, which would have allowed the latter to avoid the shameful death of a double dealer and apostate from the ideals of the previous community of all. He ends his book about Stalin with the words, 3 weeks later, in August 1991, the crowd smashed statues of the god Lenin and broke windows in the sacred building of his party's central committee. The USSR, the greatest of empires, built by the boss to endure through the ages, was crumbling with bewildering rapidity. The Tower of Babel and the great dream were no more. Alas, alas, thou great city, thou mighty city, Babylon, in 1 hour thy judgment come. Revelations 18:10. I am the first and the last, and besides me there is no God. Isa 44:6. These words of the Holy Book should have been well known by the pupil of the theological seminary, little Soso Jugashvili, who entered world history under the name of Stalin. We note that the last sentence is absent in the English translation. Soso did know this book, but he had a better opinion of God than E. Radzinsky, and did not attribute to his providence that abomination with which the Bible is full in its old and new slanders against God. And Stalin proved this with his entire life.